What is up, everybody? It's your boy, the Liberal Loudmouth, and we are live a little bit late. I'm sorry about that, but I just posted a video. There was this guy, Purple Revolution, who I just had to respond to because what the fuck, man? Let me get this gifting goal changed. And to the people on YouTube, please forgive me. I'm going to try to do a better job of looking at your comments, watching your comments. I always forget to jump over because I have to look at a separate thing. We are live. Let me tell my people that we're live. What is up, y'all? I see two people coming in. We just started, so if you're showing up, we just started. I haven't even really started talking yet. I probably need to change my opener, the thing people see when they first show up. What's up, yup? All right. Oh, see, I got lost there. Yup, give me just a second. I'm resetting my gifting goal. I will bring you in shortly. 1 second. I think maybe 40 roses. Give me a rose. I'd like to have a rose, please. Thank you. Because it's so pretty. Yeah, I'm about to play a video, but I want to wait until we get, 15, 20 people in here. If we do, we'll see. All right, I'm going to the multi-guest panel thing here real quick. I see you. All right. Oh, shit. Wow. You guys are going to make me work. Thank you, yup. I appreciate that. Shit.
No problem.
I was just yesterday, after the live, I was like, I hope he didn't think I was like calling him out on the live when I was talking about your gifting level. I was just ribbing you. You didn't have to gift. I was just giving you shit.
Look, I didn't take that. Look, I think we're both straight pew-pewers, so don't worry about that.
Straight pew. That's funny.
Yeah.
Like when I say pew pew me a message.
Yeah. So
it's a fucking TikTok.
Good. Like I said, there's going to be times in which you're going to probably want to, curse me out, but and I respect you regardless.
Yeah, maybe. Speaking of cursing somebody out, have you guys seen that Purple Revolution 2025 guy? That fucking.
No.
So I started late because I saw a video he did this morning, like whining, and I'm just like, dude. So I did a response video to it. That's why I was late. Now I got to reset my shit.
You expect me to work with conservatives? Fuck off.
Yeah, no, like, and he was upset, I guess, because people were calling him out for his policy views. I was like, you want me to align with you 100%? Blah, blah, blah. I'm like, dude, you can't even call Donald Trump out. You just, I don't know what's up with these people, but I did a video. It took me a while because I had to like edit all the clips and I had to go back to his old videos. He calls us libtards. Well, he says liptards.
Okay.
Yet he wants unity. Okay, bro.
I'm like, who? Like, you expect me to work with a conservative? Like I said, I used to run one of the biggest anti-Trump protest groups in the nation, and the fact that there was a huge fight internally about do we work with MAGA? Do we work with conservatives? And they were like, yes, we can't say fuck Trump. We just have to say fuck the oligarchy. I'm like, no.
No, I will work with the conservative, even that guy.
Boy, come on.
Even that guy.
Hey.
Are you talking to me? Or are you talking to the dog and we just happened to overhear your conversation? Dog.
Turco.
We can't hear you. I don't know what's going on right now, y'all.
TMS.
I'm
how
gonna
did conservatives
mute
lose their freedom of speech?
TMS, none of your liberals cared when all the conservatives lost their freedom of speech during Biden administration. Yeah, TMS, Val is asked the perfect question. How the fuck did you lose your freedom of speech under Biden? When did that happen?
What, are you talking about how they asked Facebook and YouTube to stop misinformation?
Yeah, asked. Did not force, did not even threaten, asked. Therein lies the difference. But, you know, like New York Post, that shit on Twitter, whenever Twitter, remember that shit when the Hunter Biden story came out?
Yeah.
That was fucking ridiculous. I was like, holy shit. Because, you know, and you know they're going to use that because they whine and complain about everything. Like even that guy who's like, you guys hate me because I'm a white male Christian. I'm like, oh my God.
Someone's saying something spicy.
What is that?
I don't know. It just says some comments in this live were filtered to protect the community's experience.
Oh, I have like 8 words that I have filtered. That may be one of those words, but they're
No,
those.
so that's the TikTok filter that picked it up, not your filter.
Are you sure? Because is there a difference? Like, what does it
Yeah,
say if
so, like-
if mine gets filtered?
So if there won't be a notification if your words that you have set up get filtered. It's only if TikTok filters
I
it.
see. Interesting. I wonder what they said.
And Garrett, I mean, I'm not even a communist and I'm up here, so
You accept communists as guests? I do. I accept everybody as guests. Guys, I don't care your ideology. I'll fucking talk to you as long as you're a like reasonable human being.
you want me to come back on my alt account and become up here as a Yahtzee?
I mean, no.
No, I'm
'cause
joking. Don't worry.
I was gonna say I'm not sure which is worth a fake Yahtzee or a real one. I'd rather my people be honest to my face. You know what I mean? Like
No,
if you're
I
gonna
get
be a
you.
racist, I'd rather you just be the racist you want to be. Good morning, Garrett. What's up?
I just wanted to go over, I guess, your political ideology and ask why you're a liberal. I assume in identifying as a liberal, you do support capitalism?
Capitalism with guardrails, sure.
And why is that?
Because capitalism will unalive itself.
Right. Why, when you say with guardrails, what
Yes.
does that mean? Social safety systems and
Well, I mean, that's part of it, but to prevent people, you know, crony capitalism, laissez-faire capitalism doesn't work.
okay. And so you would be more towards like I wouldn't say democratic socialist, but I
Yeah,
guess
I mean,
liberal
that's-
is the correct
yeah.
term.
I mean, essentially, you know, I think FDR, that type of, you know, because I think capitalism can work to a degree, and socialist policies have to come in there and save capitalism from itself.
But Tim, remember, communism is when no iPhone and no Labubu.
Labubu. What is Labubu? Tish came in with that last name. What is that? What does that mean?
So it's a fucking child's toy that took off, kind of like the fucking Beanie Babies.
Oh, I see. Okay, maybe
And
that's
then
why.
they were making golden actual golden carrot, golden Labubus with fucking actual gold in them.
What the fuck?
Yeah,
That's
they were
weird.
pretty much.
I'm gonna have to look this up, but maybe my kids were too old at the time, and that's why I'm
No,
not
this
sure what
is
the hell
a
it
brand
is.
new thing.
I see.
but
That's why I don't know what it is.
It's like it was like the Beanie Baby craze.
Yeah, I remember the Beanie Babies. Shit, some of those are worth some money though.
Labubus are not. They're just cheaply made in
No,
China.
no, I'm talking about the Beanie Babies.
Yeah.
The collectors ones anyway. Let's see. Let me get through. So Trump didn't take your freedom of speech. Good morning, El Bass. Frugal Footy. What's up, Foodie? Let's see. Since we've got 40 some people in here, I want to play this video so that, you know, everybody can kind of see why I did the prompt the way that I did. We'll let the King Trump speak for himself. Here we go.
Only days ago, Nick Sortor was assaulted in Portland by a flag-burning mob, and we've made it 1 year penalty for inciting riots. We took the freedom of speech away because that's been through the courts, and the court said you have freedom of speech. But what has happened is when they burn a flag, it agitates and irritates crowds. I've never seen anything like it on both sides, and you end up with riots. So we're going on that basis. We're looking at it not from the freedom of speech, which I always felt strongly about, but never passed the courts. This is what they do: is they incite. When you burn an American flag, you incite tremendous violence. We have many examples of it. many, many examples of it, and it's actually down on tape, and you see things happen that just don't happen unless it's the flag that's burning.
So let's be clear. What this guy just said is that you engaging in something that is protected speech upsets people. So we don't want to do to the people who are upset about it. We don't want to hold them accountable for their actions. No. We want you to not engage in constitutionally protected speech, and we're going to blame you for inciting it. But keep in mind, these are the same types of people that would say, well, you should have seen what she was wearing. She was asking for it. That's the same mentality. It's like the logic here, tracks between these two. I want to point out real quick, and I got to call these people in Portland out a little bit, but I'm going to play this Sortor video. Now, I don't know if this is the one that they were referring to. I don't know if there's another video, so take that for what it's worth. Let me get this started, and you can kind of see what Nick Sortor did, and it was all on purpose. Here we go.
All right, I want to walk through. I want to give a tour of the camp. So, all right, let's go. Ready? You have to go with me. We're going through the camp.
Okay.
Yep.
No.
Unfortunately, I'm going.
Don't f***ing touch me.
Get out of the way.
Don't f***ing
Get
touch
out
me.
of the way.
No.
This is a sidewalk. Get out of the way.
Don't
Get-
touch her. Whoa. Okay, so this thing. Whoa. You're not making it.
You're no longer allowed to walk down the sidewalk in Portland, or else you're gonna get jumped and pushed and shoved and assaulted here. And we're live, right? We got it. Okay. So now you're gonna get assaulted. You're gonna be pushed. You're gonna be. Don't do that. Where'd it go? I got you. I don't know, man. I got you. I want to with the flag.
That's Nick with the cell phone there.
Hey. Mark's a veteran. He's got it.
And that's all that happens really in that video. I mean, there's a few seconds left. So essentially, do what?
I said, dude fucking deserved it. He was purposely agitating.
He was purposely. Yes.
And all they said was, hey, no, turn around. And then he kept trying to push through.
Now
they used equal in the equal response. They pushed him away because he kept trying to push through them.
Okay, so I get what you're saying, but that is a sidewalk. You cannot block the sidewalk. And they should have just allowed him to walk his ass right through there. I mean, and look, I know what he was doing. You're right. He was doing it on purpose. Going, you got to come with me. I can't do this by myself. It's what I took from that. Yes, he was doing it on purpose, but in that instance, that lady should not have gotten in front of him.
So
She
what if we
should
just watched the guy
let
who
him
was
walk.
trying to walk on the sidewalk? Was he a conservative?
Yes, Nick Sortor. He's got, I don't know, 1 million or 2 followers on X or something. He's
Okay, and what was he doing there?
well, I mean,
what rally was that?
so this was in Portland, and they were, I believe this is across from the ICE facility. It generally the same protest. I'll play that first part again.
All right,
so you
I want
can
to walk
see.
through. I want to give a tour of the camp. So, all right, let's go. Ready? You
Yeah,
have to
so
go
this
with-
is in
we're going
Portland.
through the camp.
Okay.
Through the camp. But see, again, look, you can see this is a sidewalk. It is a public space. He does have a right to walk through that.
Unfortunately, I'm going.
Don't f***ing touch me.
Get out of the way.
Don't f***ing
Get
touch
out
me.
of the way.
No.
Which,
This is
I mean, we all know what he's doing here. But again, it is what it is. You call balls and strikes that way. Nobody can call you a hypocrite. I don't know. Thoughts, Garrett?
Yeah, I would just say Honestly, I think all of this kind of stuff, whether it's a protest or what Trump is doing, it's all a symptom of capitalism and it obfuscates from the real issue, which is class issues. But honestly, yeah, like you said, that's a public sidewalk, so it's walkable. They did something there I wouldn't have done by stopping him. But I think all of those people belong in a re-education camp. The people who stop them because they don't know the laws, and the dude who's walking through because he's agitating and he's a conservative. So that's my view as a communist.
Yeah, no, I mean, they both have some, we know what the guy's doing. He's doing it on purpose. He's doing it to get it on camera and to get Donald Trump to go in front of everybody and be like, look, another one of these white people was victimized by these people in Portland. And if that is what they're saying is the thing where he was attacked or whatever, that's fucking absurd. I mean, come on.
So I just pulled it up, liberal. And I have to. Fortunately, I don't think any of us will be able to find out. But according to Portland laws and regulations, you are okay to block a sidewalk as long as you have a permit for it for your protest.
Sure.
You can block.
I don't know if they have one. I looked that up already. I couldn't find out whether they did or not.
It's impossible to find it.
Yeah.
But
no, you're right, because they are permitted to have that space.
Yes.
But nobody said that. So.
Yeah. Also, real quick, Val. So just because you have that permit doesn't mean that if someone illegally walks across it and, disturbs your area, that you can, body block them or touch them. That is a whole nother matter. You should probably go to like a law enforcement officer and tell them, hey, we have a permit to be here. He's disturbing the peace or in our area. If you touch someone like that, if I didn't know, for example, I'm walking in an unwalkable area and someone has a permit and someone touches me like that on the street, I'm liable to draw on them. You are as a citizen as well, at least in my state. I live in Indiana. So I wouldn't go telling people.
1 second, I have a customer calling.
Sure. Yeah, no, I mean, I largely agree with you, Garrett. It's, and it's stupid because he was doing it on purpose to get that reaction. They gave it to him. He gave them what, they gave him what he wanted. He did walk into her, yes, but she did put herself in that spot and then put her arms out. But again, that to me, it's not that big of a deal. And there's another guy who punches somebody you can see in the video. It's not so clear who he's punching. Let me try to cue that up real quick so you can see. It's this big, and he's a conservative. Yeah, right here. He's got a fucking fascistic hat on here. Watch.
I don't know, man. I got you.
See, he punches something or someone. I don't know if you saw. Did you see that? Watching this guy in the middle.
I don't know, man. I got you.
So, I mean, there's that. Now Sortor did get arrested, and he's now suing the Portland Police Department. Again, I can't find the video that is stating that was, like the thing that Trump was talking about, that he was attacked, assaulted, whatever. I can't find that footage. I'm going to keep digging, and I'll probably do a video about it later. But he's suing them for, wrongful arrest or whatever. But all of the people that were involved in the altercation got arrested, the two leftists and him. But clearly he goes in there to engage in agitation. Should there be some kind of like law saying that if somebody is protesting and you're like, it appears that your intent is to go in to agitate, should that not be illegal?
I think that's hard to enforce, honestly.
Justify, because you can't.
I mean,
agitation.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. And intent would be a difficult thing to prove. But it also speaks to something that we see all the time, where they take a peaceful protest and just, bat the beehive on purpose to incite a response, and then they get a response.
We've seen cops do that very thing, and no one cared. We saw them. Yeah. I'm not sure if you remember, but when the George Floyd riots happened, they had, bricks on the sidewalks. Those were put there by the police to instigate shit like that. And then what happened? They came in with riot gear and they maced everybody and shot people with rubber BBs and stuff. And it
Right.
happened just in my city in Louisville. So it's just part of the system, man. It's what they want. They're never
Yeah,
going to make a law that says they can't do that.
Yeah, I do remember that. And then like the kettling, it's like something is peaceful, then you bring the police in there to agitate them, and then because they're agitated and yelling back whatever, then they determine that it's unlawful or unlawful assembly.
Yep,
That-
as someone who's been involved in 2 of those protests, it's insane. Like, when I went to the big one in Boston, the police kettled us, and we were all still being peaceful. We weren't rioting, we weren't looting, we were literally just marching down the streets. And then the police showed up, blocked us off, and eventually pretty much read us the riot act. Told us to disperse now or force would be used to split us up. And then, of course, people got angry and started throwing shit because, like, we're marching through the streets fucking peacefully here.
Yeah, and this is a tactic by governments because they don't want the people to be able to strip them of their power. And, that's why you see it all over the place. This is also why everybody's indoctrinated to believing, it's got to be peaceful. It has to be peaceful. You got to be peaceful. This is what they've told you. Right? This is what they have told you have to do. Is be
When
peaceful.
everyone has to be peaceful, that means the government has a monopoly, or rather the state has a monopoly on violence.
You're fucking absolutely right. Well said.
Yeah, and that's what, like, I've gotten into it over
Yep.
fucking with, like, our local 5051 group for my state. Because they're like, no, we're making sure to do everything 100% right and legally. And if you see, and I'm like, no, like, I get that you want to do it legally, but even on every single one of their little flyers that they have for the upcoming No Kings protest, they're like, oh, it's going to be here, but that's permit pending.
Yeah, see, and this fucking time, place, and manner restriction on free speech, we've got to get rid of that shit too.
Yeah,
I
people
mean,
are going to protest.
I'm-
You shouldn't need a
I'm-
permit to protest.
Right. It's getting ridiculous. I mean, I know there are exceptions to that where, something just happens and it's like organic in nature, like they're responding to something that just happened. There's an exception for that. But yeah, I mean, it's the land of the free, home of the brave, as long as you got a permit.
Yeah, like
Like,
even
fuck
like
you.
I looked into it. Even from my city, it's a 40. If we want to walk in the street to protest, it's a 45-day minimum that we have to schedule it out, and then we have to communicate with the police.
Yeah.
and pay for the police to be there.
Yeah. Dilligaff says you shouldn't be protesting in an aggressive manner. Yeah. I mean, I agree. We saw that kind of agitation on January 6th where, like, you could tell they were all really pissed walking up there after they had listened to Donald Trump. I agree. They should have been a lot more peaceful. And in that crowd there we see in Portland, I don't know that that's really aggressive, at all. It's just people are frustrated, and all the videos I've seen so far have been pretty mundane, but they're trying to put a square peg into a round hole, and they think by just repeating this line, eventually one of these groups somebody's gonna pull out a pew and just take one of the agents' head off. I mean, I just see
Exactly.
that happening because, like, you got guys standing there, like that preacher guy. I showed that video yesterday. That was guy just gets pewed right in the head with the pepper ball. What the
Yeah.
fuck do? You just stand there and take it? You just let them be violent against you and then claim that you're the violent one? I don't know.
Exactly, and that's what I've tried, and that's what I've even mentioned. It's like I've talked to conservatives and I've gotten them to agree to these protests, especially like the ones happening in LA. I'm like, what are you going to do if say you're sitting there peacefully protesting? Let's say you're protesting, I don't know, AB in California. Cops come by and decide they're going to break it up. So all of a sudden, one of your friends gets, let's say, hit by a pepper ball, or a 40 Mike rubber shell. What are you going to do? You're going to be upset because you're sitting there peacefully protesting, and you're going to get angry. And what happens when one person gets angry? Everybody else around them gets angry. Then it turns aggressive.
Right.
If police knew, the police know what they're doing. They know they're agitating. And it just gives them further reason to crack down.
Yeah, I mean, like the Umbrella Man. Wasn't he? Didn't he turn out? I knew he was white supremacist, but wasn't he also a cop?
Yes, I believe so.
Like in some other district or
Yes, I
city.
believe so.
Yeah, I mean, and that shit's purposeful. So like, I don't know, when I see riots or whatever, this is the people like getting finally fed up with something.
What the fuck? There's a conspiracy theorist in the chat right now saying that CK is still alive.
So there is an interesting theory about. Have you seen the hologram theory?
Yeah, I have.
Which is interesting because they actually do utilize those projectors to where somebody can actually be part of and do a show on a stage, but not actually be there. They can do it remotely, which is interesting because they have it's like a diagonal like pane of glass or something that the thing projects onto, and it makes it look real. And some people are thinking that camera that was in the back, was that holographic projector, which I mean,
we've seen it used for years though in one specific community. But I this is just a little nerd thing. It's mostly used for Vocaloid. If you know what that is, Tim.
Vocaloid?
Yes.
No.
It's a whole genre of music, pretty much, I wouldn't even call it AI, computer programs that they give personas, like people like Miku and stuff like that.
Oh, I see. So
That's
not real
that's
people.
What they've used. Yes, that's what they've used
I
before.
gotcha.
It's very rare that you see it both used for a real person, and especially during the middle of the day. They want to keep it dark. They want to keep it stuff like that because it is very expensive to run, very expensive to use, and it only really works in dark environments.
Yeah, well, let's be clear that that technology is awesome, that you can remotely project yourself to where people in an audience, it looks real to them. That's pretty cool. I gotta say, like, talk about having a remote meeting where the dude's actually like standing at the front of the room talking to you from like 1,000 miles away. That's crazy.
Yeah, they did it for Michael Jackson back in the day, like 10 years ago.
Nice. Yeah, it's pretty wild. Sorry, go ahead, Garrett.
Yeah, I got to leave real quick, but I just wanted to leave you all with two thoughts going back to the protest.
Sure.
I'm not sure if you all are familiar with MLK or Malcolm X, but I believe it was MLK that said if you take away peaceful protest, that leaves only one avenue, and it's no longer peaceful. And then Malcolm said, of course, by any means. So that's my first point when it comes to protest. And obviously we need more people taking direct action in the U.S., so that's why I say those things. The other is, someone in the comments said you're wasting time talking about Donald Trump and the protests and all these headlines, blah, blah, blah. I actually agree with them. I think all this stuff muddies the water and obfuscates, once again, as a communist, I have to agree with them. It muddies the water because even if Trump is unalived and we have another Obama or Biden in office, the genocide in Gaza is still going to happen. We're still going to be bombing other countries for their resources. The 1% is still going to have power. So,
we're exploited with our labor.
In my opinion, none of this matters. The only thing that matters is, like I said, class and production and the system that uses us. So that's where I end. But thank you all for your time.
Sure. Yeah, I appreciate it, Garrett. I hope you come back. I've enjoyed listening to your thoughts. So you're always welcome up, man. Appreciate it. Yep. Take it easy. Have a good one. Welcome in Dina and gang member. Well, before I get to you two, you've been really quiet. Did you want to add anything? I haven't heard from you in a minute.
Yeah, so I know you played the video, and I mean, I agreed with just about everything you said about the confrontation on the sidewalk, fault, etc. So I didn't really have anything to add on that particular topic. So
okay.
Don't worry, I'll be more vocal on another one.
No, that's fine. No, I appreciate it. I just, before I went to them, because you hadn't talked in a minute, in case you wanted to bitch at me, I was going to give you an opportunity to do exactly that. Just kidding. Dina, what's up, Dina? It's good to see you.
Oh man, I'll tell you something. Politics the last couple of days. How many people in here think that we're in the middle of an authoritarian takeover?
Oh, I think we've already been taken over. I think it's basically complete at this point. Yeah.
Okay, the other thing I want to say is King's Day. No King's Day on October 18th. People, watch your six. Be aware. Keep your camera. Videotape everything. Because I really believe it's about to happen. I really do. They're going to try to incite riots. Trump is going to invoke the Insurrection Act, even though he has no reason to, but he's going to incite the Insurrection Act so he can have total control. This is a situation we have never been faced with before, and it's damn scary.
I agree. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I wouldn't take my, like, you should probably get a secondary device that you don't connect any of your socials and stuff to in order to document. I mean, and even that may not be the greatest idea to even have a cell phone because they'll be able to track you in that way. But if you have your cell phone, these people are watching everything, and they can intercept like your stuff. They have towers that your phone will connect to that they operate and are able to intercept all of that stuff. So just be careful. Keep that in mind.
Good point. Very
Yeah.
good point. Thank you.
Especially if you're entering or leaving the country, they're actually forcing people to unlock their phones when you come back into the country. And if you have any kind of anti-administration propaganda, quote unquote, on your phone, you can be forcibly deported and not allowed back into the country.
Which brings up another point real quick,
Sure.
Liberal. I was talking to my partner this morning. There was a professor at Rutgers that wrote the Anti-Fascist Handbook, and he was getting all of these unaliving threats. So he tried to leave the country, and they took him into custody.
Wow. So was this person an immigrant or no?
No, they're a U.S. citizen. Just a minute. I'm going to get the particulars because I don't have it. Hey,
Okay.
sweetie, I'm gonna mute up. Hold
Okay.
on.
Okay. Let me know when you're back because I was going to ask you a question. Hopefully, I remember when you get back. Now let me get to Skeet. Well, GD, did you want to offer anything else, like as your initial statement?
Well, I just got out of 2 different MAGA lives.
Hard to hear you. It sounds like you're really far away.
Oh, sorry, I'm like a few feet away. Let me move my phone.
Okay.
Can you hear me better now?
Oh yeah, much better.
Okay, so I just got out of 2 different MAGA lives, and got highly muted, suppressed, censored, and kicked out of both because it brought up their holy doctrine, Proverbs 28:1, the wicked flee while the righteous stand bold as a lion. Sorry, the wicked flee as no one pursues while the righteous stand bold as a lion. You pointed out that muting, censoring, silencing, suppressing your opposition is a form of fleeing from opposition, fleeing from your quote-unquote perceived enemy. And they didn't like that too much, that I basically called them a coward and called them terrible Christians for not following the doctrine.
So so the MAGA did not like you calling them out on MAGA?
Yeah, basically.
Look, this is my shocked face. Just
yeah, I know, right?
for the record.
They tried to bring up immigration, and I asked them how ICE is specifically adhering to Leviticus 19:33. When a foreigner resides among you in your land, do not mistreat them. The foreigner must be treated as your native born. Love them as yourself, for you were foreigners in the land of Egypt. I am the Lord your God.
You said Leviticus 19, what is it?
33.
Leviticus 33 what?
1933.
1933. Okay, because I got my trusty handy dandy Bible here with me. I'm gonna look
Yeah,
this
it's
up.
actually 33 and 34.
1933 and 34.
Yeah, I was just going hard on them because they wanted to get into Bible thumpery. So they had a picture in the live of Obama and Hillary with the devil between them, and so that was the catalyst, you know.
Well, I want to point out number 35. All of MAGA is basically screwed on this one. And this is why they drive around big trucks. It says, do not use dishonest standards when measuring length, weight, or quantity.
Right.
Oh,
That's just a giant enlarger compensation dog. Right?
So I had to do it. Anyway.
okay, I got it. I got it.
Go ahead, Dana.
You want
What's
to
up?
hear it?
Yeah.
Yeah, his name is Michael Bray. Okay,
Michael
this
Bray?
is reported by The
Okay.
Guardian. Michael Bray, he was a Rutgers professor. He's currently in a hotel. He's trying to get out. They don't know if they'll keep him from leaving again. So this is what's going on. Yeah, and
Moving
so
to Europe.
your
Okay. Sorry, I was reading the headline. I'm looking it up right now. I hadn't heard this yet. Please continue.
yeah, I hadn't either. But basically, he read it in The Guardian. And The Guardian is a pretty good read when it comes to facts. I mean, it's not US, right? And apparently he wrote the anti-fascist handbook. They didn't like it. They detained him at the airport. He's in a hotel. They wouldn't let him leave. He's hoping to get out today
Wow.
because of all the unaliving threats that he's received. So this is how serious it is, folks. This is how serious it is.
Yeah, it's like somebody pointed out yesterday. Somebody sent me a Cash App money thing, and in the notes put my Antifa membership. And Val pointed out, it's like, yeah, it's probably not something you want to put in there. You know, I didn't really think about it because I get the joke, but you know, I think they will certainly go after stupid, petty shit like that, which is absurd.
The one that made the biggest news about like that stuff was some guy put for ISIS funding on the Cash App transaction, and they immediately flagged him and like blocked his account.
That's crazy. Well, I mean, technically speaking, they are not. Antifa is not. You know, he said it in an executive order, but I believe the designation has to go through more than just an EO. I may be wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure it's not just.
It doesn't even designate it. It doesn't even designate it really, because when we talk about like T group designation, it has to be from outside the country, and it has to be approved, I think, by DHS and Congress and everything.
Not if Trump's laws pass, where he is the sole arbitrator of what is and isn't.
Yeah, I mean essentially that's what he wants, you know, it to come down to. And these Republicans are such cowards. They won't call him out on it. Marjorie Taylor Greene apparently has more balls than Donald Trump.
Yeah, did you hear that that MAGA's turning her back on her and calling her a rhino?
Well, of course.
She says she wants the Epstein.
Well, I got everything I tried to max level on this one. Obviously, I cannot roll off anything, but I don't have the full pieces. So the ones I do have are all max level. So when I get the two pieces that are missing, which is the dress and this thing right here, I'll be able to make some max of that too. I'm turning after all my level 5s.
I already know.
Is this a... Okay, I think that's a side conversation. Yeah, I couldn't really understand what she was saying. Meowers, we could hear that. Were you talking to us, or was that to somebody else? I don't even know that Meowers knows she's on the panel.
She knows.
Meowers, you are muted and you are on the panel. Did you mean to be here?
No, I didn't realize
Okay.
that. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I can go ahead and drop you down, but I appreciate you watching the show. Thank you. See ya. Now, Skeeter Stardust, welcome back. What say you?
How you doing?
Doing fine. Did you want to add into this?
Yeah, actually, I don't know if anyone on the panel has listened to Mr. Saheed Bolson.
No.
But he is actually really freaking good. I can't remember the exact word he used. I'm trying to find it right now. But he was talking about what's going on in the U.S.
Yeah.
What did he say? Give us a synopsis of
I
what he said.
Well, he was basically saying people are saying that a civil war's coming and stuff, and he's like, what you guys don't understand is that you've been in a civil, and I can't remember the specific word he used, for decades.
Yep.
Because you have to work to live instead of live and work. He's like, you are literally, being enslaved by the billionaires.
Yep.
Their profits go up, their prices go up, your pay doesn't.
And here's an interesting post from Shahid. Let me put it up here. He says, the axis of global power is shifting east and south. BRICS now controls the critical inputs of energy, food, rare earths, and manufacturing while building its own banks, currencies, and payment systems. Unlike Western blocs, it offers sovereignty and partnership, not subjugation. The West's monopoly on finance, enforcement, and truth is eroding. BRICS is becoming the gravitational center of global power, writing the next frameworks for trade, conflict, and multipolar order. I mean, he's right. He's right, and this is why I often say that I still think that Donald Trump is a fucking plant to come in here and do exactly what he's doing, which is destroy us from within and destroy our entire axis, if you will. But
I
agree. I agree.
I'm
sorry.
personally not too scared of BRICS. BRICS can barely get their own shit fucking together. And
BRICS is legit, dude. BRICS is like
I've looked into it. They can barely work together as is.
Dude, our dollar is propped up by a house of cards.
It's propped up by oil and propped up by oil and
propped up by 800 military bases worldwide, back at the barrel of our pew pew. If it's not for that, our dollar would be less valuable than the peso.
Yeah, I want to speak to that actually.
By all means.
Finance accounting background. So what's interesting is I'm agreeing with a lot of what's been saying, but the reason why BRICS is so significant is because U.S. trade is conducted in the U.S. dollar. So, for example, China needs to convert their currency to U.S. dollar to engage in trade. Now, the issue that they're having is with the weakening of the U.S. dollar, and I believe the intentional weakening of the U.S. dollar, a lot of these countries overseas, they're getting screwed because they hold this debt, but now they're holding an asset, the U.S. dollar, that is worth less and less and less. And what do you notice the administration doing? Well, they're propping up gold, they're propping up crypto. That's why I think crypto, even if it tanks a little short term, it's going to go back up because I think they're trying to screw the other countries up monetarily and say, yeah, you know what, we're going to screw you with the tariffs. We're also going to screw you with the valuing of the U.S. dollar because that hurts a lot of the countries overseas that hold the debt. And that's just a strategy. And that's why BRICS is, I think, going to become more popular. And it is a threat for that reason, because they understand that the U.S. is trying to undermine it. And I'll close with this. Russia, someone close to Putin on, I guess, his cabinet, said that the U.S. is getting ready to reset their debt. So essentially do the equivalent of printing out 37 trillion to pay off the 37 trillion that they owe. Is that possible? Technically it is, because the U.S.'s dollar is the reserve currency of the world. But what that does is not only does it contribute to inflation domestically, since it's the reserve currency, now the other countries get screwed too. And they get inflation.
I have a question for you, Yup. How much has our dollar fallen? The last figure I had was 11 or 12%. How much has the dollar fallen?
It's regained. It was down 10%, and in July, it finished out July coming back up 3%. So right now we're about 7%.
Yeah,
Trump has taken office.
Yeah, because I think that's their strategy, is to intentionally weaken the dollar for that reason. And again, I'm not promoting this. This is a very risky strategy. It's going to alienate us from the rest of the world. But I think that's the strategy they're engaging in. So.
Yeah, I mean.
I agree. Yeah.
Oh, go ahead. I heard somebody.
is when you hear between 2000 and 2025, the dollar today only buys 53.1% of what it could buy then.
Yeah, and I think that's part of like a lot of the issues that we have. 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000s. Increasingly, what's been going on? Well, globalization, for example, but also the reduction of corporate tax rates. That's why when liberals, I agree with liberals that say, hey, trickle down economics don't work. Well, it used to work, I think, in the 60s and 70s, but now with globalization and the reduction of tax rates, it doesn't work as much because you're not incentivized, right? Companies and individuals aren't incentivized to now focus on the U.S. worker now because there's less wiggle room. But also with the rise of multinational companies, which are companies that operate in multiple countries, not just in the U.S., now the investments can be partitioned to other countries and not just the U.S. So then people see less and less benefit going to the U.S. worker, and that's the cause for this division, I think, between the middle class. Instead of building our middle class, we're building China's middle class, we're building India's middle class, and that's the frustration.
Well, we did that to increase the profit margin for corporations. That's why that happened, and we allowed it to.
I think it's also worth noting that the petrodollar is unalived and gone at this point because last year the first sale of oil for Bitcoin went through.
Yeah, I mean, governments are that's why I put some money in Bitcoin, and because it's like it's been around this long, and it has weathered so much shit, and now you're starting to see the adoption in actual countries. So it's some estimates are that it could get up to $1 million per Bitcoin.
Yeah,
which is nuts. I mean, if you wouldn't even have to put a whole bunch of money in there to get it. But at that point, your dollar would essentially be probably useless.
When we talk about Bitcoin, I guess this is a controversial take. I see it as a fad because everybody hopped on it it took them way too long. I mean, if you currently look at it, estimates have it at there's only 1.5 million more Bitcoin left. And the creator is not going to go around making more. Then it devalues it. I think.
Well, but that's the beauty of it. Is that it is, that you can't just continue to make more, and that that's where some of the perceived value comes from.
Well, that's what I'm trying to get at. Is that within maybe 10 years from now, Bitcoin, you can't find any more Bitcoin. You can't mine any of it. It's just whatever's left is whatever people have is what they have left.
Yeah, but how is that working? More U.S. dollars.
Yeah, you can actually auction.
Real quick, I wanted to just something the host said earlier about Trump being a plant. Like when you follow the money, it all points back to like AIPAC, Israel, the Epstein files, and all those things. So, and actually, so Justin Blatt of the ADL just the other day was on video recording saying that they need to abandon the left-right divide that they have been causing and go more towards getting Gen Z pro-Israel. And Bibi Netanyahu is actually openly paying content creators and whatnot to do that. So I think when we actually find the root of our issues here, it's that we're not putting America first because 98% of our Congress and Senate is funded by Israel and AIPAC. And not just funded, they get most of their money from them. And I think it's about time. You were talking about we're boosting China's economy and we're boosting all these other countries' economies. But right now, during a government shutdown, while our soldiers aren't getting paid, Israel's getting a $3 billion weapons package. Not only that, when Israeli women have children, their child and them get a check till the child's 18 off of our tax money, subsidized. So I don't think we're building anybody else's country but Israel's, as far as I'm concerned. And I think when we get to the root of the divide in America, like Charlie Kirk even said this just before he was unalived, that, you know, the left is paying billionaire Zionists are paying people on the left for their protesting, and he refused the $150 million that they were trying to give him again, because he found out they were giving him misinformation and they were causing this purposeful divide. And he was going to come out with all that stuff. And then, like, the next day, he literally got publicly assassinated. So, like, they've been known to do things like this too, like Yitzhak Rabin and all these other people. So I think we really need to get to the root of the problem. And I think it is, we have a foreign entity that is purposely causing division, because if those Epstein files ever came out, never mind the 9/11 information that's coming out right now, that is verifiably facts. If all that comes out, they're finished. They're finished. These other countries that you see the parliament buildings being burned down, that isn't the corruption that they're doing that for, is because those people were on the Epstein list in those countries. Our Western media isn't telling us that, because who owns the Epstein list? They own the media too. And they own our president, and they own almost everybody in his cabinet also. Anybody who's working with this administration, voting to shut down the government, on the list, you know, almost guarantee it. You know, like
Okay.
It all goes back to a root, and that's all I want to say. Thanks.
Yeah, no, we got it. I appreciate that. I mean, I talk about this on the show quite a bit, and I get a lot of hate from it. But you know, the truth is the truth. It is what it is. Do what, GD? Sure.
So I think one of the biggest questions we should be asking, like, as the culture, as the people, is first of all, everything he said was spot on, and second, with the Charlie Kirk situation, if we believe the narrative that this young man was on the roof 140 meters away with a 30-06.
Can't hear you, man.
Sorry, let me get I said, if we believe the narrative that this young man was on the roof at 140 meters away with a 30-06, number one, where was the exit wound? And number two, why was that white tent not painted red?
Or the ground. The turf, there's a video where it shows the turf right next to where his chair was, or grass or whatever. No blood. And when those people are down there, like, working on the guy, allegedly, when they bring their hands up because they're passing each other things and putting it in their pockets, not a single one of them had blood on them.
Dude, I was halfway surprised he didn't stand up halfway through it and put his fist in the air for a photo op with a flag being lowered in position.
Oh my God.
You know, like,
I hate to, but I have to laugh at that.
Yeah, same here. You know I'm right.
Wow. Oh man. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to unpack with what that guy said. You know, that's not
like
really what we were talking about. But
the bodyguard was the same bodyguard that was Trump's bodyguard during the ear thing.
Was that confirmed? Like, I've heard that, but I don't know that was confirmed.
Same guy. So
we're
like
certain of that.
I can do some digging, but I'm painting right now, so my hands are full. But I mean, if you really want me to,
I'm going to look it up because you know, it's no evidence. Secret Service agent standing. Let's see. Well, that's yeah. Here we go. No evidence. Secret Service agent standing with Donald Trump after Butler's shooting was standing with Charlie Kirk when pew-pewed. Looks the same, I guess. The glasses are similar, and I will put this up so people can see just how similar it is. Oh, let me move that. That's my. So there it is. Now there, you know, this is a fact check. This is well, it's Yahoo, but let me see who actually fact checked it. Lead stories. I mean, of course, Alan Duke, you know, I'd have to dig through and see what kind of sourcing this is, but claim appears in a post. Yeah, I mean, and like, for example, Barry Weiss just was made editor-in-chief of CBS, so, you know, like the guy was saying, the they essentially control much of what we see,
Right.
if not all
Right.
of it.
I mean, this whole thing has Mossad written all over it.
Yeah, I mean it does. Anyway, I don't even know how we got off on that. What the hell were we talking about before?
I think I was talking about the devaluation of the U.S. dollar and globalization, and I think we got into
Oh,
Israel
I
somehow.
see. Yeah, the
I wanted to bring something up about that with the BRIC system. I know that's going back a bit, but it's okay. When I had heard about it about a year ago, and I know it had been around and in the works for a lot longer than that. But when I was reading it, I was like, well, this could be a good thing for the world, but not for the U.S. And then I thought, you know what? This is probably a good thing for the U.S. because we need to not be the powerhouse because we don't deserve that anymore. Not with the way things are going.
So
Amen.
you're essentially, I mean, because if you look back at all the crazy shit that we've done, I mean, aren't we the bad guys?
Yeah.
You know,
You guys know about the Lunar Republic?
yeah, I mean, in Iran and Hawaii, and I mean, just go down the list, all these, nations that we've been fucking with, South America, Central America. It's like a continual bullying to do what we want, and that's why BRICS is going to be looked at with seriousness, because the U.S. has just been, it's like you do business with us and we're like a fucking mafia boss, basically.
Can I say this?
Sure.
Okay, number one, the golden rule is really he who has the gold makes the rule, right? Okay.
True.
Basically, guys, we've already lost. I mean, when Trump starts, the reason the world looked at the US is because we had these institutions that were independent of our government, i.e., Federal Reserve Board, the whole 9 yards, because of Trump's actions, because of his tariffs, because of the leadership that we have in place. The fact that he was nominated or elected again after his horrendous term the last time, we no longer have that integrity. We no longer have that standing. Okay? Trump is out to enrich himself and his family. There's talk about the devaluation of the dollar, the onset of Bitcoin and other cryptocurrency. That's exactly what he's trying to do. He's literally trying to destroy the U.S.
Yeah. I mean, maybe because at some point the bully has to get theirs. And maybe this is the find out part. And, MAGA is just like, yeah, but we want to be the bully. We can't not be the bully because we're badass.
I have to disagree with you. I don't think that the U.S. has been the evil of evils. I mean, have we done bad things? Absolutely. I don't know of a country who hasn't. Okay. But at the same time, we are not the country we were brought up to believe in. End of story. And Trump, it gets worse every single day. So that's just my thoughts on it. But yeah, he's literally destroying our country from within. He's destroying our monetary system. He's destroying our values. We no longer have the Constitution. It's not worth the paper it's written on. We can go down every single amendment that's been violated. So that's really all I have to say. And quite frankly, I'm upset, very upset about it. And that's really all I have to say. I'm going to drop down loud.
Okay, thank you, Dina. It's always good to talk to you. And you're always welcome up here.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate it. I heard another voice. Did somebody else want to go before I welcome in my good buddy, John Eastwood?
I just kind of wanted to respond with what Dina was saying. I disagree with what she had said about we have already lost. I don't think we've lost. I think we're past the point of being able to do this legally and civilly. I do think we've passed that point. but I don't think that the United States that we as United States citizens have lost. I think we can, take back our country and make it the country that we were raised that it was, even though we were lied to, because it wasn't the country we were taught in school and that we were looking at.
No.
But I think that when that time comes, we need a complete reboot. We need a provisional government in, and we need people that are actually going to have the best interests of our citizens instead of billionaires. And I think billionaires shouldn't exist.
I think you're right about that.
And well, I want to point out that the statement that we aren't evil or what have you, and that other countries have done bad things. It's true that other countries have done bad things, but we killed 1 to 2 million people in Vietnam. We killed 500,000, million plus in Iraq and Afghanistan, and we're part of what's happening in Gaza. We're funding it, so I don't. When you say we aren't evil, if that's not what evil or bad looks like.
100,000 in Nicaragua, a couple 100,000 in Hawaii.
Yeah, I mean, if we can't call that bad or evil, maybe my definition is wrong, but I mean, it's small nitpick, I guess, with what she said, but otherwise, I agree with her.
I think we're looking at either we're going to have an ugly, what's the term? An ugly, when it's like the downfall of the regime.
Revolution.
Yeah, we're gonna have like an ugly revolution, or we're gonna have a pretty dystopia, and that's what it's coming down to. What our choices are going to be.
Well,
do we want an ugly revolution or a? I don't think revolution is the right word. The word I'm looking for is like when everything has kind of fallen, but like we're starting over, rebuilding from the ashes.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, I'm not sure what word you're.
revolution
a reset?
feels like it works.
A reset?
Yeah, like an ugly reset, or like a pretty dystopia. Like, what do we want? What would we prefer?
Well, if we add in here in just a second, because John hasn't spoken yet, and he was in here before you. So, John, did you want to weigh in? And thank you for being here. It's good to see you, man.
Yeah, mate, it's good to see you, and I do want to weigh in, but perhaps let that guy just finish his point, and then I'll come in.
Can I go after John?
Who's that?
Oh, yep. I'll go after John.
Okay, well, you'll go after Vex, because Vex is wanting to say something also. I think GD was done. Were you not, GD?
Yeah, I'm done.
Yeah, go ahead, John.
Yeah.
Well, mate, I just wanted to say, because I also wanted to pick up on Dean, and it's not lost. Let's not go there. The reality is that in the first Civil War, General Lee got within 40 miles of Washington. So, remember that. And I think from memory, it was took the Union 2 years to really get their shit together to actually counteract Lee's advancements. They won some battles, of course, before that, but they never really got onto the front foot and asserted their authority until they got Grant into the ranks, leading the forces. So the reality is that the historical precedent has always been that the South gets the jump, but the Union rallies behind the Constitution. So the fact of the matter is that only one side in this battle fights for any principles, right? And so it was a bit like the Nazis when they knew what they were doing. They end up becoming alcoholics and they become degenerates because they can't maintain the morale.
to the metheny stuff.
Right, because you can't maintain your morale as a soldier when you're fighting for evil. That's simple.
That's a great point, John. And there is a kernel of hope there, because you're right. I mean, it takes a toll on a person's psyche to engage in that behavior. Unless you're a psychopath, but a lot of them are not psychopaths. They're just
No, a lot of them are
they're just misled. Yep, absolutely.
Well, and I don't know if you saw, but I haven't confirmed this report because I only saw it on a TikTok from a guy that used to know Trump 30 years ago, but he said that the laws were changed. Trump changed the laws in the last day or so to now allow for segregation of bathrooms between black and white people within federal buildings. Have you heard that one?
I have not heard that, but that seems like something I'm going to need to look up before I, you know what I mean? Like that's
it was
pretty
a few
crazy.
months ago.
I think they're referring to the contractors or something. There was something that had to do with contractors, but I don't know the full scope.
If you like, I can go.
Yeah, I'm going to look it up because segregated facilities are no longer explicitly banned. So,
right
under federal contracts, this is March 20th. After a recent change by the Trump administration, federal government no longer explicitly prohibits contractors from having segregated restaurants, waiting rooms, and drinking fountains. Segregation clause is one of several identified in a public memo issued by the General Services Administration last month, affecting civil federal agencies. Good Lord.
I would be curious what else is in that. Not to defend the concept here, but being realistic, sometimes stuff like this gets picked up and reported on kind of poorly. So if it is
memo.
Indeed just simply okay, yeah, let's
And it is a strike through. Prohibition of segregated facilities. Stricken.
Right.
They just took it. Not a good look at all. Hey, so I'm just going to go through here. Let's see. As prescribed, let's see. Wow. Okay, previous contract.
My question would be:
provision plus solicitation.
Is there anything that they could point to at all outside of just abject, we'd rather just be racist again? Is there anything that this might have been getting in the way of from an administrative standpoint or anything like that? And I recognize I'm being extra silly, undeservedly
devil's advocating
here. Yeah, not even devil's advocate, but this does happen sometimes.
The only thing that I can think of that would even partially make any kind of sense would be for them to say that racism doesn't exist in the country anymore, and therefore we don't need the law prohibiting it.
Yeah, we're just removing red tape.
Right. It's it's not going to happen. There's no point in it being there. That may be the idea, but look, I have a feeling they will segregate if they want to. So
and just to be clear too, the reason I do this is because when people go and talk about it later, I want folks to not get embarrassed by jumping on a poorly reported, sensationalized headline and then later learning that there's a whole lot of extra context there. As happens frequently. The best version of this was the letter with the 51 intelligence agents, that signed on to this Hunter Biden laptop letter that had a shitty headline from Politico, and the right took it as cannon fodder. Jesus Christ, what is that?
That is, I'm just going to mute everybody that isn't talking. Go ahead.
Sounded like someone was running their phone through their beard. The whole letter that everybody constantly references. The letter itself, unfortunately, you've probably heard it, but there was a headline that said, 51 intelligence agencies say that the laptop story is fake. And that is not what the fucking letter said. If you read the letter, they very specifically said in there, we're not saying that this is definitely fake. We're just saying that it kind of looks like something that is, and that we should be careful going forward. But Politico reported it with the headline of these people said it was fake. And they fucking didn't. And the right ran with that as a lie.
Yeah, and we see this all the time. And what's sad is that there is so many fucked up things that they do and say. You don't need to make anything up or to mislead about anything. You don't need to
Right.
misinterpret.
Yes.
There's plenty of shit because
Fucking
the
bingo.
moment you do that, it makes you look bad, and therefore, anytime you say anything other, again, it's like crying wolf. They can just say, "Oh, you're full of shit because of this X, Y, and Z." Yeah, you're right, Vex. I mean, that's why I looked it up because
That's why.
No,
I'm
I
hearing
appreciate
this, and I'm
that
like,
you do that.
I'm
Well,
like,
that's what I said. I said I only saw it in a passing TikTok. I hadn't confirmed it, but which is why I wanted you to have a quick look.
Which the headlines, I'm sure, might say, "Oh, Donald Trump allows, segregated facilities." Right.
I'm
When
just gonna check.
technically it's just removing the prohibition, which is a little. It's not good, but it's not that either. Sorry, John. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say I'll go and check that where I saw it too, because I'm not sure he wasn't referencing a later development from March, because it did seem like he was talking about something that was contemporaneous.
I got a
nonetheless.
package. Keep talking. I got to go get it. I'll be right back.
Cool. What's going on the ground? I saw obviously there's been a substantial protest just come out of grassroots from nothing in Chicago this evening, or earlier in the evening. Did that go anywhere? What happened there?
Well, no. You're mistaken. See, and by the way, this is sarcasm. There is no such thing as a grassroots movement. It's all radical left organizations that are being paid to be there, because nobody on the left believes in anything, no matter how outspoken they are on their own. They only organize because they're being paid by NGOs and George Soros to go down. So they're just trying to figure out who's sending these people in.
You're shitting me, aren't you?
Yes.
Right.
Yes. I don't know. I don't know what's it.
Dude, I'm like, sorry. It's I guess being Australian wasn't quite picking up. I'm pretty sure that's sarcasm. Yeah. Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Good. Okay. So no, but there seemed to be thousands of people. Was it that many? Was it big? Was it what was going on? Has anyone got any idea?
You're asking about in Chicago? I don't know, but is that what you're asking about?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, but I'm not sure. I'm not on the ground there and don't know anybody that is.
This is just great. I get my package. The bottom of the fucking letter, it is like $100. The bottom of this letter that it's in is open, and the contents are gone. DHL. Good fucking job. Jesus fucking Christ. Anyway, sorry, go ahead.
I was wondering, Tim, whether you had any news on or any mail on what happened in Chicago with the protests that sprung up fairly organically in the evening this evening, or the last evening. You're in the
last
morning,
night?
yeah. Last night.
No,
last night for you.
I hadn't. What was the protest about? I mean, aside from
it
just
seemed like thousands, maybe 3,000-4,000 people just spontaneously a protest in the evening. They all ended up in front of Trump Tower, raging off, but I just couldn't tell the scope because the people who were reporting it were in it, so it's hard to get a sense of the scale of it. And but it seemed quite voluminous. It didn't seem like a handful of people. Let's put it that way. It seemed like something more substantial. MSNBC was reporting it, so it made the mainstream, and I was listening to reporters saying that basically Trump's clampdown has backfired was the chyron that was on the bottom of the screen.
Good Lord. So I don't know if. I don't know if this was a person that was arrested for asking papers in that hospital. She was asking if they had a warrant. Remember that?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, this administration is so disgusting. But I don't know otherwise. I mean, we're seeing protests all over the place, and we're seeing them being mistreated and treated as if they're fucking insurrectionists. And I mean, this morning, and in case people didn't hear, I'm going to play this video again. of Donald Trump. This fucking piece of garbage. Here we go.
Only days ago, Nick Sortor was assaulted in Portland by a flag-burning mob, and we've made it 1 year penalty for inciting riots. We took the freedom of speech away because that's been through the courts, and the court said you have freedom of speech. But what has happened is when they burn a flag, it agitates and irritates crowds. They've never seen anything like it on both sides, and you end up with riots. So we're going on that basis. We're looking at it not from the freedom of speech, which I always felt strongly about, but never passed the courts.
This guy this is the same argument that they make with women. Oh, look what she was wearing. She was asking for it.
Oh, Tim, I've got to. You just brought up a woman asking for it. Hey, I'm just going to jump off for a moment and send you a link. You've got to look at this.
Okay.
This is just give me one moment.
Well, I only bring that up because the logic, somebody is engaging in constitutionally protected activity and somebody else commits crimes against those people, and he's wanting to blame the person engaging in constitutionally protected activity, not the people that engage in crimes. It's the same argument they make about, well, look what she was wearing. She wanted it.
Yeah, right. And it actually, I'll send you this thing. Give me a moment.
Yeah, and
it's just kind of insane how
people.
Obviously one-sided their assessment is of any principle. This poor guy, he went through with a flag where there was people that were protesting, and he walked into a woman, and then he got assaulted after obviously walking into, have you guys seen the clip that they're referring to here?
All right,
Yes, matter of fact, I just played it earlier. I'll play it again in case there are people here that weren't here earlier when I played it. This is that fucking guy he was talking about, Nick Sortor, this agitator.
All right, I want to walk through. I want to give a tour of the camp. So, all right, let's go. Ready? You have to go with me. We're going through the camp.
Okay.
Yep.
No.
Unfortunately, I'm going.
Don't fucking touch me.
Get out of the way.
Don't fucking
Get
touch
out
me.
of the way.
No.
This is a sidewalk. Get out of the way.
Don't
Get-
touch her. Whoa. Okay, so this piece whoa. You're not missing it.
You're no longer allowed to walk down the sidewalk in Portland, or else you're gonna get jumped and pushed and shoved and assaulted here. And we're live, right? We got it. Okay. So now you're gonna get assaulted. You're gonna be pushed. You're gonna be. Don't do that. Where'd it go?
Watch this guy with the fascist hat right here, this dude.
I don't know, man. I got you.
He punches somebody or something. Let's not talk about that. So I mean, he's an agitator, but again, look, that's a sidewalk. We made this point earlier. If you're engaging in protests and your permit doesn't say you have access to this area and only you, don't, just let him fucking walk, because that's what he wants. You're giving him what he wants, which is, that. But I mean, it's gross that they engage in that kind of behavior and then claim to be a victim. They're always I'm so sick of these victims.
In any other, in any other circumstance, I was hearing this being argued, I think yesterday, about well, she was in his way and it's a public space. In any other fucking circumstance, if you're just walking down the street and someone is standing in front of you, you go around them. You don't just walk through them. You're it's if somebody is very clearly doing this to get the reaction, I feel like play stupid games, win stupid prizes at this point. But if you're going in there specifically to dig up a reaction by people and then you get the reaction, you no longer get to be like, see how crazy they are? All I did was go through and walk through someone. Now, should that woman have let him pass? Sure. Absolutely. Let him go through. Who fucking cares? But at the end of the day, if you're obvious instigator gets reaction out of people, you kind of lose the point. Like, what's the fucking point? Is that these people are so crazy that when I went in there trying to elicit a reaction from them, I got one. What?
Right. He wanted the reaction. He got the reaction. You're exactly right. And I had posed the question earlier, like, should it be illegal if you can prove intent to agitate and to get a response from people who are protesting? Should that be legal? I think that's a valid question and something to address, because
I can say
we see it all the time.
Yeah, there is I don't know about with assault or with this, but with regards to if people don't know, I part of my some of the work that I do is with a firearms training company, and so we talk a lot about moral, legal, ethical use of deadly force. Certain states have and I forget the technical or the legal term for it, but it's basically like what you're talking about. If you, through your actions, incite or instigate or put yourself into a situation needlessly that you needed to use self-defense, you don't get the self-defense claim.
Right.
And I wish I could remember the technical or the legal term for this, but it's basically like, if there's somebody who is threatening people with a weapon and you walk up to them actively in order to be threatened, then you no longer get, like, the guy. Did you see the video? I think it was Washington. There was that the dude in the wheelchair, and a guy like tries to steal his stuff because he was claiming that there was a stolen valor thing.
It's
and
like
so
how
he goes up to
fighting words invalidate your freedom of speech rules.
It's not freedom of speech situation. I'm only talking from
the guy with the wheelchair. Somebody stole something from.
Yeah, if you look it up, I want to say it was in Washington. It was like on a boardwalk kind of situation. There was this dude, a veteran in a wheelchair, and he had some stuff with him. And this guy comes up to him, and he's claiming that the guy is not a veteran. And then he takes like a patch of his or something like that. And then the dude comes to get his patch back. And the guy, the dude in the wheelchair has this big ass knife on him.
Here,
and the guy who took the patch is just standing there.
Let me put this up on the screen. I think I found what you're talking about. Give me just a second here. Oh, that's not. There we go.
Myself, I can't defend myself, and there's
this,
two people in the house.
This isn't the guy?
It's a moment.
No, this isn't the guy.
Okay. All right.
It's the guy that's in the wheelchair is like an older black gentleman. The dude who attacked him is a white dude with, I think, like a backwards ball cap or like a scally cap or something like that on.
Let's see.
But he had like a crossbody bag.
Pew-pewing over stolen valor?
Yes.
Just waterfront. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, I think I've got it here, or at least a report of it. So, but oh my God. I'm sick of the not letting you have ad blocker on and then having to watch a 30-second commercial to watch a 30-second video.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie.
Fucking.
I pay for YouTube Premium, and it's one of the least controversial payments for any service I think I've ever had. Like, the amount of time I've saved in my life, because I watch a lot of YouTube content.
Yeah. It's like $20 a month. I pay for the premium as well, but this is over on Como News. All right, here, let me put this up here, and I can't play much of this because they'll fucking ding me for copyright. Let me, just because it was.
I mean, if you want to be safe, like, yeah.
That was the scene.
Wow, look at this guy. You see the dude in the cap right here. If you see him, he's got his pew-pew pulled out.
July 31st, when a 68-year-old man in a wheelchair was shot in the chest.
Wow.
Yeah.
After being accused
so this dude was standing there
to be a member of the military. Police say when the charged gunman demanded military ID, the victim pulled a knife and then an airsoft gun, prompting the suspect to pull the real gun and fire. Attorneys for
Oh, so the guy in the wheelchair pulled an airsoft pistol.
Yeah, this is where it gets dicey. Is the guy, the dude in the wheelchair came up to him, and he had a big knife out, and then he had an airsoft pew-pew. And
I mean,
so
that's
it's like that. Did that guy?
That's some context.
The difference here is the difference here, though, is like people hear that and they go, okay, well, then the guy had every right to stand there and defend himself. But no, because he started this whole thing. He went up to this guy. He accused him of being of stealing valor. He stole one of his belongings and started walking away with it. Then as this guy came up to retrieve it, even though he made a stupid decision to pull out a knife and an airsoft gun, that other dude just stood there while this wheelchair-ridden guy is coming, quote unquote, after him. And he stood there and waited. Then when he felt like he had the opportunity to, not the need to, he pulled out his gun and shot the guy. And this is, I believe, if I remember right, I looked into this, and this guy is being charged with, I think, first degree, if not second degree.
So so the guy steals his patch. That's when that's what prompted the wheelchair guy to then pull out the knife. It says
yes,
and it says he continued to demand the military ID. The victim took out airsoft pew-pew from a holster. Before he could even do anything, the defendant pulled out his handgun, pointed at him, and shot him in the chest.
Yeah, and this is, to the comments, this is not a state that has stand your ground, as far as I know. This is specifically one of the states that has that first, it's called first something. I think it's called first something. But basically, like, if it's shown that you started the altercation, then you forfeit your ability to claim self-defense.
Yeah, I mean, if you're stealing
that's what's going on with
something,
this dude.
then I think that's going to seriously degrade your ability to defend yourself. Wow. And plus, like, the guy's in a wheelchair. You couldn't just, like, move to the side. What is he?
Yeah,
I mean,
this would be, even in a state that didn't have that, this would be a difficult one to claim self-defense on. There's certain states where obviously it would be easier, but this getting back to the point of I don't know if it exists for a simple assault like what that video was, but stuff like this does exist, and that state, that instance is an example of where someone is no longer going to be able to claim self-defense because they started it. So I do hope that there's something like that for this other dude, where, like, yo, you're on video saying, all right, let's go walk through the camp now. Let's go. I don't know to what degree legally you could prove that his mindset was to elicit a response, but
well, I mean, the guy in the wheelchair is in a precarious situation where somebody just stole something from him and he can't get it back because he's in a wheelchair, and the guy's going to be able to just go. So, like, the airsoft pistol makes sense to me because that can reach him and not unalive him.
No. You can't use deadly force.
That's not deadly force.
Retrieve. No, it is. It is
an airsoft pistol.
But it doesn't matter
an airsoft
what
pistol?
It actually is. No, it doesn't matter what it is. It's a matter of perception, like a reasonable person's perception. So would you?
No. I'm saying. No. I wasn't making that argument. I was saying I understood why the guy did that. Why the guy in the wheelchair pulled out his airsoft pistol, because he's not going to be able to get back to the guy. He can't get his patch back. I agree with what you're saying. I'm not disagreeing with you. I think you're misinterpreting what I'm saying.
Maybe.
Yeah, I was only arguing from the guy in the wheelchair's perspective as to why he would pull out the pistol. It makes sense to me because he can't otherwise reach the guy.
Sure. Yeah. All right.
I'm not that it matters. I mean,
I just don't want to advocate. I don't think that you're doing this, but just to make sure that, like, I would never advocate for someone to pull a weapon out in order to retrieve property in public.
Anybody,
especially something that looks like a gun.
Okay, so see, maybe we'll disagree on this, because anybody in a wheelchair who cannot get up and move is at a serious disadvantage, and therefore to equalize that situation, they're going to need something else.
Yeah.
Yes, but property theft is not something where deadly force
we're not going
is
I don't give a fuck. I don't agree with that. You see, you come up at me and I'm stuck in a wheelchair and you start stealing my shit. In my opinion, I have every right to blast you if I can't otherwise do anything else. If I can't kick at you, if I can't chase you down and tackle you. That's how I feel about it. How about don't steal shit,
and you
won't wind up laying on the ground
have that opinion,
in the
but
middle
you're
of a
gonna
city.
go to prison if you do that.
I'm not making a legal argument here. I'm making a fucking moral one.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. The moral of that story
Everybody's
is
entitled to
don't
make
steal
their own
shit
decision.
from people in wheelchairs.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you do? I mean, right? Like, I don't know. That seems really fucking weird to me.
Well,
What a
it goes much further, you see, because as much as I can't see, as much as Vex can hand wring about all that, the ridiculous, absurd, logical extension of that argument that Vex is making is what we've got here in Australia. And that is, if someone breaks into your home and you defend yourself with more than proportionate force, right? So you shoot them, right? Then you're considered the offender. So we don't have, we don't have the ability to defend ourselves here. We've got to essentially we've got to limit ourselves to the proportion of the attack. Whereas over there, you guys have got, guns.
Like
You just pull one out
castle
and go,
doctrine.
Right,
Yeah,
right,
especially.
exactly.
Yeah.
So we don't have castle doctrine here, right?
So I would say that that's not a logical extension of this, though. There is a difference between coming into someone's home where you're expected to have privacy and safety, it's your personal property, and being in public with property and having. I understand it's frustrating as fuck, but taking things does not warrant. And I'm just telling you what the law says, guys.
I'm
People
not
taking
arguing
your things.
I'm not saying.
Let's be clear that there's a legal argument to make, and I agree with you on that front. But then there's to me what is right and wrong, and that can sometimes be different than what the law says, right? Just from a human perspective, because if you're in a fucking wheelchair, you're at a serious disadvantage, and people can take advantage of you or whatever. And I don't know,
let's move on from that.
then
I'm not sure there's
that's
much
a
to be
knee-jerk.
gained.
That's a knee-jerk response to something I just have seen. So
right, yeah, exactly.
Sure.
Same.
Now, let's walk this one out because I'm curious.
Do we have to? Do we have
would
to?
you
Can we
think-
just move on? Can we fucking move on? Really. I mean, it's just pedantic. Right, let's go. Tim, I sent you a video, which I think is just jaw-dropping, and I'm not sure it's got much coverage. And it just goes to.
I see it. Okay, give me a second. Let me copy this. Is it the woman?
Yeah.
Okay, because it's weird because I have the actual clip that you can click on, and then there's a link underneath that. So I didn't know.
I pasted the link, so I might have done it wrong.
I see. Okay. No. I do have the. So let me try to pull this up here. How long is it? Why is it not letting me? That's weird. It's not letting me move it, do the timeline. All right, give me just a second. Now, what is this related to again, John?
When you were talking about the AB issue, and when you were talking about the topic of a woman came up and women's rights, this is just absolutely shocking, and it's an extension of what's going on with this whole Trump administration. But I've never heard anything quite like this. I only heard this just before I jumped onto your live, and it's shocking.
Oh, this is with the surveillance state for women. Is that what this is about? All right, let's take a listen, y'all.
It's another day in MAGA America, where a woman flees an abusive ex, gets a legal abortion in another state,
Can't
and
hear
is
it.
hunted by the police using 83,000 cameras. That's what happened to a woman from Texas. She escaped her abuser and went to a state where abortion is legal. But her ex, clearly deeply concerned about women's health, called the cops, claiming she'd violated Texas law because nothing says pro-life like weaponizing the justice system to stalk your ex. So the Johnson County Sheriff's Office with obviously nothing else to do, fired up something called Flock Safety. It's basically if a Ring doorbell married a traffic cam and had a cop for a stepdad with boundary issues. They typed her plate into the system and boom, 83,000 cameras across the country lit up like we're in The Handmaid's Tale. Under his eye, Flock brags that it's shaping the future of safety. Yeah, by turning domestic violence tips into police manhunts. So, what did the police type into the national search system as the reason for this search? This part's real. They literally typed abortion and female. They weren't chasing a criminal. They were chasing a uterus. Oh, and when Illinois cameras caught her, Texas cops reached out asking for more info. And Illinois police actually handed it over, which, by the way, violates their own reproductive privacy law. Guess privacy is more of a suggestion these days. And the most infuriating part? She didn't break any law. She got a legal abortion in a state where it's legal. But her ex got to use the police as his personal stalker squad. She wasn't charged, just tracked, interrogated, and traumatized. Oh, and nobody's facing any consequences. Not the cops, not the company, definitely not the creepy ex. We've reached the point where escaping domestic violence and getting health care are both treated like crimes in progress. If your ex can't stalk you, don't worry, the sheriff will. At this rate, Texas will be the slogan. Don't mess with Texas unless it's women. Well,
that is pretty disturbing, y'all. I feel so bad for women now. I just, like, what the fuck are we doing? And I love how they argue, it's states' rights. We weren't making it illegal. Abortion's not illegal. It's the states' rights. Yet when you go to another state to get an AB, which, you know, you're allowed to do, they're like, oh, you can't do that. So I wonder, did they charge her like with murder or something?
No, they didn't charge. No, she was just traumatized.
Right, interrogated.
But I would like to see legislation proposed in these red states about ejaculation. Right. So where were these men ejaculating at? Are they ejaculating into women or in their hands?
Yeah.
That's what I want to see. That's my proposal for legislation.
Yeah.
I mean, exactly. You know, where the men, where are you putting it in?
This is a shitty thing with.
I don't mean to be crass, but
be crass.
You kind of need to
deserved.
Be crass with this shit,
fucking. I mean, you know, and I've said this to these MAGA men before. I'm like, well, fucking, hey, every one of your sperm could have been a baby. You wasted it, you murderer.
Yep.
They say that stupid shit to women. So, what the fuck is the difference?
One of the good examples of how fucking disingenuous Charlie Kirk was the Cambridge Union debate he had with a person who was a biologist, or he was a medical student, but he was explaining like, yeah, we know exactly what happens in the process of pregnancy, of like that whole thing. We understand exactly what happens. And Charlie was like, well, there's something magical about when the two cells bond together, when they fuse and those genes become one. There's something magical about it. And the dude was like, it's literally not magic. We know exactly what's happening. It's fucking science. There's nothing magical about it at all. But they're still just like, no, but it's life. It's magic. There's a soul somewhere in there. And he's like, but we know exactly what's fucking happening. With abortion, this stuff is like, it's based on a kind of feeling that people have about it. Like, it seems bad to me, so I think it should be wrong and it should be illegal. And nobody cares to consider the reality of it or the practicality of any of it. They're just like, no matter what, I still just think, I don't like it. I don't like it. So let's just make it illegal because it just feels shitty. And I will never understand where people just kind of need to run with their initial gut check on something and just force every detail into being like, well, but what about that like tiny percentage of people that maybe are electively having an abortion in their third term? Maybe, because that seems wrong, right? Can't we agree on that? Forget about all the other complications that come with it. Like this particular thing with abortion is I don't know, dude. It fucking infuriates me, the ignorance that people seem to carry with it.
That side of the aisle has they're weak. You know, they talk about, you know, the argument was that Kamala Harris, you know, when she had menses, that women are unstable because that time of the month, you know, and we see over and over again on these lives is an excellent demonstration on the rights. They're so weak and they're all feelings. It is 100% feelings and it's 100% weakness. I mean, you push back just a fraction and they completely melt down. It is just, it's unconscionable to me. It's just,
Yeah.
and Tim, you see it every day.
I do. Yeah, I do. And every MAGA, this is what they say about birth or conception. That's what they say. That's what they say. I queued that up while you were talking. I didn't hear all of what you said because I was busy. Like, this is going to be ridiculous.
No, I mean, that sums up, that literally sums up Charlie Kirk's position on birth, on pregnancy, on abortion.
It's a miracle.
Like,
It's a miracle.
he said there is something magical about it, and it was, he just totally, he throws out, this is the thing that he does or did, was he would throw out what sounds like good information and good logic, and it was just fundamentally untrue. So he was talking to this dude, you should look this up, like Charlie Kirk claims birth is magical, Cambridge Union.
Can we let the cunt die? Can we just let the cunt die and not look anything up? How about that?
I mean, it's
Wait,
unfortunate.
who?
It's unfortunate
Look
that
who up?
it's not even about him. It's about the people who are still thinking that this man was this free speech advocate coming out in good faith, trying to, like, everybody's trying to carry on this fucking legacy, and the legacy was bullshit. It was just recruiting. It was just bad faith. It was shitty conversations to recruit impressionable young, mostly men, to the right. That's all it fucking was. Recruiting.
It's propaganda. Yeah, it's
Yep.
propaganda. Yeah, indoctrination. You know, they don't listen to his words.
That's
They
all.
just tell
That's
about their feelings. Right?
that's all true, and we're doing his work for him right now. So let's stop it.
So I got some Tim.
Yeah, what's
Tim,
up?
I got some dirt.
Let's
Last
dig it.
night I was at a dinner party, and my best friend, she's SES at the state, and she was telling me a couple of weeks ago that a couple of her staffers came to her and said, okay, well, we need, Kristi Noem is going to be here for a briefing, which is not common, it's not likely, but she wants to talk about some stuff that's going on in Yemen. And so they said, and by the way, Stephen Miller needs clearance. And by the way, side note, he doesn't have clearance, right? He doesn't have basic clearance. And so they needed to give him special clearance so he could accompany her. They're having an affair, basically, is what's happening. So could you imagine 4'10" Stephen Miller and Kristi Noem? I mean, the visual on that is absolutely horrifying. I know this is really,
I gotta get going.
I know this is really catty. I know this is catty, but
No,
anyway,
I love it. I'm all about it. See you, Vex.
Wait,
So
Stephen Miller has a dog?
But Tim, anyway, I'm like, oh, wait till I tell Tim tomorrow. He's gonna love this.
So have they seen them together, or does he have a dog? Yeah, he better look out if he does.
Right, because Kristi Noem will unalive that dog.
Right.
Yeah, he actually really is I think he's 4'10" or 4'11". He is a short.
And that makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense,
doesn't it? Oh
Yes.
yeah, and he's pissed about it. He is pissed and angry at the world. He never got laid in college, or I don't even know if he went to college, but in high school. And now we're all paying the price for it. But anyway, so yeah, him and Kristi Noem, it's kind of a known thing that I didn't know about. But I'm like, oh my God.
That's juicy.
Isn't that disturbing?
Yeah, it was in the Stephen Miller, the fucking evil incarnate.
Right.
Somebody down in the comments says he's 5'10". Okay, thank you for the
5'10". Well, yet in Cash Patel, he's like 3 foot tall.
Yo, I didn't know they stacked shit that high.
Apparently, and it walks and talks and has these googly eyes. Fucking googly eyes Patel. Lori, welcome in. I don't think you've said anything yet. You're welcome to jump in. Or jump out. That works too. She's like, get me the fuck out of here. These people are crazy. Yeah, I mean, oh, go ahead.
So yesterday there was 100 Trump appointees that got confirmed yesterday through the Senate. And there's over 24 ambassadors that are Trump appointees, that primarily a lot of them are at state. And so they're having to brief appointees, political appointees at state that, and they're not getting paid for it, right? Because we're under a furlough. So yeah, but again, our GS and SES civil servants are getting pushed to the grind and not getting paid and having to do this most horrific work on the entire planet right now. It is absolutely horrific what is happening. Yesterday, again, over 100 Trump appointees got confirmed yesterday, and at least 24 ambassadors got placed. So, Trump is doing his work and placing all of his people in key positions as we speak. That is continuing.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the other benefits is that it'll be much easier for him to ram his people through.
That's right.
And get rid of the people he doesn't like. Like now he's saying that some of these federal workers don't deserve back pay. Fuck, I mean, if he tries that, just more lawsuits that end up costing taxpayers more money.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Because you're defending the indefensible. It's not their fault, but he's gonna try to blame the Democrats for it, which I mean, no surprise there. That's what he does. But as he said earlier yesterday, I took freedom of speech. I took it.
Right.
Yeah, he did. He did take it. Yep.
Yeah, I took freedom of speech. You're gonna get a year in jail if you do constitutionally protected activity. Here's the thing, though: if somebody takes that to this court, I have a feeling they will overturn that precedent. I have every belief that they will overturn that precedent.
Agreed.
Yeah, and because it just incites people, and it's disrespectful to. How do you get back from this? I don't know.
Well, I think we'll find out in a fortnight's time with the next No Kings march, because I'll be quite surprised if it doesn't escalate in proportions well beyond the last one to something that perhaps approaches more of what happened in Egypt, where they actually occupied the place and didn't go home. So, what happens when you take the No Kings march, maybe treble, quadruple the numbers, and then turn it into Occupy Wall Street? Well, then it's going to be a violent confrontation.
Right. And then, you're that guy, the Sotor, Nick Sotor, that fucking guy that's instigating, he's suing the police for wrongful arrest.
Yeah.
And I'm sure he's going to be backed by this administration. They're going to push in favor of that, which is crazy because we've seen so many protesters be wrongfully arrested for just protesting, and they get no backing or whatever. It's
that bloke's got Trump's cock so far down his throat it's hanging out his ass.
DJ in the comments is saying something. Tim, I don't know if that's for you or not.
Let me see. I tagged you in the comment, but didn't get a reply. But yeah, stupid how people take things and run. It was debunked. I came back to. Let's see. Okay, so what's going on there, guys? What was the thing that was debunked?
Yeah, I don't know what the misinformation
but
is.
I was
definitely don't have to spread
saying about the little boy with hands zip tied. Oh, apparently the 2-year-old boy with zip ties was debunked. Okay, it wasn't for me.
The Chicago raid?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I haven't seen a video of that, or pictures even of it, so I don't know. But regardless of whether a 2-year-old was in a picture, rappelling down from helicopters onto a building and arresting everybody in there without warrants, that just all on its own.
No problem at all.
Yeah.
As long as we're not getting the 2-year-old.
Right. It's it's okay.
Right.
We can forget about it because there wasn't a 2-year-old. That was debunked. See, it's fake news. But this is a problem with fake news in that way when you perpetuate these things that are misleading, because when things do happen, they get to obfuscate the issue by going to that where, it makes us look bad because they do so many things that are terrible. We don't need to make anything up. We don't need to mislead. So, and we shouldn't.
I just wanted to say that I had seen the video or a picture or whatever, and it was shocking. So I was like, of course, without looking, because my feelings got into it. And I had a conversation with somebody about it yesterday in your chat. and I went to go find it, and then I did research and saw that the video was of a cop playing with his son, putting his hands behind his back with handcuffs. Yeah, so it's like, come on, guys, it's such bullshit. But I had to make sure I came back and told, I think it was Rah.
Rah.
So
Well, that's good that you
yeah.
got that worked out.
Yeah.
But I mean, let's be honest. If you're a cop and you're playing with your son, arresting him, I don't know.
I mean, it looked a little silly, but yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I just
Yeah.
that
It was definitely not the whole Chicago apartment thing. Like, yeah.
it's like the scared straight stuff. I don't know how well that works or not, but hell, I remember having to go to the police station to do my test because I'd gotten kicked out of school for I think it was smoking or something like that. Because I had a pretty rough childhood. We'll just say I wasn't.
We had a
very.
whole smoking section. We had a whole smoking section.
I remember one of the times I got suspended. It was this new girl. I thought she was cute.
Of course.
And it was her first day. And, she's over there and we're all. Now, I'll be clear. I was smoking, but I had already put mine out. So when this happened, I was not. But she's over there, smoking, and she throws it behind me, right? And so she didn't put it out. And so it's smoking. So when one of the teachers comes up, now I've got this smoke behind me.
Literally
with
smoke
coming up behind me. And of course,
smoke.
it's behind me. And the teacher's like, "Oh, you guys smoking?" I'm like, "No." And then, so it's like, "Well, what's that?" And then I look and I'm like, "What the fuck?"
That's a smoking gun.
She had tossed it behind me. I took it. I didn't
girls
say
will do
anything. I didn't say anything in her honor because that's the kind of guy I am. I'm not a snitch. And because I was
So you
probably
took
going to
it-
get in
you
trouble
took it
anyway.
for her, huh?
I did. She moved out of the school the next day. Never saw her again.
Oh wow.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wait, I think she was a phantom. I think she
It
was
was
a
a
phantom.
it was a setup. You sent them in there just
It
to
was a
get me.
setup.
It was Mossad.
It was a plant.
Was it?
Or host, you should have taken out your own, your own stuff and showing the teacher. Say, hey, I smoke good shit.
Yeah,
That is not my shit.
These are mine. These are mine. That's not mine.
That's not mine.
Fucking crazy shit we do as kids, man. Anyway,
You reminded me of a story that happened to me. I was sitting in art class at the back, right, and there was my two friends sitting next to me, rabble rousers. They made a paper plane and they wrote in it, "John made this," and then they threw it over the class to where it landed at the feet of the teacher at the front of the class. He picks up the plane, he looks at it, says, "John made this," and then he calls me as, "John, come over here and bring your diary." So I go over there and I go, "What?" Because I saw them throw the plane. I'm going, "What's the problem? I didn't throw the plane." And he said, "Well, it's got your name on it." And I said, "Why would I write my fucking name? I said, why would I write my name on the plane and
Right.
throw it at you?" And then he said to me, "It doesn't matter. You're going to detention, and I'm writing a note to your parents." And then I said, "Well, you might as well write in there you're a fucking cunt because I'm not because that's what you fucking are, you idiot." I thought, I'm going down. I might as well
go down
that's how that's how they found the passports in 9/11, right?
Right. It's like,
Wow.
well,
I got
John
a joke
made
for
this.
you.
That's fun. Yeah, let's hear it.
Okay, so the the reason why that there is WARs in the world, so Americans can understand and learn geography.
Oh my God.
Isn't that a good one?
That is so
We need it.
appropriate.
Isn't it appropriate? Because
It
we're
is.
so fucking dumb.
Yes,
we don't know
it
our
is.
geography, so there
But
needs to be a WAR come out so we can know where to.
But we know war. Like, I know where Vietnam is, but I don't know where any other country is. That's fucking funny.
little crass, I know.
No, that's good shit. No, and like Stephen Miller Fucking Christy Nome.
Oh God, oh man, yeah, and I guess his wife, it was with Elon for a little bit when he was here with Doge for a little while. Him and that whole, he's screwed up, man. He is, yeah, something's wrong with him.
This whole, I mean, like Mike Johnson.
Yeah, right.
They're all really kind of jacked up. I got this video of Mike Johnson from yesterday. Let me see, because I've got a bunch of videos. Give me a second. I'll find this damn thing. He is such an idiot. What? I heard somebody say, hey.
Yeah, meanwhile, you're finding that. I had a question. As much as I love to trigger MAGA and designers, so the other day, my wife came home and she said, you shouldn't criticize Israel. And I'm like, what do you mean? I'm like, okay, Mark Rubio, this and that. So can you guys tell me, because I became U.S. citizen by neutralization, right? So what's the deal with that? Can he really push that through? If you criticize Israel, then there's a consequence?
If you're a soldier, but for the people, no, I haven't seen anything.
No?
I know they did try to. They tried to put it through Project Esther, but I don't think they got it through.
Yeah, no, it is true with immigrants. We've seen that immigrants who are coming here, and if they go through their phone, that's something that will get them flagged to for removal.
Or the protesters when they were protesting the.
Yeah, but I saw something that your citizenship will be taken away if this and that, and if you criticize Israel and something like that. I saw it somewhere vague.
They did that with the students that had visas. They had student visas when they were protesting the Israel,
like Mahmoud Khalil
genocide. Yeah,
that was the issue with him.
Yeah. They took away their visas.
But I did see that your citizenship will be revoked. I mean, I saw it. I don't know. I just, and my wife was very serious about it.
Will be revoked?
Revoked. That means that they will take.
Oh, I see.
They're going to take.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I heard revote, like vote again.
The actual citizenship, you mean?
Yeah, the actual citizenship. If you became citizen by naturalization, that means you became citizen later on, and something like that.
That requires court. You'd have to go to court for that, and the bar to do that would be pretty high. I doubt, although I doubt I doubt many courts would be okay with that.
I was about to tell my wife, like, hey, let's pack this thing. Either we're moving back to Scandinavia or Portugal, because I'm done with this shit. I'm not going to live in a country where I'll not be able to criticize anything that I don't like.
Do you have citizenship in Scandinavia?
Yes, I do.
Oh well, then you're blessed. If I had dual citizenship, I would be gone yesterday. So
Oh, really?
I don't know what you're still doing here.
Well, my kids that are born here, and I can't drag them. My whole family lives there, up there. So every time I have this conversation with my kids, they say, no, we're not leaving. I can't force those guys. Okay. I can't. There's not a single day that it doesn't go through my mind that, hey, when can I move back? When can I move back? I can't force the kids, man. They're in school and they're going through their,
this is what they know.
They're enjoying.
Yeah. This is what they know.
This is what they know.
Yeah.
And asking them to migrate to another country with Scandinavian language, it's not easy, man. It's not easy.
Right. That's a culture shock for real.
Absolutely.
Yeah, hell, just going from Oklahoma to Mississippi was a culture shock. I can't imagine going to a different country. Yeah, it was, but
try Florida next time.
Yeah, oddly enough, it's actually, it's people out here are nicer. The education is better. Oklahoma is just, I don't know, because it's hard to know how bad something is if you don't have anything to compare it to. But when you have something to compare it to, you look back and you're like, what the fuck was I ever doing there in the first place? Like, damn you, Mom. Why? Why did we go there?
What did I do wrong?
Right. Was it me? I know you've hated men all of my life and you had 3 boys and you always looked at us funny. But really, is that why you put us in Oklahoma? But she has a reason to hate men. I mean, the guys in her life were fucking just absolute trash. So, at least somewhat understandable. Now, let me play this video of Mike Johnson. This is the level of stupidity from these people. It's kind of crazy. Here we go.
The Epstein files. There she is there speaking. Why won't you swear her in?
Yeah. I mean, again, they're becoming experts at distraction and red herrings. This has absolutely nothing to do about Epstein. This is a scheduling matter. As soon as the Democrats vote to reopen the government, we will get back to the regular order and session of Congress, and that'll be, I'm sure, among our first orders of business is to administer the oath to the newly elected representative. This is just a matter of the schedule. In a pro forma session, no one's there in the chamber. It's literally sometimes 3-4 people. You have a clerk and whomever is serving as the interim speaker. They bang the gavel in, they say the pledge, and they bang the gavel out. That's it. It's just to keep Congress functioning. It's a tradition of the institution. But we'll do it right and do it in the right way as soon as everybody gets back here.
I understand, and that makes perfect sense until we look back and see that there have been Republicans sworn in during pro forma sessions. So why should it be different for a Democrat?
A great question. There was a unique exception made when the 2 Florida representatives were sworn in earlier this year after winning a special election. And the only reason we did that is because it was previously noticed for that date, and they flew all their families and friends in for the ceremony. So because they were here and the session got canceled, we just went ahead and did it because their families were here. That's the main purpose of it. But,
so if she flies in her family, would you guys do it?
All of us, she'll get the full bells and whistles. It hasn't been scheduled because we don't schedule things for pro forma. No, but they're trying to make an issue out of nothing. I've looked forward to welcoming her. She's congratulated for having won her father's seat. He served a long time. She'll have a great career. But
this guy's so full of shit. He got called out. That guy is doing what he's supposed to.
We need to start seeing more of this. We need to start seeing more of this from our press as pushing back on these elected officials. We need to start pushing back. This is exactly what we need more of.
Yeah, the dead silence for 5 seconds, priceless.
He's stumbling. He's just lying through his teeth.
Did you see the one with Stephen Miller where he was silent, like he just stopped talking?
Yes,
He was on live news and he just stopped talking because he said something. I can't remember what he said. Yeah, he crashed.
Plenary authority is what he said, and then he just. Yes. I feel like maybe his teleprompter stopped working, so he just stopped talking.
Froze. He's like, let me just sit here still, and they'll think the screen is froze.
Yeah, I don't know. Or he's a robot, and he was doing a reboot. I mean, that's crazier things have happened. Yeah. I don't know, but no, that clip with Mike Johnson, it's like this is how ridiculous they are. They just make shit up as they go along. It's crazy to watch. And, they have no shame. They don't care that they're hypocrites. They don't care that they lie. They don't, just.
You know what I find kind of interesting that's happening here, Tim, is Marjorie Taylor Greene. Now, she is, I can't stand her. She's voted with Trump 99. Her voting record is 99% with Trump. So she's no angel by any stretch of the means. I mean, she is the deep state, the true definition of the deep state and the Freedom Caucus. But lately, she's been really kind of pushing back, and she's being kind of consistent here. Like normally she'll do a one-off and say, my party, I don't like what they're doing. And then Trump will have a lunch with her and then she'll roll it back, right? That's typically what happens. But Trump hasn't had a lunch, a private. She likes private lunches with him. He hasn't had an opportunity to do that with her. So she's been kind of going on this tangent and really pushing back on that Freedom Caucus. And I find that really interesting. What are your thoughts on that?
I think it's a simple explanation. She's outside the tent. He didn't give her an appointment, so she's pissing in. She's not inside pissing out.
That's funny.
She didn't get a lunch. Yeah, she hasn't gotten a lunch in a while.
No, she didn't get an appointment. She, in the cabinet. And I'm saying because she didn't get a salaried appointment.
Well, the trajectory is that they have private lunches pretty frequently, and so what that will happen is that she'll roll back, and she hasn't had a private meeting with Trump for quite a while. So that's generally how that behind the scenes, that's what's been going on, right? And he'll kind of, I don't know what they do in their lunches, but anyway, that's none of my business. But that's generally what happens, right? And he'll, and she'll kind of appease her, and then, but she's kind of pushing back now, and I don't know. I think it's kind of interesting.
Well, I think the only appeasement, like he's a man of continual cons and promises. So he's kept her on a string. Something's coming, because it's not happening. So what she's doing is demonstrating the leverage she has against him to basically say, well, do you want me in the tent pissing out or outside the tent pissing in? And I just think that whatever reassurances those lunches were giving her that some appointment would be on the way hasn't, eventuated into anything material. Right?
Yeah.
So
I wonder if he grabs her by the pussy in those meetings.
Oh my
I don't know. I don't want to think about that.
That's a fucking image I didn't need. Thanks, Cut.
I don't know what they do on their lunches. I don't even want to know. I don't want to think.
I want to know.
Well, I'm just saying, maybe
I want to know what they do.
He reels her in, right?
Why? Gross.
MAGA corn.
With his
It's taking hold.
Why would you want to know? That's gross.
Why would you want to know? That's my thoughts exactly.
Just to learn new things. Just to learn new things.
Oh God.
No, I don't think.
Well,
That's how it works.
I think they only know one thing, but yeah, it's inappropriate, and so I just won't say what I was going to say.
Anyway,
but I promise you, it's going to be funny.
The point is that she's been consistently for about a week now, kind of pushing back, and that's I don't know. I don't know. It's just interesting.
I don't.
Someone had mentioned that she might be trying. Oh, go ahead.
I don't trust her. I don't trust her.
No.
So
she's out for herself, for real, right? But I think someone had mentioned that she might be, trying to switch sides slowly and gradually, and right.
No,
I'm like, who cares? Whatever. She can kiss ass. Like, who cares? But I do appreciate only appreciate that she's been there for the survivors, and that's it. That's all she gets from me.
I think I'm not sure she's doing that, but a lot of these politicians are attention seeker, and that's how they can get the spotlight. And that's one of their strategies, right? And I think maybe, like I said, she's outside the tent, and she wasn't getting, and that's why she's making a lot of these noises to get attention, and then she would cool down back. So I don't know. She might have some strategy, because you just don't shift your opinion back and forth, because you're doubtful or something like that.
Well, she's been relatively consistent with this.
Yeah, I have an explanation.
She has been consistent. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I just want to say, if you look at her district, her district, and I think Georgia in general, has one of the more higher uninsured rates in the country. So I think she understands this, and she's just listening to her constituents. And so, I mean, there's some, I view her as more of like a populist, whereas like, okay, well, the people, whether they want something good or bad, she feels like she needs to be their mouthpiece. But I think it's as simple as, look at the stats, look at her constituents. They're going to be probably most adversely impacted by this issue. So I think that's all she's doing.
Yeah, I mean,
well, I think she's cognizant of the fact. 435 seats of the House of Representatives are up for, we can flip them in the 2026 election cycle, the midterm election cycle, right? We have 435 seats. Every single seat in the House of Representatives is up for re-election, and 33 in the chamber of the Senate.
Minus
right?
the occupied
So I'm sure
cities.
that has a factor.
Minus the occupied cities.
At the end of the day, this statement will be true probably forever. Let's see if it'll play.
When in fact, these motherfuckers are crazy.
These motherfuckers are crazy, as Kamala said. Very astutely. Thank you, Kamala. I actually need to take that clip and put it in my soundboard. Guys, I just yup. I heard what she said about Marjorie Taylor Greene, that she's listened to her people. She voted for the fucking thing that caused this problem.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
So, and then she says, "Oh, I didn't read it." So I just, I don't know. I don't trust her.
No, completely untrustworthy.
Yeah, I want to.
Did you see the? Oh, go ahead.
Oh no, after you. I'm sorry.
No. You go. No, go ahead.
You said
It was.
voted on it. I'm not trying to defend her. I'm just trying to understand. What exactly are you referring to? You voted for what?
The big ugly bill.
Yeah.
Okay. So I guess what I would say to that is this, right? So that bill, my understanding is it does do some good things.
No. No.
Well, this is where I'm gonna cite. Right. So weren't there like people qualifying for like Medicaid in like 2 states instead of 1, and being able to take advantage of benefits, even though they're your current resident in 1 state. So I mean, it did close some loopholes that I think were necessary in that regard. But I think that if you need to subsidize something, it isn't working.
Well, okay, so I'm not. That's kind of like a separate issue, because the issue is the subsidies that were removed.
Yeah, but
and they stripped them, and she voted in favor of that, which causes the problem that we're seeing right now, which the Democrats are trying to get them to undo, and they're not doing it. And now she's on the Democrat side for the thing that she voted for.
Yeah, but I think there's 2 issues. The one, there's timing, and then there's the action, right? So right now, I mean, we understand that the GOP is in doubt. So this is an issue. I agree with Johnson on this one point, that this is a December 31st, issue. That they could still talk about these things, and they could still action and get something done. Because what is the alternative? The alternative to just keeping the government shut down is that nothing gets done in regards to this issue.
No, nothing was getting done when it was with them, anyways.
But there's no leverage. That's the issue. Is having any kind of ability to even have that discussion and to make them talk about it, because they voted to remove it.
And last time, right? Last time they gave them all kinds of promises that they wouldn't fire people, they wouldn't do this, and then as soon as they opened it, what'd they do? They're like, psych!
Yeah, they're acting in bad faith. And if they were in good faith, this is an opportunity for the Freedom Caucus, the MAGA movement, to demonstrate that what they did in the big ugly bill was wrong, and they could make that right by coming together. They can do that this afternoon. They could end all of this right now.
Yeah.
Again, if they had good faith, but they don't have good faith because they're liars. The GOP has been doing for decades trying to dismantle the ACA. Again, they have an opportunity right now to undo some of those wrongs in the big ugly bill, and they're choosing not to. So that's the bottom line. There is nothing else more to say.
But you don't think more Democrats, because it's close to, I mean, they need 5 Democrats, right? That's my understanding, in order to, right? So I think they were able to get like 2 Democrats or something on board, the Republicans. They need 5 versus what the Democrats need the Republicans to do to concede. I don't know. I just feel like the Republicans are going to end up getting the votes, and not the other way around. I don't think that the Democrats are going to get what they want.
So what you're saying is that they should ignore all the previous tries that the Democrats gave in good faith, right? They're like, oh, okay, you promised us this, so we'll go ahead and open it up and we'll do it. And then they're like, nope, we were just joking, right? So they're supposed to ignore that? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying that. I mean, what I'm saying is the fact that they made a stance, I think it's good because you can force a conversation. But to say that you're going to get like an absolute, firm response that the Republicans are going to make a particular, action towards resolving this issue, I think it's kind of, I don't think that's going to happen. I think Republicans would say, hey, we can agree to converse more about this and expedite this conversation, and they can get that out of out of it, but
they won't.
They are willing to talk about it, right?
Yeah.
Haven't
Republicans
I
aren't.
heard that they passed things for Israel. I heard. So if they can do that, how come they can't? Right? Come on, it's like, come on now.
Republicans will not go back to this
It's
issue.
not the Democrats.
They won't.
Yeah,
Why don't
it's
we
not
take the 20
Democrats on
billion that were given to Argentina and putting
Right.
it into for the ACA? Why don't we do
Right.
that? Why don't we take
Right.
20 billion instead of giving it to Argentina, which is welfare? Why don't we take that money and allocate it? We can do that today. You know, the Freedom Caucus, the MAGA movement is in charge. They have all three branches, okay? They could do that this afternoon. It's 12:31 here in the East Coast. They could do that in the next hour if they wanted to, because they are in charge. They are running this government. We are under them right now. All of this is solely on them. And again, I propose that we take that $20 billion that's going to Argentina and putting it into the ACA. Why don't we do that?
And all the money that's going to Israel too. Like, it's like,
Why don't we do that?
how are we America first, but Israel gets everything? Venezuela gets it, or Argentina gets it, right? It's like
20 billion.
Right. It's like, come on.
Well, so there's an article that came out today in which, Jeffries, I guess there was a 1-year extension of the ACA subsidies that was a proposal backed by moderate Republicans as part of an effort to reopen the government, which is I think good. Like in this situation where they don't have power, and it was rejected.
I haven't heard anything on that.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about.
Jeffries.
I haven't heard it. I haven't heard anything about that.
It's the Hill House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries on Thursday defended his opposition to a 1-year extension of ACA subsidies, a proposal backed by a handful of moderate Republicans as part of an effort to reopen the government.
Well, okay, if they're willing to do that, why don't they just remove the fucking removal of subsidies?
So that would
Right?
make more sense.
Yeah,
That would make more sense.
if they're saying like we're willing to play ball here, we'll just delay it for a year, but we're still going to do it. But we'll delay. No, that's disingenuous. That's bullshit.
Yeah, kicking
that's
the
saving
can.
face.
Kicking the can.
That's what that is.
Yeah.
There's
They do
no
what they want.
intention. Yeah, they voted for the thing, and then they're like, well, to get you to shut the fuck up.
They voted to break it.
We'll
Right.
We'll delay it for a year.
And then
That'd be
we'll
okay.
appease everybody. So, the
Yeah.
talking points, everybody, because Americans have the attention span of a gnat. And so we'll
Yeah.
forget about all this,
Yeah.
right? Because, tomorrow, then something, other drama is going to
Greater
happen
thing.
here,
Yeah,
because
like
they're flooding
ICE.
the zone.
Yeah.
And they're going to forget about this, right? And by the time the year comes around, it'll all come up again. And, the Democrats were so horrible and bad. Oh, look what they did.
Defending the gnats keep my attention though. I'm always constantly swatting at them. My husband's like, "Are you swatting at gnats again?" So gnats, yeah, they get my attention.
Yeah, so the only thing I can find is Trump hints at healthcare deal to end shutdown, but key hurdles remain. I'd like to see a deal made for great healthcare, even though they, voted to fuck this shit up in the first place. Any plan to keep the subsidies from expiring faces significant hurdles, according to lawmakers, White House staff, and outside advisors. Democrats have insisted that Congress must continue the subsidies, which were expanded in 2021. Let's see. I don't see anything of what you're saying that they offered a plan to Democrats that then turned it down. I don't see that. Can you cite that and maybe put it in Discord for me?
Yeah. Let me do that.
Lib, I gotta go. I gotta drive to my class. So.
All right. Well, thanks for coming up,
Bye,
DJ.
guys.
It's good to see you.
Bye.
See ya.
Yeah, thank you. Bye.
And also, too, Tim, they can do a budget resolution, a reconciliation, right, which requires a simple majority, right? And they have those votes. They can do that this afternoon.
And they could completely end the shutdown single-handedly by themselves.
They could, yes,
They
of
could do
course.
that.
They can do that this afternoon. They can do that in the next hour.
Yep.
Again, this is their government. This is their shutdown. They can just do a
you
budget
know-
reconciliation, which again requires a simple majority. They have the votes for that. So all of this is on them, and this is all theater.
Yeah, I mean, this is, going to push grandma and grandpa to pay $800 a month plus for premiums that they were paying, $300-$400 a month for before. This is absurd. Somebody making $60,000 a year having to pay nearly $1,000 a month for insurance. What the fuck is wrong with us?
The premiums, though, there's some models that are showing that it's going to be between 200 to 300% increase. So, like a family of two that is making approximately $80,000, it's going to go from they're out of pocket to $700 a month to $3,000 a month. How can
the 4,000 in Alaska?
And so it depends on locality, right? I mean, that's variable, So again, it's not going to be obtainable. So people are not going to have insurance, and people are going to unalive early than they would have without preventative maintenance. And the emergency rooms, the hospitals are going to be overrun, but those are in the rural areas are shutting down. So yet again, the GOP is unaliving people.
So I put the article in the live chat on Discord, but I guess maybe I'm missing something, because the continuing resolution would allow the government to continue, I think, for 7 weeks, right? So 7 weeks of conversation and dialogue with an open government, with the commitment that you're going to extend the subsidies for at least a year, wouldn't that afford more time to have because then you have an open government?
There needs to be no conversation. This conversation's been going on for decades. Okay, they don't need a conversation. They need to undo what they did in the big ugly bill. That's full stop. There is no more conversations to be had. The conversation's been happening for decades.
Yeah, because
the American people do not have access to free, affordable health care. That is the bottom line. There is no more discussions.
I understand what you're saying.
No more discussions.
I'm not debating good versus bad. What I'm saying is, understand that the Republicans are currently in power. So wouldn't a 7-week extension of the continuing resolution provides, with a commitment to extend the subsidies for a year, allow 7 weeks of additional conversations to hammer, a solution that is practical and reasonable that could perhaps, tackle some of this, issue with the subsidies, as opposed to keeping the government shut down.
But in your hypothetical, you're still assuming that they want to do this rather than the fact of what's actually happening, which
I'm citing an article.
The American people, and they're lying directly to us, saying, "Oh, well, the Democrats are the ones doing this because they want to give illegal immigrants free health care,"
which is what they said.
Right.
And here's the thing that he put in Discord, and thank you for that, Angel. Jeffries defends rejection of short-term extension. So Kiggins was the one that. I don't know that it was like an official proposal. I think this was just a conversation maybe that they had, because it doesn't link to it doesn't link to any like document that I could point to. And so that's part of the conversation, is them saying, no, we're not going to do that. Because I mean, think about what what are you trying to do here, Angel, when you took away the subsidies? And Democrats are like, look, this is going to cost our people a fucking shit ton of money, and yours too. What are you defending?
Yeah.
All I'm saying is that
what is the negotiation, I guess, is what I'm asking you, Angel. Like, what do you think should come from this?
That they have more time with an open government and an additional congressperson on the Democrat side to talk through.
What's the compromising thing, I guess, is what I'm asking. Like, okay, so we're going to talk about this thing and we'll come to an agreement. The agreement should be, let's not remove the subsidies because it's going to cause people to lose their health care because they're not going to be able to afford it. So what is it that you're trying to compromise? What's the thing that,
I guess the problem I have with this is this, right? I'm not advocating for a particular. I'm right now. I'm not engaging in, hey, this is what needs to be done because this would be the good thing to do. What I'm saying is, I think it's reasonable for Republicans to say, hey, let's offer this 1 year extension. Let's have the government open for 7 weeks, and during the course of the 7 weeks, you have an open government, you have an extension, and you can actually effectuate a solution that is more permanent to fixing this issue, as opposed to trying to negotiate with a shutdown government, which is going to impact other operations.
And I ask you again, what is the compromise that Democrats should make that isn't just put the subsidies back the way they were? Because you in this same vein that you're arguing here, Republicans could say, okay, since you're just asking for us to do the healthcare subsidies, we'll put them back the way they were and basically remove them from the big ugly bill. They could do that. They could do that today. Are you saying that they should not, Angel? And that there's some other outcome that is okay?
No, what I'm saying is they should take the extension for now and continue argue, because right now
what's the outcome?
Well, the extension is better than no extension.
No.
I'd rather have an extension.
I guess I'm trying. Okay, I've asked the same question like 4 times. I'm trying to get you to like give me a hypothetical situation that is a compromise that comes from negotiating. So I'm going to give myself a year to negotiate with them on something. When in my view, the only thing that should happen here is to put the fucking subsidies back the way they were. Right. I can't see any other, or, what do you want to cut the subsidies in half so it's only half as expensive?
But you can still have that conversation, but you can have it with an extension in the backdrop as opposed to having nothing.
All right. Well, I could continue to ask this question, and you're going to give me the same response.
This conversation's been happening for decades. The GOP and the Freedom Caucus are hell-bent on rolling back and having American citizens having access to any type of free, affordable health care. Full stop. They have been doing this for decades. Okay, they're rolling back services, they're privatizing services, they're privatizing institutions for the uber wealthy rich. That is solely what they are here for.
There's going to be another government shutdown in 7 weeks.
Full stop.
They want more.
Yeah,
so they would have passed a continuing resolution. They would have 7 weeks until another government shutdown.
Well, let me just ask you directly, Angel. Do you think that the subsidies should remain in place?
I think that the subsidies should probably remain in place.
Okay.
I have to see what the proposal is, but I'd be leaning more towards that because we have an affordability crisis. But what I'm saying is that the continuing resolution, my understanding is that offers a 7-week extension. So there's going to be another government shutdown, even if they pass this continuing resolution, because they don't have a fix, a permanent.
Yeah, right before Thanksgiving. That's a great idea. That's a fabulous idea. Let's do that.
Or the option is for you to call your Republican representatives, if you have any, and say, look, I'm a conservative. I would like you to keep the subsidies in place because it's going to cost people their health care. And you can lobby your government to do the thing you just said that you think would be the better idea. And then we could be done with this. We don't have to revisit again in 7 weeks, and then they can come up with a resolution that goes even further than 7 weeks. Right? And you could do that right now.
I just think it's more practical to have debate in an open government, having 7 weeks.
And the problem is that the Freedom Caucus does not debate. Okay, we have no leverage. This is our only leverage because, again, the Freedom Caucus, the mega movement, is hell bent on rolling back and making sure that American citizens do not have access to health care. Full stop. You look at their voting records. They vote every single time for decades to roll back accessible access to health and mental, not only physical, but mental health services for American people.
But this is leverage at the expense of federal operations being stalled, paychecks being stalled. So this is leverage. You're basically saying, let's do this at the detriment of other constituents because this is our leverage.
Well, the other side to that is that they're killing people. They are literally killing people, and you're like, well, it's to the detriment of our finances. It's to the detriment of everybody's lives to remove those subsidies, because I guarantee you there's going to be many, many people who will not go to the doctor because they don't want to go bankrupt, and they will end up unaliving as a result of that. So when you say this is the other alternative, and it's going to cost us money, and people have to work, and they're not going to get paid, and other people are going to die. What are we weighing here?
And I'm saying that, my family, our son is DOD, my husband is SES. And so we are being impacted personally. We are not getting paid. And I say that, and I still stand by my position that keep the government shut down in regards that, we're not living paycheck to paycheck, but there are many families, particularly the enlisted folks right now, and our armed services that are not getting paid on the 15th. And I suspect that on the 15th, that'll be the first paycheck that GS and active military members will not get paid. And so, yes, I absolutely stand down on that, because we need access to affordable health care in this country. We were stationed at both Stuttgart and Kadena and Okinawa Air Base. And when we go to those countries, they take care of their people. And I come back to America, and we have people that are filing bankruptcy because they went to the doctor and they have cancer. That is wrong. That is wrong on so many levels. And again, I stand down 10 toes because I am personally being impacted by this shutdown, and our son is being personally, and my community is being impacted by this shutdown. And I still stand by my word. Keep the government shut down.
Yep. Yeah, like
it's important. Yeah, I stand by my word.
I understand why it's not a good thing to have the government shut down. Like, I get it, obviously, but we wouldn't be here. We wouldn't be here if they hadn't removed that.
Yep.
Those subsidies. We wouldn't be here.
Yep.
But to that point, maybe the best option here is to just take a lighter and let it go, because the worst thing for Republicans is to give them what they want. The worst thing for the Republican Party is to give them everything they want, because what they want is so bad. So maybe Democrats should just say, well, fuck you. You own this. This is on you. Go in front of the American people and say, look, they wanted this. We're going to fucking let them have it. And this is what happens. This is all at the feet of this administration and every one of the people in Congress.
Yes, of
They'll just keep lying to their constituents like they're already doing, and the dumbass masses of MAGA morons will just eat it up like they always do.
Right.
Yeah.
Hey, Tim, I've got to jump off, mate. It's 3 a.m. here. But are you on tonight? Or tomorrow?
I don't know. I thought about starting to do some more evening lives, but I don't know. I probably won't be on tonight, though.
You'll be on tomorrow morning?
Yes, tomorrow morning. Yep. 9
I'll come in I'll come in earlier tomorher morning and say hello.
Yeah, it's
stay safe,
always good to
everyone,
see you,
please.
man.
It's great to see you, buddy. I haven't been able to stay awake, mate. It's been the last 2 weeks. I've been going down. So, but yeah, look, I'm really concerned, and hope you all are safe and there's a resolution to this nonsense.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man. It sucks. We're in the middle of the shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Hang in there, guys.
Yeah.
We'll chat
Thanks,
tomorrow.
man. All right. We'll catch you later, buddy.
Good on you, mate.
Peace.
And so, what this shutdown, Tim, is really impacting is our enlisted community, our enlisted folks. They have a tendency to have larger families than versus us officer communities. And they're the ones that are living paycheck to paycheck. They're the ones that actually qualify for the SNAP benefits and actually get subsidized from federal programs. And they're the ones that are actually really being impacted by all of this. And I recognize that. And I understand that my position is coming from one of privilege. And I just want to make sure that I clarify that.
Yeah. And this shit is it's really close to home, because as a direct result of Donald Trump's DEI, anti-DEI shit, my wife lost her 6-figure job. And months ago, I don't know if you guys remember, I was on a live, and I said I ended the live early. I think I was 30, 40 minutes into it, because I got that phone call that she had lost her job, her health care as well, which I was under. And I have serious issues right now going on in my life, healthcare wise, that I really need to get addressed, but I'm not going because I'm not going to. If I end up unaliving, I damn sure don't want to leave my wife and kids with fucking medical debt. So I don't know what's going on. I can't go get anything because I can't afford it. And so when this shit's going on and it's about healthcare and raising people's fucking premiums, I can't fucking afford it any fucking way. So it's really upsetting. Like I firsthand know what it's like to have something going on. You don't know what it is. You have to make that choice to just not go. Because what do? And so, when you sit up here and you like tell me, that this is something negotiable.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah.
Man, it's pretty fucked.
It's atrocious. It's absolutely atrocious. And again, and I understand that, what is happening, it's absolutely horrific, and in order for people to double and triple down and support the Freedom Caucus and the MAGA movement is absolutely deplorable.
Yeah, and for the record, they took that job, gave it to a white man.
Oh, Tim. Oh, Jesus Christ.
It was I'm pretty sure it one of them was trying to fuck her.
I'm sure. And yeah, that's what they do. Yeah.
Rebuffing those advances, and then the same guy that was trying to fuck her gets her job.
Jesus Christ.
Then delegates all of the fucking tasks to a black woman and pays $40,000 less.
Yeah, because he's weak. Yeah, that's Trump's America right there, Tim. That is exactly an excellent example of Trump's America.
This is, for the record, that was Churchill Downs that did that. That's Churchill Downs has decided that now they're able to just get rid of the women, hand it off to a white man, and then use black women as their fucking workforce.
As labor, yeah.
A direct result of this administration.
Yep. Yeah.
So
Tim, I had
fuck you guys.
I had no idea, Tim. I'm so
it's still an ongoing problem.
Oh Jesus. Oh Jesus! This is an excellent example, Tim, of this needs to change, and that's the reason why that the Democrats are doubling and tripling down, and that's the reason why that I support this shutdown. This is our only leverage. This is all that we got because the Freedom Caucus and the MAGA movement has been lying for decades, and has not given us access. They've been trying to dismantle the ACA for decades because, again, they are trying to unalive us. They do not care. Unless you are the 1%er and a billionaire, they do not care. Full stop.
Yep. And my wife is a white woman. So, the DEI stuff, is benefited mostly, I think, by white women. So, because in our situation, I was the caregiver to the kids. I dealt with all of that stuff, the doctors, the school. I was basically a stay-at-home mom. As it were. Yeah. And that was just because I, and I don't like working for people. I still make money, but nowhere near the level that she made.
Of course.
Because I don't like when somebody tells me something I know is wrong, I just don't do it. And I've always been that way. And it's not conducive to a corporate environment, we'll just say. So, I don't, so this is just the situation that we're in, and so that just completely unalives your entire life and the way things go. It's just so fuck this administration and this Congress and MAGA
and the horse they rode in on,
and the fucking horse they rode in on too. It was probably a white horse, racist bastards.
Well, I'm not gonna tell it its opinion is not valid because of the color of its skin, but fuck the horse they rode in on.
Yeah, and I'm kidding about the white horse. I don't know. Anyway, it took a dark turn, but
no, these are real consequences. There's no dark about it. This is just what is happening here in America. This is America. This is America under Trump right now. We are having these conversations because it is actually happening to people. There is actually being impacted. This is real life circumstances here. Again, they are in charge. They can do a budget reconciliation bill, which requires a simple majority. They have the votes to do that. They can do that this afternoon.
They have no desire.
Yeah.
They can do that in the next hour because they are in charge. This is their government. This is their shutdown. And it's absolutely egregious to suggest that we just kick it down the can for another 7 more weeks right before Thanksgiving. Oh, that's a great idea. Let's go ahead and shut down the government again right before Thanksgiving. That's a great idea.
And of course, right after this was maybe a couple of weeks, I guess. I guess it's been a couple of months, but that fucking toothache, I had to go and pay, over $400 to get a fucking tooth removed.
Oh,
cash. I fuck these people. Seriously,
I know.
I'm just fucking sick of it. All these whining ass motherfuckers crying about something that never fucking happened to them. Well, I've been sitting here just dealing with this shit and said a fucking word. This is the first time I've told anybody about the situation. And I only said it because I feel like it's fucking relevant.
It is
relevant. But you hear me crying and bitching and whining about it the whole fucking time. You deal with it and you go on. But instead, these people want to whine and cry about everything and then unalive everybody else's lives because they're mad.
Yeah.
Well.
Yeah, get in their feelings. The I feel things. I feel.
You know what their response will be, right? They'll say, well, you can still go to the emergency room. That's what they'll say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've already had this conversation with my wife. I'm like, look, if that happens, I don't know that I'll go. Because I just, fucking $70,000 later.
Hold on a second, Hold on. I want to say something, please. I want to say something because I'm in this situation as well. I have terminal cancer, and I've been fighting it. My health care is going to become $1,200 a month with a $6,000 deductible. I thought Republicans were for small businesses. I am self-employed. And there's a whole lot of people that have their own businesses that use the ACA, obviously, because you can't afford regular health insurance, right? Most people that have jobs working for somebody else, they have opportunities to get health insurance through that job. Not all of them, of course, not a lot of the lower income people, but they could be eligible for Medicaid, even though some of them are losing that as well. He's going after the Affordable Care Act, and I think he's going to get it done. I think he's going to put the final nails into the coffin, and we're going to go all the way back to where it was before Obama came along. And a lot of people are going to go away because of this policy, and I'm one of them. So I understand it. I just wanted to say that.
Yeah, it's terrible. To the person in comment said, I must have had insurance because it's usually $1,200 plus. I don't know where you're getting your dental work done, but it wasn't. I paid cash for it. It was like $412 or something. I don't know.
He's thinking of if you go through your insurance. That's what.
Yeah, because the like exam, where they do the X-ray, I guess, was like $122, and then the extraction itself was, because it was a simple extraction, it was, I don't know, $250 or something, and then you add whatever other things. It was like $400.
You're a self-pay customer, and it's different than people that have insurance.
I had some dentist tell me it's going to be $4,000 to do a root canal.
Now, root canal, that may be true, because that's a lot of work. But I mean, dude, this dentist's arm, like while he's pulling his tooth, is just shaking. I'm just like, I could feel my whole fucking jaws. Like, oh God, please don't break. It's like I can't afford that.
I told him just give me the antibiotics. That's my my work at the time. I was supposed to be covered for this dentist for this particular office, and my work was like, oh yeah, by the way. We changed the health insurance with our work, and so yeah, you're covered for medical, but you don't get dental until you've been here for at least 3 years.
What the fuck?
And I'd been there for like a year and a half.
Dental is such a fucking scam. Dental insurance is a scam, like, in my opinion. Like, it's ridiculous.
So they were like, we can give you antibiotics for a $12 copay. So I was like, yeah, give me the fucking antibiotics, and then I just never worried about it again.
Crazy. Yeah, if the infection had been too bad, they said that's what they would do, because you can't numb it if it's too infected. Thankfully, it wasn't, but I like, it was either that and a saw to just. I mean, it hurt so bad, like couldn't sleep. Fucking terrible, man. Toothaches are the worst.
It might all be over soon because 3i Atlas might just change everything.
I'm ready for the aliens to come and get us all. They'll give us free health care. They'll put us in a pod and it'll go, man, it'll be like those med bays that people were claiming that Trump was going to do.
Brother, they will make us work. They will make us work grueling alien military hard hours.
You think?
Of 4 hours a week.
You think?
Yeah.
I don't know. If you're able to travel like that, I feel you've gone beyond.
It'll be a grueling 4 hours a week that they make us work. Yeah.
That's funny.
You guys remember Chronicles of Riddick when they used the statues that terraformed the planets, and that was a sweet moment.
Fucking that was a great movie.
Chronicles of Riddick?
Yep.
Yeah.
Fucking 4 hours a week. We work too much.
Right?
I'll buy that for $1. Damn, that's crazy. Anyway, I don't know, guys. Like,
I know.
Yep. I mean, you haven't said anything in a while. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to pull on your heartstrings, man. I'm just like, that's why this to me is so irritating, because of
course,
it's so front and center to me right now.
Of course.
Yeah, no, I get it. So that's why I'm trying to, I'm trying to strike a respectable tone, because I get it.
Well, you always do. I appreciate you.
Yeah, I mean, it's because here's the thing. I get what you're saying, right? Because you're making this a human dignity issue, and I think it is, right? Healthcare is a human dignity issue. So I'm coming from it as not that it has to be one side or the other, like subsidy or no subsidy, right? I'm coming at it from the fact that whenever you subsidize anything, demand goes up, and whenever you subsidize anything, what happens? Well, administrative costs go up, prices end up going up. So we have an issue where if the government is in a position to subsidize, and again, I already stated that I agree with the at least the extension. I agree with subsidies, but there has to be something else that is working on the infrastructure of healthcare system itself. Because anything that gets subsidized, what ends up happening to the cost? It goes up. It just naturally goes up because the subsidy exists, so it can go up. There's no, there's lack of competition, there's lack of innovation, there's lack of. So I think there has to be some sort of like compromise or tone that's struck in this regard, because that's what you could end up having is $600 monthly plan, for example, that's subsidized like $1,200, and then next year, oh hey, it's still $600, but they have to be subsidized $1,800 because the cost went up, because there's radical demand and because there's inefficiencies going on in the background. So I mean but I don't know how to properly message that without, what I'm saying, just because I get it.
The corporations are going to have to either pitch in, or as collectively as a country, we're going to have to demand it, because here's the thing. We've all been investing, as Siren would say. We're investors. Our fucking tax dollars go to somewhere, and we should be able to get a return on that investment. One of those things that we could get a return on is fucking healthcare. like
and that's
at the bare minimum. So what they're doing now though is subsidizing the corporations not paying you enough. That's essentially what that is, and or people who just don't have a job or what have you. That
Are we
gets
really
subsidized.
assuming that they have good intentions at all? And they don't have good intentions in the Congress or anything. They don't.
Well,
they're not going to fix it.
I didn't say that they. I didn't say that I assumed that they did.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I'm just saying. Like this is we're making these investments because Yup is a conservative, and I don't know if he believes that everybody has a right to health care at all. So you can put this in a financial perspective. I pay insurance costs for a car, and I never have wrecks. I never get tickets and nothing. I still have to pay it, and I'll never, I may never get that back. So I'm paying all this stuff. I get nothing in return. What do I get? Nothing. I get nothing from the taxes that I pay, and we pay a lot of taxes. We pay a lot of taxes, or at least we did.
When we talk about subsidies, so basically, the option to subsidies is basically affordability or lack of affordability, right? And so to my mind, instead of subsidizing, we need to go to the healthcare industry and start targeting them and directly and saying that they need to start making it more affordable for everyday Americans. That to my mind, that needs to start there, right? And also the subsidy structures, like how is that structured? Is there direct money going to people? How is that structured? And so again, if we don't need to have these subsidies if the corporations were more regulated, so they're not ripping all of us off. To my mind, it's a simple fix. You just go to them and say, okay, you cannot do this anymore. You don't need to be for profit and make trillions of dollars. Okay, that needs to stop. So again, if we regulated, we would not have to have the subsidies.
They're just trying to unalive us, though.
Let me segue off of this. So you're talking about targeting the companies. I don't know if a lot of people know this, but in 1942, Harry Truman was at the time a senator, right? And the rubber industry was price gouging, not just like the American people for tires, but also they were price gouging the military because we needed the tires for our Jeeps, right? And Truman accused the rubber industry of treason because, number one, they were involved with a German chemical company that was obstructing the U.S. synthetic rubber development. And by accusing them, they turned around so quickly and dropped their prices when he said the word treason. Because back in 1942, the word treason was not to be fucked with.
Well, it had weight back then.
Yeah, it had weight. Everybody knew what the punishment for treason was.
You knew the implication for that, right?
Right.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
So, they dropped their prices so quickly. So you can't tell me that, he wasn't even president, he was a senator at the time. So you can't tell me that our government doesn't have the power to force.
They have the leverage. They absolutely have the leverage. They can do that this afternoon, okay? It's just not a priority for them because this particular government and this administration is here to make money for themselves and their friends. And they are here to privatize. Then to benefit them. They do not care about any of us on this panel. They do not. They would not even urinate on us if we were on fire. Okay, let's get that straight.
About their campaign contributions.
Let's get that straight. They do not care.
Think about what Donald Trump has been able to do unilaterally in terms of going after people, going after news agencies, going after this company and that company. He could use that energy to go after the health insurance companies in the manner that he's claiming to go after Antifa. He could scare the absolute fuck out of them to make them bring their prices down, but he doesn't.
Yeah, well, he has that leverage because he doesn't care.
Right.
He is here to break the government. He is here to inflict pain. I was last night at a dinner party and was with many senior anyway. And in this administration, Tim, they are so angry. Like in the briefings, everybody talks about how angry this administration is. They're in power, okay? They have everything, and they still walk around and they are pissed. Every single interaction with these people, they are evil, they're ugly, and they're mad. They are mad. And it's like, what the fuck? You were running everything. You were running the world, and you're still not happy, and you're still angry, and we hear it on these lives all the time. The right, they're all pissed. They're angry. I mean, I just, they're completely evil. It is really just unhinged. I mean, these people are just vile.
Tell us how you really feel, though. Sorry, Fundy, go ahead.
I just wanted to say, I wanted to ask you guys, did you guys see Jimmy Fallon last night with Haley Williams was on?
I did not.
Anybody see that?
Who's Haley Williams?
Mm-mm.
She's a musician. So like she did a song called True Believer on the show. I know Fallon was saying that he wanted to not be political at all.
Yeah,
but by bringing her on, that was that was a statement to be made for sure, because Haley Williams is like a deconverted or deconstructed Christian.
Is she an advocate?
Person. Yeah, she's an ally, an advocate for the left, but she calls out Christian nationalism, and in that song True Believer, it's very like in your face, like almost people were saying in the comments, they're like, that's like punk. She's like punk rock, like bringing punk back, true punk, which is like against the system, against the way things are and all that. But it was incredible. I couldn't. And they're all mad because they know they've lost the culture. Like they really, for the longest time, have lost the culture, and they're just, now they're just, they feel the power, but it's still fleeting, right? I mean, they're gonna, in the long run, in another 50 years, go away. I mean, unless they can unalive enough of us, or have us leave, or you know what I mean. Make it so that we don't have a country like we have now anymore with the United States,
But
But
power is waning, and their grip is loosening, and they're terrified.
So,
If they lose this time, they've pretty much lost forever, dude.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know.
yeah, I don't agree with that. And I will say that, look, I'm Christian, I'm conservative, I'm not a Christian nationalist, because I think Christian nationalists, you're putting your trust in government and not God. So, and I think there's a danger to marrying the two and doing things with the quote unquote purpose because this is what God would want us to do, aka the Crusades, the Inquisition, right? So I think there's a danger to that. I just wanted to state that. But I do think that in terms of elections, ebb and flow, it comes in waves, right? So I don't think we can ever say that Democrats or Republicans will never get back into power, because at the end of the day, it's the reason why people are so divided is because they're in need. They're missing something in their life. There's a void. A lot of it has to do with affordability crisis, and they're just and I think we're divided by the political parties. Like I personally don't believe in that there should be a two-party system. I don't. I think it just really divides people. I think we're not binary in that regard, left or right, Republican or Democrat. We're just like layers of an onion, right? So, we're different. But, so that's kind of where I stand on that regard. So,
well, Tim, thank you for this conversation today. I really appreciate you and everything that you're doing.
Well, I appreciate that. I wish, I don't know, the viewership is down. I don't know what that's about, but.
Well, it's midday. I don't know. I mean, it's lunch.
Well, it usually does start to go downhill around, 12 o'clock, but just, if we were arguing, people would be watching.
Yeah, that's a sad thing.
Let's get to a fight right now, Tim.
I don't know.
Huh? Yeah, I don't know about that. But
I'm just, now I'm just irritated because I just try not to think about, you try not to think about some shit because otherwise you'll just.
Well, it's a lot.
Yeah,
it's very real, and
yeah.
there's lots of, and there's consequential, and it's very consequential. So.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Well,
Yeah.
I don't know. What do you do? Just keep going.
Yeah, I know.
That's all you can do.
That's all we
That's all
can
you
do.
can do.
Yep. Take
But
care, Tim.
yeah, thank you, defending. I appreciate it. And
Appreciate you.
maybe we'll see you tomorrow.
That sounds good. Okay. Bye-bye.
See ya.
See ya.
Yeah, and earlier I'd said I hadn't told anybody. Paul is the only other person that knew, of course. You know, she and I talked quite a bit.
I feel like I had an idea about the tooth, because when you said the dentist for a lot of pain, I'm like, I've had a tooth extracted. I've had 5 root canals and crowns. So, and so I got into a car accident, and I also have soft enamel. So it's I'm like, I know where this is probably heading. So that sucks.
Yeah, mine was a cavity. It just, got infected, I guess.
Yeah.
Because I drink NOS. I don't know if you guys have noticed, and it's fucked up my teeth. I've been drinking them for too long. I need to quit, but yeah, don't drink a lot of sugar. I don't let my kids drink sugary drinks. No pop, soda, whatever you want to call it.
I used
worst shit ever.
The mechanical toothbrush and like a water pick that I just requested them for Christmas, and it's been a lifesaver for me because I have compacted teeth and soft enamel, so it's like a double whammy.
Oof.
Manny just asked a good question in the comments. He says, do you guys think this is how the right feels when the Dems are in office? I think about that a lot. Like, what were they like at the beginning of the Biden administration? They were like beside themselves, right? Like they were panicking
the whole time. Yeah.
Yeah.
They were
the whole time. But he didn't do the same level of things.
They panic about fabricated things, though. That's my problem.
That's what I was going to say.
They panic about things that they think are going to happen, or they panic that, they might be nice to brown people. They don't panic that they're going to get kidnapped in the middle of the night and thrown into the back of a fucking U-Haul.
Yeah, I mean, like during Obama's years, it was conspiracy after conspiracy. He was a fascist. He was the Antichrist. He was taking your pew-pews. Every pew-pewing that happened or boom-booming was a false flag that was brought on by George Soros and them and the fascist Dems. This is what they said basically the entire 8 years of Obama's presidency. None of that ever came to fruition. They started saying the same shit when Biden was in office. So it's, this is like reality versus fantasy.
But now that's how I feel about CK. Like, I feel like that may have been a false, like, I feel like now I'm the conspiracy theorist,
Yeah, I mean, but there's a lot of reasons to question
and I understand
all of that
that
stuff.
it's just about what about AI and like the capabilities that they have. But I was fucking around with Microsoft Copilot because I've never used that particular AI before. And according to Microsoft Copilot, Charlie Kirk is still alive. They were like, because I asked it, I was like, hey, did Israel kill Charlie Kirk? And they were like, first of all, there's no evidence that Charlie Kirk is dead. So that kind of I took a picture of it. That kind of misinformation is harmful. Would you care to share where you found that misinformation? I was like, the fuck?
The reason it answered in that way is that those large language models aren't up to date, right? Their cutoff point for what they've been trained on is usually lagging by a year, 6 months or something like that. So that's probably why it said that.
It was funny as fuck. I was laughing. I wasn't like, oh, conspiracy theory, because this is like the first time I've really ever interacted with this kind of AI. Like I avoided at all costs.
Yeah.
But I was the one that had to break to Microsoft Copilot, at least my Microsoft Copilot, that Charlie Kirk was in fact dead.
That's funny.
Tim's absolutely right on that. I had like the premium, the version, the ChatGPT 5 Pro. So I pay like $200 a month for that, but it's so it's like it's more current, but no, that's exactly what it is. So
yeah, now you can tell it. You can say as of and give it the date, and it will like alter and look it up. right? But if you don't do that specifically, it'll still go based off of the old information. It's pretty funny.
And not me treating it like a human. I was like, I'm really sorry to have to be the one to tell you this, but Charlie Kirk is dead.
Be like, now it starts responding like MAGA. Respond to me like you were MAGA.
Right.
Oh, the war has started. We're gonna hunt you down. Blah blah blah. This is what Copilot would say.
Laptop goes right out the window.
Yeah.
What do you guys think about all of the way that everything is censored now too? Like, we have to change all of our terms and all that. Like, it seems like, is it just on the left or is it everywhere? Is it on both sides?
I think it's both sides. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's just in general because, and this is another thing that the right doesn't understand. Like, years ago when Obama was president, they were like, YouTube is coming after us. They've been getting rid of these creators, blah, blah, blah. I got removed for like I got a lifetime ban on YouTube. So I'm like, motherfuckers, this is not just people on the right. They're going after everybody, but they just don't, their myopic view of everything doesn't allow them to see that.
Yeah.
It's kind of nuts. But I mean, at this point, we can see that the president wants to mute at least some voices and enhance others. So, that's the reality. The fantasy is that they're just
about the fabricated panic, though. When they panic, we're being silenced. YouTube is blah 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 blah. Meanwhile, their president came out and said that he wants to silence people like me and Tim in real life. He wants to silence us in real life, right? Not on the internet. He just wants us unalived because we dissent. But by all means, MAGA, panic about how you can't say the word KILL on TikTok because then they're going to fucking ding you.
Yeah, that's just ridiculous shit. Speaking of that, is silencing, although this isn't really, I guess, political probably. Yesterday when I played that one of those DHS videos, the propaganda videos that the government is posting, they used a Zach Bryan song called Revival in one of their videos. And because I played that and because that music was on there, I got a copyright strike on YouTube for playing a video that the government put out there. So of course it's fair use. So I'm going to, appeal that. But like the level that I have to go to in order to appeal that, I could end up in court with the Bucking Bronco or Bronco, whatever the fuck it's called, Belting Bronco, which is Zach Bryan's company.
I can imagine having to be taken to court by Zach Bryan.
Yeah, which is weird because he came up with that song later that was opposing ICE, yet the administration is using his music to overlay onto this propaganda shit that is pro-ICE. And yeah, here's this takedown because they limited visibility of it at 1 minute and 37 seconds. Like, I'm just fucking, you can't really say anything anymore, which it's weird because you don't get those dings like that here for playing music on TikTok, but you will get that on YouTube. I never understood that. Why it's so, it was just even, 30 seconds and the automated systems caught that, I assume, but we'll see what the response is. Do what?
It's the spiders.
It's the cider?
Spiders.
Oh, spiders? You mean
spiders?
Like the algorithm or whatever?
That's what they call the little bots that scour the web for certain things.
Yeah.
I know that.
I think
was like, spiders, huh? Are you okay, bud? Do you see bugs? Do you need help? You need us to get somewhere?
Oh, well, thank you, Yup. Oh, that's fucking awesome. That was cool as shit. Damn, thank you.
No, this is going to be my favorite. Check your face.
Arr, give me health care.
Sorry, I didn't mean to scare anybody.
No, thank you. That's awesome, man. Thank you. Spiders. They're
we were just
everywhere.
worried because all of a sudden somebody got on and they were like, "The spiders! It's the spiders!"
Well, damn,
and
man.
we never know these days.
With that meteor,
Remember
meteor
the
shower.
System of a Down song, Spiders?
I don't.
The V-chip gives insight. Come on.
Nope.
System of a Down? You don't
I know System of a Down, yes.
They had a song called Spiders.
Nope. I don't know.
Really?
I mean,
Not on their
maybe if
main
I
album?
heard it, I'm sure I've heard it, but I, based on the name, I'm not sure. As a DJ, I'm terrible with song names, and I'm telling you, it sucks being not good with song names as a DJ. Because you're constantly Googling, what's that song that goes like this?
No. This one goes, a piercing radiant moon, the storming of poor June, all the life running through her hair, approaching guiding light, our shadow years in fright, dreams are made winding through my head, through my head before you know, aware, your lives are open wide, the V-chip gives them sight, of all the life running through her hair, the spiders all in tune, the evening of the moon, dreams are made winding through my head. It's kind of a, like, I don't know.
I don't know what's going on right now, but if you sing that too accurately, YouTube is going to ding me for copyright violation.
Right. I don't want to get you copyright infringement claims.
Well, this has been short-lived. but
Mrs.
just
Chaos, that's
battling-
funny. Go ahead,
I know
Pyre.
it's my time has been short today, but despite battling norovirus, I still have to go drive my father-in-law to his doctor's appointment. I told him that he does not want to be in a car with me, but he insisted. So let's hope he does not get norovirus. Cross your fingers for him, everybody.
I'll be right
and
back,
also
guys.
have a good day.
Drive safe.
You as well. The best to your father.
And remember, kids, don't drive on TikTok.
So I have a prediction. I think Chicago, just like everything else in this administration, the whole thing in Chicago is going to blow over in a few weeks, and he's just going to use it as a sentence in his museum and like his legacy. Like, oh, I fixed Chicago. Like, it's not even going to be. I don't think it. Like everybody, I feel like a lot of people are making too big a deal out of it. Like we're going to going down the road of where he does posse comitatus with the military. And I don't think he's bold enough for that. He's a pansy. He's not going to do that. I don't know. He may. I mean, he's been getting more and more bold.
What do you guys think about ICE tear gassing the police?
I mean, it's
Oh, I
like,
didn't know
ha, 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 ha. How's that feel, motherfucker? That was my first thought. But I mean, no, it's shitty, and I loved when people were like, "Do your fucking job." Somebody screamed at them about that because they can arrest them for committing crimes, state crimes, and they should. That's what they should, but they're afraid, you know. Now, you know, Fundy, I always have in the back of my mind, like, it is possible that this guy's does all this bluster and he does all this stuff and he's going to enrich himself and then move on. That's possible. But man, I don't know. Like what we're seeing, all this stuff, like this is the playbook that has been used in the past for dictators to take over. So, you know, I like, oh, meow, kitty. What's up, kitty? Thank you. Is that, oh, Bunny sent to kitty. Meow. Kitten meeting. Oh, that's funny. And thank you for that. I appreciate it. Yeah, thank you for the gifts, guys. I really appreciate all the gifts, especially now. But damn it, now I forgot what I was fucking. Bunny, that's your fault. I'm gonna blame you. Somebody take it, because now I don't remember what I was gonna say.
Yeah, you were talking about, I guess, Trump and, you know, whether, you know, that he was enriching himself, etc.
Oh, yeah. It's always in the back of my mind that that it's possible that he does just move on and that this is all just like going to go away at some point.
Yeah.
It's possible.
I believe that wholeheartedly, and here's why. Because I think that if he were to have run as a Democrat, and if he were to know that, hey, I would get a support as a Democrat, he'd run on Democrat policies and advocate for it and swear by those policies. I don't think he has. I just think that's the kind of person he is, right? An opportunist. This is the opportunity. He got the opportunity. Republicans. What do they want? What does the base want? And let me just espouse this. And every blustering thing that he said, I think it's just pure, troll, divisive trolling. So, I mean, I know we can look to his actions and of course as well, but I'm talking about just everything that he tweets is all troll. I think he's like a master troll, which is crazy because I don't believe that should be a thing, in the president, but that's what he does, right? He's like, okay, let's look at the top hits. What's trending? Project 2020. You know what? I'm gonna make such an outlandish statement that it's gonna tear everyone apart. They're gonna be talking about it, and no one's gonna really know unless they look at his administration's actions, whether it's right or wrong. I think he just posts something or says something just to stir the pot. So
Stephen Miller, on the other hand, if he were actually running things, he is trying to enact some scary things. Like, I'm scared about Stephen Miller. I'm not really that intimidated by Trump because I think he's a showman and he's just trying to enrich himself. But the people like Stephen Miller, I feel like some weeks Stephen Miller is running things and other weeks Trump is running things.
Well, I mean, here's the thing, though, guys. Like, the people that are supporting him, which they didn't in the first term because the Republican Party fucking hated the guy, because he took them over. But the people that are supporting him, the framework that was built around Donald Trump as the center, the showman, has been doing or trying to do these things that are happening now. They've been trying it since the 80s, at least. Because Project or Heritage Foundation has been putting out those projects ever since the 80s. And so this time, they're actually seeing it play out using Trump. So, and by getting him to do these things, they essentially can take over, like the whole get rid of all federal, federal workers to install loyalists. That's in Project 2025. So all this, he's doing all these things that they told him to do. So whether it's Trump or somebody else, this is fucking problematic. And so there is a real, cabal of people that are pushing for these very specific things, and it's not just bluster and troll, right?
I agree. Right. I think we all agree that those people exist. I'm just saying that, Trump has gone. Has switched parties frequently, and I think it's because he's just an opportunist. Okay, who's in power? Let me just stimulate to this and bust. I don't know. I just look at the politicians on both sides, and it's like once they leave Congress, they leave as millionaires, right? so
that's true.
On both sides, and then they don't solve problems because they want to run on problems. So I think that's. And that's why I think that's why I'm conservative, right? Because I don't think that government is really the solution when it's big. I think it needs to have a targeted focus on certain areas. Like I can get on board with education and healthcare being the areas, but I think Congress does too much, and I don't think it should be in the business of trying to tackle way too much, because what's going to end up happening is we don't have we lose a guardrail when it's all Fed focused and Fed heavy, that the states and the local constituents have. Because how do we know what's going on in Fed? How do we know what's right, wrong, unless it's just I don't know. That I mean,
like, but the bad actors are going to take over whatever levers of power that they can, whether it's a small local government or a big federal government. They're going to do that, because that's what they want to do. Like, you know what I mean? So if you get more power in one place, you'll go there. But if you can get more power in another place, you'll go there.
It's like you said, it's in the Project 2025 playbook.
Yeah. So I only bring that up. I think the point is that just because you've got the federal government and we see this, swamp creatures, if you want to call it that, doing these things, doesn't mean that getting rid of that's actually going to fix the problem. It won't. It'll just change to a different problem.
Yeah. And I just feel that with all the taxpayer dollars that goes to the federal government, if it were a business and it had that amount of funds, then if it was a private, I honestly think that a lot of these problems would be solved. But you have people with a better interest to not solve these problems and to run on them. So because they can enrich themselves if they make it drag on. So that's I really do mistrust Fed government for that reason. So
how many times the Fed has held it?
We can barely hear you. GD, we can barely hear you. Got a lot of background noise.
Fed. Sorry, I was far from my phone. Not the Fed. I was actually thinking the Pentagon. Look up how many times the Pentagon has failed its audit.
Yeah. I mean, that's a good example. And yet we still keep funding the Pentagon, right? And I think people also think that everyone on the right is all for like the Pentagon. Not necessarily true. I mean, if you don't have your financial books in order, then why should you be given the power in the first place? So,
well, then elect other people.
Yeah. But
I mean, like at some point, you got to take accountability for the fact that the people keep putting these shitty people in place.
Yeah.
Right? The same shitty people. Like, Oklahoma is a great example. The Republicans in that state complain about everything. They complain about the education system. They complain about everything. It's got a Republican supermajority, and every time a fucking vote comes around, they keep putting the same people in office.
And, I'm going to say something controversial there. I honestly do think that in Republican states that it's not a bad idea to elect someone who is liberal, because then you get some innovative ideas introduced and it serves as a check, because oftentimes you have in those states Republican legislators and vice versa applies with blue and blue states as well. You have people that just become complacent, or people that are not innovative, that people that are so quote unquote conservative that they don't want things to change by definition. They just want to keep the same old economic stances that are not producing a good return on investment for the constituents that they serve. So I mean I think that's a good thing.
Yep. What do you think about school funding? Like when it comes to states funding schools, like do you think, like in Ohio, I live in Ohio, and I saw a video about how we used to have a system where Ohio funded the public schools, and we've done less and less of that. Every single bill that we pass is less and less funding for schools, and it leaves it to communities with levies passing. That's what, and then people complain about the levies, and they complain about the schools, and it's like, do you realize why you're having levies? It's because your state quit funding the schools.
Yeah.
And what's your opinion on that?
I just think that, first of all, like, property taxes are an awful way to fund schools. Because then
I agree.
The richest neighborhoods, the most affluent, get the better education. So what I would be in favor of is if you say, look, feds, you get to appropriate, the funds, right? So invest in education and healthcare with strict state and local scrutiny. But I also think that the private sector and businesses should have a stake in education as well, because at the end of the day, what are you doing with, why do kids go to school? Why do we all go to school? Well, so we could learn
the Bible. Oh, I'm sorry. That's Oklahoma. My bad. Keep going.
No, it's okay. Tim got it absolutely right.
No, you mean Trump's Bible. You got to learn Trump's Bible.
That's true.
So, right? Because what's the end? The end goal is to be a productive citizen. But how can you be a productive citizen if you're not? If people aren't investing in you and investing in the next steps, like, okay, let's upskill you for like the 21st century workforce, etc. So I think that's where federal government could play a role. Same thing with healthcare. So healthcare, the misconception is that I guess I don't want there to be funding, for healthcare, or that a lot of conservatives believe. I don't think so. Like, for example, I would rather, if I were to just come up with a plan, I would say, you know what, everyone gets let's just say $1,000 a month balance of sorts. I'm just proposing something that might be a little too much or too little. So they start off all across the board. So it's almost like universal healthcare, but with a KPI metric. And then you say, all right, now based off of assessment exams, we understand that 40% of medical costs has to do with lifestyle choices. So if you are able to keep within a certain metric, so if you're able to over the years, show that, hey, you're getting fitter, or you're taking steps to just have a healthier lifestyle in general, then I don't see why your healthcare shouldn't be covered. But if you're a person who's, debilitating yourself due to vices and lifestyle choices that end up, because that's the issue, right? The issue is, why is there a lot of strain in the healthcare system, and why are the subsidies necessary? Well, they're necessary because you have a lot of people that just engage in all these vices and lifestyle choices that end up, tacking on costs to the system as well. But you can have both. You can have those types of people covered with an initial balance, and then you can have them have a healthy relationship with their doctors and the nutritionists, where they say, hey, look, next year or two, here's kind of the plan. You're currently unhealthy, but let's get you to that point, and then your healthcare be funded. That would solve the issue, I think.
And we need to have regulation of insurance companies to make sure that they cover when you pay monthly. If you're going to if there's going to be a bill, they're going to cover it. And if they don't, they need to be held to account.
Okay, so you only want to pay for health insurance if people are healthy?
No. So not what I'm saying. So here's the thing. There's people who have pre-existing conditions, like my wife, for example. She has HPP, Ehlers-Danlos, etc. But that's not within her control, right? But there's pre-existing, and then there's lifestyle. There's people who aggressively pursue poor lifestyle, poor lifestyle choices, and then they want the government to pay for everything. And I think that they should still have a balance where those costs are covered, right? Let's just say it was $12,000 a year at first, but that should phase out, because I don't think we should have a system where we blanket cover everyone without having metrics to support a healthier person.
So if you drink soft drinks,
I know where you're going.
Right? Or chips, or any kind of trans fats.
I don't think we should live in a world that depresses us to the point where we have to indulge in these activities just to feel okay. When we're watching our world actively burning up around us, and we're watching G-Side daily, we're gonna be sick in the head. And
give him a pause.
What's gonna happen is, when we go to see a medical professional, they're gonna give us a pill and say, take this and shut the fuck up. And that's not helping the problem, right? That's a Band-Aid fix. And we have so many Band-Aid fixes in our medical industry. We dose people with anti-inflammatories instead of addressing the root cause. Like, we look at the root cause. Well, yeah, you're getting wear and tear on your bones from working freight. Like, you're tearing up your body to make some billionaire richer. And if that doesn't fucking depress you, I don't know what will, you know? But then they got to get you on antidepressants for that, you know? So it's all just like this big shit show. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm not. I guess I don't know what that ties
Okay,
into
so
with
what I'm
what
saying
he was
is
saying.
Like, you can have a medical issue. Like, okay, so I don't think someone should be punished because their coping mechanism is leading to unhealthy choices, right? Especially
Oh, I
when
see.
we're living
Okay.
in a world that is forcing unhealth on us actively daily.
Sure.
I'm not sure if I fully agree with that premise. Now, I'm talking Fed, not state. So if states want to enact their own, supplementary programs, then that's a different story. I'm talking Fed. But also, if someone is perpetually increasing in lifestyle choices, right, then don't we want to disincentivize that? Now, look,
Stop letting people sell things that are bad for them. How about that? Like food, McDonald's, fuck them, get rid of them. Burger King, get rid of that. Chips, soda, anything that has no nutritional value, gone. If you want to go that route, then go that fucking route.
Gone.
Go that route. If that's really what you want to do, if you think that the onus is on the people ingesting these things, then hold the fucking companies accountable that are offering these things to them that then turn them unhealthy. Make those companies that are turning profit off of making people feel like trash, make them pay for it.
In 2027, Frito-Lay is going to be opening a cricket processing plant for cricket flour in Illinois. We're going to have cricket flour as a new source of protein in our fucking Doritos. And the thing about that is, that's number one, an untold treasure trove of fucking parasites. And number two, we already are the world's fucking leader in autoimmune disorders. And we know that ingesting exoskeleton kitten gives our bodies an autoimmune response. So, like, what are we fucking doing, people?
We're blaming people for, everything. We're holding corporations to no accountability. We're saying we'll help you, but only if you're already fucking healthy and don't need the health care. But if you've eaten anything that I have determined to be unhealthy, then you get nothing. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, it's stupid.
I'm sorry.
It's more benefit the fucking people on top and fuck everyone on the bottom.
Yeah, I mean, my solution to that is give everybody free health care or universal health care, and then get rid of those. Then get rid of those things that are bad for people, like chips and fucking pop and all that crappy food that they've been shoveling at us. That sadly, a lot of people in America, that's what they have access to. There's a lot of places that they have to go and shop for groceries at Dollar General.
Well,
food deserts. It's like a real thing. Yes,
like
depression leads to these things also. Drinking.
Yeah, and we live in a fucking depressing world that is like, I don't think you need an antidepressant if your depression is valid from external sources putting it on you. You know? You're not
unregulated capitalism.
Yeah,
I don't think that makes you ill. I think that just is a cause and effect, results of the fuckery that's going on around us.
Yeah, I mean, and think about it this way, like the preservatives and shit they put in there for a longer shelf life is all about profitability, right? Because it'll stay on the shelf longer. Your bread that, fucking 2 weeks later still hasn't molded, there's probably something in there that probably shouldn't have been. And they put that stuff in there, like, let's make them take it out. Make them take all that crap out. That's one thing that I agree with RFK on.
And it's all hand in hand. The American food industry and the American pharmaceutical industry have been in cahoots with each other for years. Like, they're like giving each other HJs under the table. Like, hey, you know what? we'll make them sick, Monsanto, and then we'll sell them our other Monsanto product that cures the heart disease, and it's not really a cure. And then we'll also sell them the Roundup, which kills the dandelions, and the dandelions are the fucking thing that we use the roots of to make our heart medication. So we're literally killing the competition. Brainwash these stupid idiots.
Yeah.
You know, it's a lot of these companies like Mars, for example, you know, candy manufacturing, they hire formulizers, and what they do is their job is not to make their food nutritious. Their job is to make it
you addicted.
It's good and to get you addicted.
Yep.
And that's their job. And they will do that at the expense of you, and they will circumvent regulations in order to get that done. And it's disgusting because
their job is to make a profit.
Yeah. So, and it's so it's like, yeah. So it's awful. So you wonder why Butterfingers are so addicting? Yeah.
So yeah, there's like entire departments devoted to studying the fucking playbook of the CIG industry and the nicotine that goes into that shit.
Yeah. Why? You know, why is it that my wife can't eat bread here in the States, but she can eat bread in Spain? Well,
because we've got so many more ingredients in our bread.
Well, they strip the nutrients out over here to stabilize it. They add it full of folic acid, which a minority of people in the U.S. can't digest, so they're sensitive to it. So she's gluten-free. She's gluten-free in the U.S., but she's not gluten-free in Spain. So, because the bread.
Go figure.
You know, it's so. I mean, I'm aligned with RFK on that, right? We have a lot of junk in our freaking food, and as much as I know he received a lot of heat, and I find some of the things, you know, that he's doing to be questionable. I don't know. I at least find that part, you know, get the junk out of our foods refreshing because it's different. So I don't know. I just mistrust a lot of things.
As you should.
Yeah. So it's
be careful. He lets the brainworm guide him.
No. So no, it's just I just mistrust, and I think sometimes you need even if he's wrong, sometimes you need a radical and just a radical in a position of power to open people's eyes and to hold people accountable. So that's why I think if Bernie were to run, like, again, I'm not a democratic socialist. No, I'm not at all. But I do think that breaking from the norm is a good thing. The status quo isn't working. So I would not, I could see myself voting for Bernie, which is odd for a conservative to say.
Don't tell Hillary supporters that. Don't tell them. They're still blaming us to this very day for Trump.
Yeah, and the excuse they give is like, well, he won't be able to get much done because, Clinton can work, work with people. She's more pragmatic and stuff. Well, what the problem is with that? The problem is that you're basically saying that you got to subscribe to groupthink in order to get things done.
Tribalism.
Yeah, so it's and you can't operate that way because then that's what kills innovation. Right?
Yeah, anybody that like the Hillary people and now they're moved on to the Newsom. Come on.
Yeah,
we can't.
We're gonna get nowhere.
Honestly, I think Newsom's gonna be their horse in this next race.
He is, and that's fucking sad because they just pulling the wool over their eyes. I don't. Yeah, but he was mean tweeting. Give a fuck.
Bro, I'm just saying this is all a bunch of her crockety. Like, real talk. if Trump gets to run again in 2028, I want to see Obama whoop his ass.
That would be funny. The things that man would say to Obama, like in a
Let
debate.
me be clear. I'm gonna serve you an ass whooping like you never had before.
And the first thing that Obama needs to say every time he gets on a debate stage with Trump is, just to remind you, I've got the Nobel Peace Prize. Do you?
You know, if I were Obama, I'd be like, after Trump speaks, I would say, I don't know what the hell that was, but then just continue.
Like, his mouth still moves, but there's not much coming out anymore, guys. This fucking dude, fucking Donald Trump. He took our freedom of speech, though. You saw that, right?
Yep.
Did you? Fucking, I don't know, guys. We're in a bad way here.
There's an amazing video you guys should look up here on TikTok. I think it's called How a Real President Greets a Dictator. And it's side-by-side clips of how Obama would greet Putin and how Daddy Donnie greets Putin. And Obama, like, walks up to him all tall, you know, because he's a tall dude. And he gives him, like, that firm fucking handshake. And, like, looking down at him the whole time, and then just walks past him like he's not even fucking there. And then here's Trump standing on the red carpet, just clapping like a seal clap, like a fucking buffoon. Bloody.
Fucking idiocracy.
Yeah, it really is. Like, this is what we've delved into, is we've given the lowest common denominator the fucking reins, and it's just, this is what we get for it.
Ashley, I don't know if you're being sarcastic or not. You'll be mad when Trump gets the Nobel Peace Prize. The Nobel. So that what they should do is, if he doesn't get it, right, if he doesn't win it, they could give him like a participation trophy.
No, they announced that
it'll be like a plastic version. Do what, GD?
They've actually banned him from getting it. He's ineligible.
Oh, I didn't hear that. What happened?
Yeah, the people that give it out basically made a statement saying that he is not eligible to get it due to, number one, is ICE situation that is actively endangering human lives. That is not in the interests of peace. And I mean, it's just, the list goes on of reasons why they've said he is straight ineligible to get it.
Yeah, I hadn't seen that. I'm going to look it up real quick. They should give him a participation trophy and then hand it to him and be like, it'll be okay.
You know what it would be? It would be a Confederate flag.
A statue of a bell with no ringer. Oh, yeah. Ray Day. That's funny.
No, I don't get it.
Okay, so I looked it up. It says there's no evidence that the Nobel Committee officially declared Trump ineligible.
Hold on.
So can you find that for me?
Yeah, give me a sec. Let me get situated here.
I mean, it's not that I don't believe you. I just hadn't seen that or heard that before.
I'll look it up.
I'm all about facts. Sherry, you finally made it up. You requested earlier and you were just buffering, so I don't know what that was about. What's up? What's up, Sherry? Uh-oh, you've got MAGA bars. You've got MAGA bars.
I got bars too. Watch out.
Sherry.
You know the kind of bars I got.
Stars and bars. Sherry.
I spit fire like I just blew a demon. My shit's so hot I'll leave your toilet bowl steaming.
That's pretty funny. Bars. I can find it. To clarify, it wasn't Nobel Committee. It was experts on Nobel Awards. Oh, saying that there's no way he would get it rather than there's no way we're going to give it to it. I guess that being the difference. Yeah. Yeah, it's different than what was stated, I would say. Yeah, I mean, but look, maybe that will calm him down if he gets one. I don't know. It wouldn't surprise me if he does get one, because the world is fucking crazy, and we currently exist within the Twilight Zone. That's where we exist right now. And by the way, this is how you spell the word. I just want to make sure you know.
Lore. That's L-O-R-E.
That's how you spell lore. You guys remember that in his speech to those generals? Like, what the fuck, man? He's like, I know you guys don't know how to spell. Let me explain it to you. I've got the answers here. It's L-O-R-E, as opposed to the other spelling, L-O-A-R.
Okay, what circulated online looked like a press release or graphic saying the Norwegian Nobel Committee had removed or disqualified Trump, often citing violations of international norms or criminal proceedings. Fact checkers traced those graphic posts to social media accounts and labeled them false or unverified. Sad. News organizations and the Nobel body have not published an official disqualifying. Bottom line, there's no official blah blah blah. There's no official ruling on that.
Andy said he did just end a G-side. But I mean, let's be honest. There's nothing left of that country.
Does anyone remember the phone call he made in October before the election was over to Bibi when he said, "Don't negotiate the hostage release until after the election because it would give fuel to Biden or to Harris's fire if the hostages were released before I'm president." Pretty sure that's treason against the American hostages.
Now I missed some of that. You're very like low, and you've got like a little echo and background noise. I don't know what's going on.
I'll get the source first. Hold on.
Yeah, I know. Right after Trump announced that they were going to come together and work out this peace deal, Netanyahu then started attacking, and I'm like, yeah, that sounds about right. But again, there's nothing left over there. I mean, what percentage of buildings have been destroyed? Where are you going to go? There's nowhere to go. I don't. What else is left other than giving over the power to somebody who doesn't deserve it? The Palestinian people should have control over their own destiny, not somebody else. Israel is an evil fucking terrorist nation. Let's be clear. They are, I mean, the face of evil is Benjamin Netanyahu.
Careful.
Careful what?
Censorship.
What do you mean?
I mean, don't get yourself a banana.
Oh, fuck Israel. Fuck Netanyahu. And fuck Larry Ellison, too, for that matter. And Barry Weiss, she can fuck off, too.
Loudmouth?
What's up?
I'm going to be a conspiracy theorist. I think we should have learned, we should have seen the signs. We should have seen the damn signs that we needed to learn informatics by the time it's too late. Okay, number one, MySpace.
Your space?
Anybody remember?
Yes.
Anybody remember that coding that we put to our top 8 to make top 20? All that damn stuff we put in the highlights, the code, the copy and paste thing. People, that was the damn groundbreaking rules to coding. Tom was trying to teach us coding, and we did not learn it.
What?
We were too busy building up our top 8.
No, I follow what he's saying.
What the hell are you talking about?
He was trying to help us out. We didn't listen. But you know what? We didn't listen to James Cameron either.
GD, you've got some serious echo, man.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, you've got serious echo.
Hold on, let me rejoin.
Yo, here's another one that basically we should have realized.
Mic check. Hold
When
on. Hold on real quick. Hold on. Check, mic check. Check. No, okay, unmute. Yup, unmute. Mic check.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Hold
Can you
on.
hear me?
Hold on. Mic check. Okay, it's not you. I thought I still heard it after GD left. Okay.
All right.
GD. Let me test it. GD. Mic check.
Yo.
Mic check. 1 2 1 2. Okay,
Yo,
I think you're good.
I switched off my Wi-Fi. Is that better?
Yes. No echo, and we can hear you better.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know what that was. It's basically been there the whole time, but it just, I don't know, maybe it was after I got elevated, it was more noticeable and driving me nuts.
Yeah. No, it was probably my Wi-Fi. He was talking about how Tom tried to help us out. You know, James Cameron tried to help us out with AI too. He showed us the Terminator, and we didn't listen.
Same when it came down to texting.
Okay, I don't know what the fuck y'all are talking about. Explain.
I'm gonna get to it.
Well, let's get to it now, because I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. We weren't talking about anything like this.
We should have seen the signs. We should have seen the signs that America is stupid. I'm talking about we should have realized when America, you can't be that stupid. This is too stupid to make up. I'm about to make this man laugh in his seat. There's a thing in this country called deep fried butter.
Okay.
Yeah, that's gross.
Why would you fry a stick of butter? It's already fat.
What the fuck are we talking about? I don't.
No. I'm telling you, this is how we got to get to this. We got to get to this stupidity, because I'm literally saying this. MAGA, I'm wondering this: how in the hell can you ever bring this story to light and say that the reason that TR unalive CK was because of a TS? Here's another one. No, this is too to make up. MAGA, I wonder, y'all were the only people in this world that thought a vice president can overturn an election, so that's why you went away and to spend your money to go to the Capitol to commit a crime that you got off with.
Okay, I have no fucking idea what you're talking about, man. We're just going to move on from that.
Okay.
I have no fucking clue what you're saying.
I'm saying this. We shouldn't realize the signs that basically America is becoming literally on an idiotic stare.
Okay.
All right, we that stupid.
Not becoming.
Established.
We're already there.
Yes. This is years of taking the education system and squatting on it and shitting on it, which is what the Republican Party has been doing for a very long time now.
It's not the education system. They're so quick to blame the education system. It's not the system, because at the end of the day, you and I had the same system that they had, and we didn't turn out, pardon my French, the R word, okay? At the end of the day, like, dirty dir.
Remedial?
No, it's restarted. Okay, rhymes with restarted.
Okay.
Now I understand.
We had the same education system that they had, and we didn't turn out restarted. All right. And that's because we actually did our fucking homework. We actually educated ourselves. You can't blame the system for individuals' own failures. You know what I'm saying?
Here's the bad part about this. This is what I'm saying. This is too stupid to make up.
This is too stupid to continue.
We are still eating. No, this is America's still eating food that's literally bad for them, and they still give the money to that said company every day.
Yep.
I'm sorry. I can't stop.
Not only that, this is way too stupid to make up. This is way too stupid to make up. I'm asking.
Y'all are proving the point I just made.
No, we're not.
Can I ask a question? How did reality TV become national?
Hey, what the fuck are we talking about right now?
I don't know.
I feel like
I don't
I mean,
know.
no, listen. Let me say this real quick. Yes, Americans are stupid. We've been getting dumber and dumber by the generation for decades now. And yes, it is the education system. And no, kids now are not getting the same education that I got. I know that. So yes, there is to blame. The system is to blame for that almost entirely. The other part of that is parents. The other part of that is society.
And propaganda.
The other part of that is individuals. Everybody plays a part.
But I went through the same system as you, and I came out with a 165 fucking Stephen Hawking IQ. Okay, I'm not blaming the system.
I don't believe that.
Wait,
I don't give a fuck what you believe.
What year were you born?
I'm 84. I was born in 84. Right?
I was born in 72. We did not have the same education system.
Irrelevant. We both went through publicly funded schools, yes? Yes.
Yes, but the curriculum was not the same. The curriculum has changed drastically over the decades.
When I say it's an individual's responsibility to educate themselves, it's not the Department of Education's job to hold your fucking hand and make sure you do your fucking homework.
No,
the Department of Education doesn't set curriculum.
Provide the information that you use.
The information
we have something called Sesame Street. We have something called Reading Rainbow.
This is ridiculous.
I agree.
We have something called Flip Through 3 Contact.
I 2 or 3 times I thought about just nuking it and starting over again.
Yeah, I know, for real. I mean, you know what? I'm down with that because we were having a pretty good conversations for a while there, and I don't know what the fuck happened. It's bad enough I had to come up here and open my mouth to say something.
I know,
so,
I knew.
I don't know what
as soon as I saw you, I was like, oh, here we go. All right. I knew what you were gonna do.
I'm gonna go in the gym now, and hopefully this shit will resolve, and we'll get an actual topic of conversation going again. But I'll be down in the comments chirping as usual. So thanks, Liv, for having me
Thank
up.
you, Jules.
Love you much.
I appreciate it.
I just want to say.
We'll get this ship righted.
I think it's a trifecta of issues, right? There's people that have differences with social issues. There's people that have differences in economic issues, and there's people that have differences with governance. So usually, you can find the disparities. You can find the disparities. Oh, I'm echoing. Oh,
good Lord, Cookie, you got some serious echo.
Yeah, so
like that's like a 5-second delay echo.
So I think what ends up happening is that you have interests that may be aligned with you more socially and less economically, and then vice versa, less socially and more economically, and then you get a mixed bag with governance, and then people, they end up subscribing to a particular party or ideology because that's what they're kind of used to and accustomed to. And they're unwilling to break out with the norm. So I think it has less to do with the education system, and it's more to do with just people not getting all the relevant information they need about what's going on with their with day-to-day politics. And I'll close with this: I enter this channel because there's news that I hear about for the first time, right? Just being on this channel. Why? Because I work 9-to-5 job. I usually go on CNN, then Fox, then MSNBC. So I do a little ping pong, but honestly, I'm not immersed in it. like other people have, you know, more time, so that's why I look to these channels, and I think that's what it is. You know, it's like Alex. Now I'll really close now. Alex Jones. I didn't like the guy, but I thought he had a tagline that was pretty right on point. There's a war, you know, for your mind, right? And I think that's just what it is. So.
Here's where I was going with this. We should have seen the signs that basically we were going downhill. Like, I'm talking about straight downhill to the point that no country can trust us. They think we're assholes. We use our military way too much. Even to the point that basically we're creating that something that happened in the Soviet Union during World War II is now happening in the United States. We're now seeing soldiers, National Reserve, walking around areas that are predominantly black and Latino, and literally going after the bad ones. We should have seen this. We should have seen the signs that this country is that damn stupid that this is costing us money.
Okay.
If we get another terror conflict, any damn military conflict, or even a civil conflict, if we literally get any conflict whatsoever, this country will go broke.
What would you do to solve the problem?
For one, here's where we solve the problem. Please start at the bottom level and work your way up. You need to basically know who you're electing in your local offices, who you putting as your first responders, who you put, because guess what? You pick your fire chief, you pick your police chief, and you pick your and I think you in some states you pick your chief of paramedics, right? In some states, right?
I don't know.
Are you?
I don't. I've never lived in a state that had that. So
we got to start first. That's where we go at. We got to start local. I'm talking about your alderman, your councilman, your city official, your mayor, and especially when it came down to your first responder. Because let me just tell you, as an Oaklander, look this thing up, loudmouth. Oakland went through 5 police chiefs in 1 week.
And the point of that is, Andy, come back. Please, Andy, come back. If you don't get your ass up here, I'm going to just block your ass. Please come back in.
Jules is in the comment. Live ...
I don't know, like, I don't. Okay, so I don't even know at this point what to say. Okay. Let's scroll through Twitter. How about we do that? Let's look up some ICE videos or something. Here we go. This is posted 34 minutes ago. This was at school. This is West Loop Elementary School in Chicago. Here we go. All right, let's get back on track. ICE snatching people from the school pickup line. There's nothing traumatic to kids about this, is there? This is at a fucking school, y'all.
Wait, you guys came to the school to do this? You have a warrant?
Scum bucket motherfuckers.
My name is Jocelyn from Cicero. They don't have a warrant. They didn't ask for one. They forcefully opened the door of the truck. It was locked. It was locked.
You're going to record this. Don't get any closer from me, right? Michael, just stay back. She's being arrested for
Yeah, but you guys came to the school? They forced us out of the car. They were following us. They were obsessed.
What the fuck, man?
Sit back, please. You're okay.
I know I'm okay, but I'm worried about other people. Oh no.
I'm.
Oh.
At a school pickup line where you get your kids.
Yeah, I think that's deplorable. I think when you talk about a school is where you have the most vulnerable populations, kids that are moldable. It's a place to feel safe. It's a place to learn. And, I think for them, to be subjugated to a scene like that is, it's deplorable. So.
Yeah, that's so gross. Let me and there's this one. I don't know if you guys have seen this one. Just more ICE shenanigans. This is probably a week old, maybe.
Get out the elevator.
Yeah, that person hit their head.
Who is that?
There was the Democrats. He's an insurrectionist. He had an email with Antifa in it. He ate the cats. And I believe there's a serious lawsuit that this person has filed as well. Like, I don't know. Like that one guy just standing there and that ICE agent comes fully masked, goes out of his way to walk over and shove this dude down to the ground. Played that yesterday. You remember seeing that? Were you here, Angel, when I played that one?
I'm not sure if I was. No.
I'm just. It's disheartening to see that. GD, what say you, sir?
Sorry, I'm looking something up. I'm trying to corroborate that phone call I was telling you about between Trump and Bibi.
I don't remember you saying anything about a phone call. What did you say had happened?
It was treason against the American hostages. So basically, I saw an article that talked about how in October of 2023, before the election, Trump made a phone call to Bibi saying to not negotiate any hostage release deals, until after the election was over, because it might hurt his chances if Biden Harris looked like heroes, which, last I checked, that's endangering the American hostages, which last I checked would be considered and classified under treason.
I mean, that's what Reagan did too with the Iranian hostages. So just fucking rinse and repeat. There's no credible evidence or reporting from major news outlets.
I'm
let's see.
getting a lot of that. So I'm refining my search, and I'm trying to find specific articles during October 2023.
Yeah, I don't see.
I don't sit here and save every single article I read. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and they're scrubbing the shit anyway. So I've got to get better at recording everything and fucking saving it. But because it's for example, when he stood up in front of those people and he's like, "We need fire. If we had 5 or 6 more Mike Huckabees, we wouldn't have a Hasbro problem." And Hasbro is their word for propaganda. And he said that one day before Charlie Kirk was unalived. And it's, essentially their propaganda issue is here in the U.S. and they need more people that are, sycophants so that they don't have a propaganda issue. Anyway, when I went to look that back up, like the next day, this was right after Charlie Kirk had been shot, they had cut that end part out. They cut that part out. And I could only find it again because somebody had posted it on Twitter. But all of the places where I'd found it before that had posted that full clip, they all went and cut that shit out. Fucking gross. Sherry, can we hear you now?
I made it home. I'm not out in the wilderness.
Yay. Yeah, you've tried a few times now.
Yeah, I accidentally. I'm sorry. I was hiking around and listening to you guys when I could. Got myself lost for a second, but I'm safe now.
Nice. Did you want to offer anything from what you had heard at any point?
Well, you're not yet. I'm gonna badmouth my husband here in a minute, but save information. We do need to start saving information, and like the one guy was saying, we don't because we're not used to doing that. But we have to start keeping hard copies of stuff and stop pretending like this isn't as serious as it is. Because it is. This is hair on fire level, all hands on deck level. Like, shit's gonna get real next week.
Yeah. You talk about the No Kings protests or whatever?
Yes. Yeah, I'm really worried about it.
Yeah. I mean, everybody has a right to. Hold on real quick. I'm trying to find that video of Stephen Miller. Because Jules is saying that she couldn't find that after it had happened. Although I did see it, I think on TikTok is where I saw it.
Yeah, I think I saw it on TikTok too.
The plenary when he glitched because he said the word. I mean, can you imagine if Obama had even uttered that word out of his mouth? Like, even out of context in a conversation, they would have been like, oh.
Thank you so much for...
Oh, here it is. I found it. All right, I will post this in, give me just a second. I'm going to open it up.
Thank you so much.
I'm going to paste this into Discord so everybody can have it. And maybe that's what I need to do. I need to create a Google Drive where people will record these things when they come across them and put them in a drive labeled properly, so that everybody can go back and reference them later. That's probably a good idea. Here we go. Here's robot Stephen Miller. Well, if I can pull it up. Here we go. All right.
For joining us, by the way. You've called the district judge's ruling blocking the deployment of National Guard in Oregon legal insurrection. Does the administration still plan to abide by that ruling?
Well, the administration filed an appeal this morning with the Ninth Circuit. I would note the administration won an identical case in the Ninth Circuit just a few months ago with respect to the federalizing of the California National Guard. Under Title 10 of the U.S. Code, the president has plenary authority.
Stephen? Stephen?
Reboot does not compute.
Hey, Stephen, can you hear me? It seems, Stephen, I apologize. It seems like we're having a technical issue.
They have to reboot Stephen Miller.
He realized he fucked up.
Yeah.
It's interesting because if it were like a mic issue or if there was feedback, then he would have continued talking and say, hey, I think something, you know what I'm saying? But the fact that he stalled the way he did, I would agree with you there, that he said something probably that, he wasn't supposed to, because he was still moving. It's not like it was stalled, and that just isn't a common human response to not say anything. If there's technical issues, you call it out.
No, he's sanctuary, meaning has total unrestricted power.
Yeah, so maybe, he was called out for it.
Yeah, or his teleprompter, or all of the shit he's saying, somebody else putting in a teleprompter and it stopped, and he's like, Because
But look at the language they're using from Portland. Like, she went up there, showed 5 people in a chicken costume, and said, "Look at this. This is insurrection." Like, seriously, the language they're using against reality it's bizarre. It's dangerous. It's frightening because they're telegraphing what they want to do. The federal courts are holding for the most part, so they're going to go after them.
Dude, at this point, they know their base is completely mentally restarted. So they're just like, okay, we're just going to push this as far as we can because we've got them eating out of our hands and they'll buy anything we throw at them.
But who is the founder of Antifa? Who is the founder's girlfriend?
There are no founders.
But they're saying they're arresting these imaginary people, and we get no pushbacks from our so-called journalists who go, well, name these people, cite these people. What crimes did they commit?
I've protested with them. It's the same group. When I was in
Find
Portland,
that person.
When I was in Portland, Oregon, I used to go to some of the protests with them, and it's the same group that was Occupy Wall Street. It's the same group that was oh God, what was it after Occupy Wall Street? It was
they're all Soros funded people. They were bussed in.
Oh yeah, right. Where was my check for the protests I took part in?
Yeah, like you would tell us if you got paid. Come on, be honest now.
Oh yeah, because I'm seriously just definitely a George Soros.
Yeah, the other day I was eating dinner over at George's house, and he turns to me and he says, "These fucking idiots!" Like he's such a bad example of like somebody who is paying people because like there's no evidence ever, and they've been saying this shit forever.
Just say it.
Just
Wouldn't we get like W-2s or something?
Project George Soros.
No, it's all cash under the table. I told you, keep quiet.
I felt that was the best question about Tom Homan. Did he claim that 50 grand on his taxes?
Ooh, hey, Tommy boy. Yeah, it was a
That
tip.
was awesome.
It was a tip. Okay. It
We
was
pay taxes
gratuity.
on tips, though.
Gratuity. Jeez. I think that's isn't it like, or was it 25,000 was the cap for the tips? I know they both had caps, but I always get them confused which was which. Y'all remember? Because the overtime had a cap and then the tips had a cap, but I can't remember what the cap was for the tips. 25K?
Yeah, I don't know.
50K? Maybe it was 50K.
12K for single and like 24.
Can't hear you.
I said I thought it was 12K for single filing status and like 25K for married.
Yeah, let's see. What's the tip cap for no tax on tips?
Do you have to itemize?
Big, beautiful bill. Big, ugly bill. Do you guys have the link for the snack sign-up sheet for our next meeting?
Hey, so even if you didn't get tips, could you say you got tips to write off that amount?
That's fucking funny. Actually, that's not a bad idea. I mean, it's fraud, but how would they know? Because you'd be like, that's cash. I just turned
like
around and
Tom
spent
Homan.
it.
What?
Yeah, I
What
went out.
money?
I took that cash and I bought a MAGA hat with it. I swear. They'd be like, oh, okay, well, then that's fine. The House version is uncapped on tips deduction. Deduction only applies to qualified tips. Deduction is income limited or phases out for higher income. So, yes. The final law. What the fuck, ChatGPT? I've run this shit through you. You should remember this.
Ooh, you ran it through.
Yeah, yeah. Have you ever noticed that the acronym for my pseudonym is the same as for large language model?
No. But
LLM?
Yeah.
Okay, it's
I used to have
25K.
a lot better-
Yeah,
I used
25K.
to have a lot better time with. Is that for married or single?
Says it phases out once a tax. No, I think that's for each individual. 25K. Yeah.
That's more than what I heard.
What is this? Attention
I
for.
thought it was like half that if you were filing as single.
Hold on, somebody put something in the Discord. I'm gonna put this up. Here we go. Attention for immediate release. Comrades and shareholders, I'm pleased to announce that after months of fierce negotiations with the Trump administration, we've finally reached an agreement. Antifa, trademark, has agreed that it will end all of its American operations, shutter its regional offices across the nation, and liquidate all holdings no more than 3 business days following the completion of the U.S. government's agreed-upon contractual obligations. These obligations are listed below. Release the Epstein files.
Hell yeah.
Signed by Comrade George Soros. That's fucking funny. Thank you, Eric.
Really?
That's good shit. Release the Epstein files. Where are the Epstein files?
No, the funny thing is I actually have worked for Soros and the Koch brothers.
Uh-oh, she's telling us.
Yep.
So who were you spying on? Was it you were with Koch spying for Soros or Soros spying for Koch?
Always for Soros, but we had to sign NDAs.
That's fucking funny. Well, I wouldn't admit that. They're going to go after any employee of Soros. Damn. They were eating the cats. We've got them on video. Mr. President, that's a duck. Yeah, no, you don't know what a cat looks like, do you? Remember the goose?
I think I'm gonna tape Koch brothers ranch when we drive by it. I'm gonna make my husband take me on a ride.
Do it.
But this is hundreds of thousands of acres they've locked up, miles. That you'll be locked out of the public lands forever. It's on the backside of Aspen, so they own both sides. Really, I just wonder why it was all so important to own that place.
Well, they're buying it all up.
I mean, you know, everybody's like, oh, well, all you liberals do is complain, blah, blah, blah. You don't have. Bruh, the solutions were in place before Reagan unfucked the world or refucked the world. Like the unfucked solution was to tax the billionaires at 91%. And I think we need to say, you know what? All those years you've skated by with like 3%, no, you got to pay that shit back with interest. So we're going to tax you at 95%.
I disagree with that vehemently. Because they can always pick up their operations and go overseas.
And guess what?
Tax them there too.
They still get taxed.
That's right.
Yeah.
You get taxed. Angel, if you leave and you work, you get taxed, man.
That's right.
They will tax you. And they've done that forever.
You can go abroad, live in Germany, and then the IRS will come knock on your door in Germany.
They sure will. Trump says hostages are likely to be released early next week as the Israeli government votes on Gaza ceasefire. Israel's cabinet is meeting to vote on the first phase of a U.S. brokered ceasefire plan. Let's see if we can actually see the plan itself. What we know and don't know about Trump's deal.
But yeah, that was always the Republican argument against taxing the billionaires, is that, oh, well, they'll just take their operations and leave. Fine, let them. And then we'll fucking tax them anyway. And if we really want to be patriotic, we can add an additional tax for leaving the fucking country.
So I find this interesting. They keep saying this is happening, but I've seen no like documents for an agreement. I've seen one once where they were going to give Palestine or Gaza, what have you, over to an international body that was led by Tony Blair and Donald Trump to rebuild. And Tony Blair is an Israel sucker and has been forever. And ever since he, fucked us, fucked the world with Iraq and Afghanistan by helping us out.
Tony Blair's in the files.
Yeah, I'm sure he is. He left and he spent his entire time after that sucking Israel's ass. So, like, them giving this to Blair to be in charge of rebuilding is the same thing as giving it to Benjamin Netanyahu.
Yeah, dude, I don't get it. They're like, oh, you don't know what you're asking for. If they release the files, the entire all the first world countries will collapse because of all the corruption that goes that deep. Well, then it all needs to fucking burn to the ground then, baby.
Yeah.
Everyone who had their hands in that shit needs to burn.
250 Palestinians who were sentenced to life imprisonment will be released as part of the deal, in addition to 1,700 prisoners from Gaza who are arrested after October 7th. Israeli Security Cabinet meeting has concluded. Government to meet tonight. Let's see, government will begin its meeting at 10 p.m. local time, 3 p.m. Eastern, when it will vote on a resolution laying out the terms of a ceasefire and hostage release plan. Well, I mean, it's good. Shit needs to end. And the Palestinians that, and people who were opposed to Israel, who did not vote for Kamala, will look at this and say, see? Because would Kamala have done it? I don't know.
Let the hammer of justice fall where it may. There's enough women to pick up the slack and run this bitch.
Now, but the thing is, there's no saying whether or not this peace is going to last, first of all. And second of all, there's no telling what is or is not going to be accepted in the terms of negotiation, because they've discussed giving land back to the Palestinians. Well, how much land are we talking, and what are they going to agree to? Because last I checked, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free.
Well, what they agreed to is to give Israel complete and total control and call it an international body. But that international body is going to be led, and I read this, a few days ago, going to be led by Tony Blair. Tony Blair is an Israel sucker. He is a sycophant for Israel. He spent from like 2007 or 2009, whenever he left as British Prime Minister, he's been helping Israel the whole time. So it's all bullshit.
You remember Yasser Arafat?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, my father my father was very uninformed on the topic. Like, my father was very left-leaning, but he was very pro-Israel and very anti-Arafat. He used to describe Arafat as the guy who holds his hand out to shake in peace while holding a knife behind his back. And like I said, my father was very uninformed. He didn't understand the complexity of what actually had been going on for so long over there. And I think if he did, he would realize that it's not peace that these people want. It's liberty. And I watched a Palestinian man on a radio show the other day. The radio host was simping for Israel so hard. And he said those words. He said, "We don't want peace, we want liberty." And the radio host just was so upset that he would say that. How can you not want peace? Trying to gaslight him. And he goes, look, was it not an American founding father that said, give me liberty or give me death? Like, right. And that was like the straight up slam to the radio host's guts. Like, there was nothing he could say to get around that. Like, it's the truth. So he's saying that's all we want. That's all we want. We want liberty. We don't want peace. We want liberty. And
and that's a fact. And until they get that, there will be no peace.
Right.
Ever. Because they're going to continue to do what they've been doing for the last since their existence. It's going to continue on in 10 fucking 15 years. Something else is going to happen because it's going to be another apartheid state. They're going to be under surveillance like they are in the West Bank already.
Yeah, it's gonna continue to be an open air prison.
Right.
And I was explaining that situation to my son's grandma.
Thank you, defending.
My mother-in-law, basically. And I was saying, like, look, at the end of the day, like, she gets it. She's, you know, I said, at the end of the day, the oppressor does not get to dictate how the oppressed resist. And in this case, the Palestinian people are 110% meeting all criteria of oppressed people. So if they resist violently, they are within their rights to defend themselves. But Israel, on the other hand, does not mark any of those checkboxes. They are the oppressor 100%, and it is their responsibility to care for those in their custody.
That's right. I mean, and I want to point this out. This was in Der Judenstaat, which is the Jewish state, written by Teddy Herzl. Let me make do what?
Judenstaat sounds very German.
Yeah, I believe it was written in German. Because this is where they were from. The Zionists started there. Let's see, right here. Yeah, I've got it because I got a bunch of screenshots. I just want to point this out because this last part here. Well, hold on. Hold on. Our first object is, as I said before, supremacy. Assured to us by international law over a portion of the globe sufficiently large to satisfy our just requirements.
Yeah.
This is the beginning of Zionism, this pamphlet here that he wrote. And he made very clear supremacy.
Ben Gurion said straight up, if he were the Palestinians, he wouldn't accept any deals with Israel.
If Ben Gurion said he wouldn't do what now?
Ben Gurion, so one of his writings, said he doesn't blame the Palestinians for not accepting the deal in 1948. He said if he were the Palestinians, he wouldn't accept it either. These people are, what did he turn? Basically, the colonizers in a foreign land. He said, why would anyone? It's not in your own self-interest to give up your land to your colonizer, you know?
Right.
And that was from the founder of Israel himself. So, like, they knew exactly what they were doing this whole time.
Well, of course. And in that also, this is kind of funny. It's not really, yeah, right here.
None of it's funny, man. This whole situation is just super fucky.
This is from the pamphlet from Herzl. Let me put it up here. It's kind of interesting. We must not imagine the departure of the Jews to be a sudden one. It will be gradual, continuous, and will cover many decades. The poorest will go first to cultivate the soil. I'm like, has anything really changed? Let's send the poor people out there, go do all the work, get unalived or whatever because you're taking over somebody's shit. And then it says here, and then after that, the rest of the people will follow. The rich people will follow.
Yeah. It's like how Elon, when he wants to colonize Mars, it's going to be the expendable maintenance people and setup people go first, and then all the,
right.
higher up.
Make them do the work, and then we'll get all the benefits from it.
Yep. You guys that are expendable, you guys go set everything up for us, and then we'll reap all the rewards.
Yeah, it's pretty nutso. For some reason, my shit is. What the hell's going on?
I don't understand why we can't just, at this point in our evolution, say, you know what? We've got Google's quantum AI and Microsoft's whatever they call that new AI chip that's got a new state of matter inside the chip. These ones that are calculating astronomically crazy amounts of calculations in seconds. Like, I don't understand why we don't just say, look, at this point in our evolution, like, we could just elect a super AI to be our fucking leader.
Yeah, I mean that AI can be trained.
That scares a lot of people.
No, it can be
But, like,
trained to
it's
believe certain
smarter
ways.
than
Can
any
they
of
be
us.
trained to have ethics and morals and values? No,
Probably better than a human, yeah.
I don't think so.
Why? You think we have a soul that gives us our morality?
That's our consciousness.
Yeah, but if you have a racist, the one
but still
coding
know
it
they're right or
and
wrong.
training it on certain things that are racist, it could teach that AI that this is moral, that
Right,
this
like
is
Grok.
the baseline. Exactly. Like,
Yeah,
right.
I saw what happened with Grok and the whole like Mecha Shitler thing. That
Right.
was
So
hilarious.
it's like I get what your point is, but it's fallible. Like it's, you know what I mean? Like it can be fucked with.
Everything's fallible.
Well,
But
sure.
You gotta weigh the pros and cons. Like every time they let AI make choices about like how the government should run, how companies should run, the AI always come to the same conclusion that we need to tax our wealthiest people. And then they're like, oh, unplug that shit. We don't want that answer. We want a different answer.
Well, I mean, the problem, like Google bias. You ever heard that term?
Yeah.
Where people will Google something and they just trust Google because it's Google.
they take the
It's
first-
non-biased and it's
first AI response
right. So
and run with it.
that is the downside here because people know people are fucked up, right? And you would question somebody telling you something, trying to sell you something. But if you trust this AI and you believe that it's completely neutral, you're going to have this AI bias where somebody's, yeah, but that's not what our supreme leader AI said. And it's smarter than we are.
But I'm not
And
talking
you know what I
about,
mean?
like-
So you would,
I'm not talking about like search engine AI. I'm not talking about ChatGPT. I'm talking about these ones that have the actual coldest place in the known universe as their cooling unit that has done computations of like 5,000 years in 5 minutes. I'm talking about the fucking like super AI that is in Google's
well, I think you missed my point though.
security basement.
My point is that people would believe that it is perfect. There would be a large portion of people that would trust it
They would make it God.
explicitly, right? And so,
They'll make a guess.
right, and they
Correct.
wouldn't, yeah, and they wouldn't like if you said no, that's wrong, that's not right. You would have people that, of course it is. It's totally neutral. This thing can't be biased. It has ethics, it's morals, whatever. So, like, it'd be almost a god to them.
I mean, define a god.
I mean, somebody that they believe is above them has, superior everything, is perfect.
It would have
Absolute
superior
authority.
Right.
That if they told you to do something that would hurt yourself and make you suffer, you would do it because you're going to get rewarded sometime, somewhere down the line.
I mean, how
That's
is
your
that
current
different-
religion.
How is that different than what we're living under right now?
Well, I'm not
Well-
living under that. If you choose to live under that, that's cool, but I'm not. And that's the thing, is like my morality wasn't really given to me from religion. Like, hurting people is bad. Hurting any people is bad.
How many
MAGA's
people have been hurt by AI?
end of morality ends at the border. They don't care about people outside our border. They don't care about people who in our border who are not American citizens. They have different measures of morality than I do, and they're quote unquote
Yes.
religious.
I wanna give my opinion on AI.
Sure.
I see it like a double-edged sword. I see it like a double-edged sword. So it will be a tool useful for humankind, or it can be used, to damage the humankind. I see it using the AI tool will be better, but it has to have a human consciousness if it's good or bad.
And what
That's what
makes
I'm saying.
what
That's
makes
my opinion. I
what
yield
makes
back.
consciousness?
Yeah, thank you, Carlos, and welcome aboard, sir. Welcome back, I should
What
say.
makes that consciousness so unique and so special that it has to be human specifically? What makes that better than any other?
You've got serious echo still. Like it's hard to hear what you're saying, GD.
I said, what makes that consciousness so special? Being human, like what makes human consciousness better than any other consciousness?
I mean, that's a
Yeah,
philosophical
but the
discussion.
whole part of I mean, to me, it's like the whole part of coming to this life is to experience nature, experience the all what an integrate, what human being or what the nature of knowledge is, and have all this experience to come into life, and now with all this digital stuff, we just are disconnecting from it. That's that's what my opinion. And then you see a lot of people there enjoying nature, outside, living their life. They're living their life expectancy better than the other ones.
What did you say? All this what stuff?
We're here because we want a human connection. I find value in talking to other humans. I'm not going to find value in talking to a computer. Like that is our humanity, is the very essence of ourselves. I don't think it can be replaced by computers.
I don't know. I've had many very meaningful conversations with ChatGPT. I think it's very, very sophisticated for a low-tier AI. And at the end of the day, keep in mind that's what it is. Like ChatGPT we're at the infancy of this shit. Like this is the worst it's ever gonna be.
Yeah, but remember that whatever you're trying to get knowledge from ChatGPT is being recorded. So all the input that the ChatGPT is getting, someone is behind it benefiting for that formula, whatever that you're searching for. All that is in record, and then someone else, to me, someone else is benefiting from it.
That's not quite how it works, but you're entitled to it.
I don't know. Someone is putting the information in chat.
The internet. It has access to the internet now.
But okay, so all the crap on the internet's being siphoned up and put into there, and no context or order or ethics. Like, where is the ethics coming in? Like, if AI said
AI doesn't have it.
We need our resources. Is that me?
That's no.
No, that's me. I've got the
I'm
Terminator
like, what the hell?
theme playing in the background.
Weird shit.
Yeah, I know. I caught it.
I like that you caught it because I could barely hear it myself, but I didn't want to
caught
be
it.
it. I'm sorry that it interrupted. I tried not to make it interrupt.
I think of the different versions of Bibles and when those were released and for what purposes and what control. And I think AI is going to be used the same way. I think it needs to be heavily regulated. This is ridiculous at this point. We don't know what's real or not.
To bring up your earlier, the AI is not going to change that. You know, Reagan passed laws in the 70s that allowed news to spread fake news. So AI is not the reason we don't know what's real and what's not. It's been going on for years.
Well, since we've been existed as humans.
But this is next level.
Previous point, though, when you brought up about people being hurt, I did actually do a ChatGPT search. I said, how many people have been hurt by Google's quantum AI? As of October 2025, there is no verified evidence that Google's quantum AI technology has directly harmed individuals. However, its name has been exploited in various scams that have caused significant financial losses and distress to many people. So, and then it gives you a whole spiel on like avoiding scams and yada yada yada.
Well,
which is not necessarily the AI doing it. That's people screwing over other people.
Well, the amount of electricity required to run these things will eventually harm people.
Yeah.
Water,
I don't know. We've
water,
got
electricity, the resources
used.
required. Yeah, I mean, it's not
Dude,
directly.
MIT has very, very promising fusion results. So in the size of a shipping container.
Yeah, but it'd be like going to the Koch brothers and saying, "How many people have you heard?" And they're like, "Oh, none, never." We know that's not true. We know it's bullshit.
So you think the AI is directly lying to us about a chip that like literally just came out months ago?
Yeah, I
harming
would. I'm not cynical. Yes, I
What
think
about
they
the
would
chip?
lie
What was stated
about
about the chip?
anything.
That it has, as of 2025, there is no verified evidence that it has hurt anyone.
Oh, maybe if somebody throws it at them, it could hurt them.
You couldn't pick it up. It's attached to a cooling device that is the coldest place in the known universe.
I just want to say something about AI.
Oh, go ahead.
So when you think of AI, think of it as an HTML script that is running through all available databases. That's why some AIs are better than others, right? So it's going to, I guess, to your point, look at all of these databases, but the more refined the AI becomes, the refined AIs, what they'll do is instead of tapping into a trashy source or a trashy input, it's able to perhaps look at, instead of secondary, tertiary sources, more primary sources and do more vetting. So you always have like people, some human interaction there because that's needed, to review. But that's how AI, works. It's a script that runs through these databases that's able to culminate not just information, but is also able to take instructions. So just wanted to say that.
Yeah, and all this stemmed from the claim that AI should be running us and making decisions for us because of its, neutrality, I guess. And
I also feel like I need to clarify yet again that I'm not talking about like ChatGPT or Cortana or some, Google AI search engine. I'm talking about like the quantum chip that they just unveiled, that Microsoft has made one that supposedly blows it out of the water, that they, quote, made a new state of matter for this chip to function.
yeah, I mean, you've made that statement.
Dark matter?
No, not a. What are the states of matter? The three states of matter: solid, liquid, gas. Right? They call it quantum jelly inside this Microsoft chip that's supposedly going to blow the Google chip out of the water. The Google chip has already said it confirmed the existence of the multiverse, and it said it has figured out a way to contact other universes.
Jesus.
Yeah, they've been saying this about quantum stuff for a long time, though. I mean, we've been hearing this for years, and we've had
computers are going to revolutionize everything.
Yeah, well, we've had quantum computer experts who have gotten out of the field because they believe that the claims made about quantum computing just aren't practical enough to be used. I mean, there's this one
and some people believe it's 666 the mark of the beast, but there's always going to be crackpots and people that don't know what the hell
Well,
they're
no, these
talking
are people who devoted their life to quantum computing and who, throughout the course of their profession, realized the impracticality of it. Now, without, some massive technological advancement, barring that, and not this chip in the jelly, it's they've made a lot of claims about quantum computing over the years.
Yes, now that you bring that quantum, the quantum physics on it, I was reading about the Mayan calendar, that the Mayan calendar has the precise equation of the quantum.
And that's what I would call hoodoo from some people that by today's standards we consider savages. Like if you ask about like prophecies in the Bible, anybody who's using like deductive reasoning And critical thinking will say, hey, well, look, here's all these prophecies that have not come true. Delphi is still a city. Tyr is still a city. Like all these things that supposedly were going to come true have not come true. So, take it as you will. You can believe in magic, or you can actually use your brain to study. And you can take that in a religious way if you want. You can say, hey, God gave you a brain to do something with, not just
Exactly.
put a hat on it. So I don't like to be like, oh well, spirits or whatever. I don't think humans are unique. Like we are just another creature just trying to get by, just like the squirrels in the trees.
Sure. But we are unique in that we are not like the others.
That
We
we've
have
met.
thumbs.
That we've met. Like there's so many other questions. Like why is it illegal to try and communicate with dolphins? Do they know something we're not supposed to know?
Well, they were funded by George Soros and shipped into Portland.
Oh, explains everything.
And they're afraid because dolphins are like really, really smart. They're like way smarter than we are. And we can't have the dolphins in there. They cause cancer and they eat cats.
But no,
Hey, elephants are smart too.
I agree with your Terminator music. Like, I know, like, I'm the first to preach, like, James Cameron warned us about this shit in 1984, and here we are still pushing forward with it.
Oh my
But
God,
my frustration
Ray Day.
is-
Dolphins are grapists.
Jesus, thank you. Yeah.
They have been for years. They grape 14 people per year on average.
That's fucking funny.
That's horrible. I'm never
it's not
swimming
funny,
with
but
dolphins.
it's yeah.
After
Swim
the
at your
Painkiller
own
episode.
risk.
Especially if you're menstruating. Like, they can smell the blood.
Well, I'm safe from that.
Yeah.
Wow. You ain't
Did you know
lived until you've been swimming with dolphins.
Did you know dolphins are one of the only other species that gang grape?
Wow. That's interesting.
Gang grape in the wild. They've been filmed gang graping porpoises.
Okay, so now this is I'm gonna hold on, do dolphins
100%.
gang grape?
I don't like dolphins anymore.
I almost typed in grape. I almost typed in grape.
It's one of those fun facts. It's
yes.
like, oh, this is horrible.
Male bottlenose dolphins are known to form alliances to coerce females into mating. Scientists have observed groups of 2 or more males isolating a single female and using aggressive tactics to control her movements and force copulation. This behavior is a form of sexual coercion as well documented aspect of dolphin social dynamics.
Yep.
Interesting, they call it an alliance instead of a gang graping, which is what it is.
Now you want to really blow your mind and be like horrified and amazed and also disgusted all at the same time?
Okay.
Look up parasitoid wasps.
Oh no, I've seen those. That shit is fucking fascinating. That is,
isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
That shit is
and whenever
crazy.
you're having a bad day, just remember, like, you could have been born with 2 different DNA strands as a tarantula, and a tarantula hawk could have stung you, drug you to its lair, and implanted its eggs inside you, and you'd be like one of the people on alien Earth.
Yeah, because there's a version that does it with ants, and there's also one that does it with cows, and they will literally like invade like the brain of them and get like almost zombies, essentially turn them into zombies.
There's a fruit in Colombia called scopolamine, and it grows on a tree that, in their language, it translates roughly to the tree of the devil's fruit. And scopolamine is an actual mind control rug where basically once you're under the influence of it, you lose the ability to refuse. Like, the power of suggestion holds power over you.
Yeah,
Where,
they've used that to get people
The CIA
to
uses it.
empty their bank
And
accounts.
yeah, I was going to say there's two main uses for it, which is
Smicks.
organized crime. Well, that's included in organized crime. Technically, if you want to get into the organized crime aspect of it, there's 3 additional uses for it. But I was using 2 like overarching categories. The 2 overarching categories are organized crime, which includes smecks, murder, and theft. And then the other overarching category is like military application, like CIA uses it for basically like truth serum and interrogation tactics and whatnot. But it's like a real thing. It's a real alkaloid produced by this fruit that allows you to control someone's mind. And if a tree can produce that, why couldn't a wasp? You know, it makes sense. And they do. They produce an enzyme that when they sting their caterpillar victims, not only do the caterpillars carry the eggs inside them and the larvae inside them until they burst their way out, but in their last unaliving breath, the caterpillar will weave a silken cocoon over the larva so that they can pupate into the adult wasps.
Is that what happened to RFK?
I hear he got that from like eating, because he eats tuna sandwiches a lot. This was what I read somewhere, and that tuna, if you eat a lot of tuna, you can get
it's the milk, the raw milk.
Was he drinking raw milk too? Because I read that it was tuna sandwiches that did him in.
He advocates for all Americans to drink unpasteurized milk, which is a treasure trove of parasites.
Yeah, no.
Either
I
way,
like science.
yeah, no. If you haven't seen those wasps, there's good, YouTube videos that you can go watch. It's really fucking awesome.
All sorts of sizes.
It is cool.
Ones that are bigger than tarantulas, and ones that are small enough to hitch a ride on a butterfly. Wild. And they actually, like, I guess, the wasps that you see here in America, like building nests and nurturing their young in their nests, those are actually in the minority. I think there's only like 2 or 3 species that actually nurture their young. Most wasps think it's like better to just basically implant your young into someone else and say you deal with them.
Boomer parents.
Pretty much.
I had ground wasp this year, and I've never had that happen before.
The
wasps are fascinating, but I don't really like them particularly. I like bees.
What's that, Brooke? Brooke, he wants us to all talk like him. Who are you referring to? RFK? I don't want to talk like him.
Oh, I can't do that.
Yeah.
The brain.
Well, he used to have a show on Air America, and he talked like that on Air America. I used to listen to it when I was trucking. Of course, that got bought up by Clear Channel when they killed it off, and then turned around and said, "See, Democrats can't even be successful." Yeah, it was, I believe it was Mitt Romney whose company bought Clear Channel.
Brainworm told me to make sure the Supreme Court overturns the Clean Water Act in 1972 because we want fecal matter in the water supply.
Well, there are some things that RFK is pushing for that I agree with. Getting rid of all the crap they put in our fucking food.
Yeah, and the fluoride from the water.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. Are we going to have the fluoride debate?
No.
Okay.
No.
If you want.
No.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's
anyone
weird.
in their right mind knows it's silly to put a neurotoxin in their drinking water.
And mass medicating people without permission or consent.
Right. Well, and at the end of the day, that's simply due to, issue of, hey, we have this byproduct from the phosphate industry that we need to get rid of somehow. So let's put it in the drinking water.
But here's my question. We don't drink our drinking water. Okay? I have to buy water to drink. My water I drink is bottled. Like, I don't want to do that, but
Are you in California?
no. Colorado.
Oh, okay. Wait, you don't drink the mineral water from the
From
springs?
fracking? No. From nuclear
there's-
fallout? No.
There's fracking in Colorado? No. I drank from the springs in Colorado Springs when I was 14.
Well, it was probably okay then.
Yeah. So somebody just pointed out in the comment section, I'm going to pull it up here, that circumcision,
Oh boy.
early circumcision causes, or I guess makes you more susceptible to. I'm about to read here. Let's see.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Now,
Here we go.
Okay. Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy. Good Lord, with your fucking ads. My God. Claimed Thursday there may be a link between circumcision due to the use of Tylenol following the procedure and autism. Oh, you've been circumcised. Here's your Tylenol. Oh, did it all for the tism and the circumcision.
Somebody once told me I have a touch of the tism. It's the best tism. Nobody has tism like mine.
There's right here. There's 2 studies which show children who are circumcised early have double the rate of autism. Now,
So it is the mother's fault. Every time.
how is that the mother's fault?
Well, because we're the ones saying do that. It's our
that's-
babies. You know,
Do-
we're in the hospital.
So I do not agree with circumcising children.
Yeah, that's
That
not
is
the mother's
genital
fault.
mutilation, is what that is, and we really have to stop doing that.
Yeah. I mean, it was the tiny hat people that started it.
Well, it was just the norm. It was put to me when I had my kids. Of course, I was very young. It's like, okay, this is just what you do. You have it. You do this
Right.
for a boy, this for a girl, blah, blah, blah.
Sure, but like if you were born in Saudi Arabia, you got what do they call it? Clitoral mutilation or whatever.
Well, yeah, that's horrible. I agree.
But that's
what
just
I'm
the norm.
saying is, I also know a kid who was not done at birth, and it had to happen later on in life, and it was very painful for him. So it did happen, but just later.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's we were born that way. Leave our peepees alone.
I don't know.
Please.
I think,
From all
these
the
are
babies on earth, please don't cut me.
I think these are all reasons why we should trust AI more than we should trust other humans.
He goes right back into the AI.
AI has never told me to replace my son's foreskin.
Jeez.
You know? Or make a foreskin salad.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah. After traveling to Israel, you might get a craving for foreskin salad.
Oh, my God. Stop.
Just saying.
Hold on, I'm looking something up that
I
may
don't
blow
even know what
everybody's
the
mind.
purpose really was, that it was supposed to be more hygienic, healthier.
It would
I guess that's what we were
discourage
told.
boys from touching themselves was one of the
Oh.
reasons, and hygiene. Those
Yeah.
were the
Back to
two.
religion.
Yeah, it was a
Because
morality,
boys
fucking purity thing. Yeah,
So impure.
yeah.
Come on.
The cornflakes guy. Remember the cornflakes guy, Kellogg. Yeah, he was one pushing that shit.
Yeah, he's a cringe.
And I'm trying to find, because there are articles about this that you can look up in like the archives, and I pay for New York Times, so I'm going to try to find one of those articles and show everybody, because it's fucking wild. Like, and I know that like my mom or and others would not have, it was just what you do.
Yo, if
So
you got the extra money for New York Times, you know what you should actually invest in instead?
I pay $1 a fucking week.
Oh, well, this would be closer to
I
like
did, like, yeah, no, because
I was
if
gonna say
you,
this is like $7.99 a month. I was gonna say Brilliant is what you should subscribe to.
no, I've had a subscription to that, to Brilliant.
Okay.
Yeah, matter of fact,
Brilliant's
I got something in the mail. It was like a little, and I was like, oh, that's badass.
Hell
Yeah,
yeah.
I didn't use it. I didn't use it all that much, but it's the stuff they have in there is really good.
I found out about it from Cruise Kazad.
Keeping.
My other question was when you guys were talking earlier, people were saying they were paying $100, $200 a month for AI services. I
Oh,
mean,
that's for ChatGPT 5, which is like the
that's what
latest.
I'm saying. Is our income gap is widening the information gap and education gap. Like every supercomputer gain has went to the wealthy, and that's why I am very distrustful of.
I made $1,000 with basic free ChatGPT.
How?
I helped it. I asked it to make me a business plan for starting a small business that got me a grant from the state of Pigshit, Iowa.
Okay. Did you really start the business?
Like a grant proposal that you put out?
Yeah, I'm a CEO of my own 3D printing company.
Now, was this a federal contract?
No, it's state. It's a
Oh,
it's
okay.
a
Okay.
grant, not a contract. I just
Oh,
had
I
to
see.
basically, I had to present basically to my state official. It's basically DHS that I was going through to get the grant, and so I had to basically present to DHS everything in black and white. Like, even though I already owned the business, I started the business like a year prior when I was in Portland, Oregon. But they're like, no, you still count as a startup, but even though you already started the business, I'm gonna need a business plan. So I was like, oh geez, here we go again. So I went to ChatGPT and I crafted the most elegant 17-page business plan that entailed like eventually getting into like what do you call it, like rocket telemetry and basically creating like a competitor for SpaceX. And the people that were in charge of approving my business plan were just like, holy shit, when they read through it. They were like, this is impressive. I was like, well, you know, it's kind of all a bunch of bullshit, but it's also not. Like, if I put my nose to the grindstone, maybe I could actually pull it off, but dude, my life is chaos. I can't. I got no time for all that shit, you know?
So they put together a bunch of bullshit professionally enough for you to get $1,000 grant.
Hell yeah.
But that's what I'm saying. Okay, $1,000 is $1,000. Okay, fine.
Yeah.
But that is a minimal gain from what the wealthy are going to exploit this for.
Oh, 100%. 100%. They're already using it to create trade bots that are making them billions on the stock market.
Yes, that. So, I mean, our markets are manipulated. Our information is manipulated. Nothing is true. Everything is fake. We're just, I mean,
Is your money in your pocket real? Is your money in your wallet real? Like, what actual physical value does that piece of paper actually have?
Well, I can get goods and services for it, but
Let's say the world ends tomorrow. What the fuck good is that piece of paper? You could wipe your ass with it.
kindling, fire starting.
Yeah, there you go. But other than that, it's just a piece of fucking paper with no actual value.
Someone used it to pick lotto numbers.
I did actually try that. It failed utterly.
I haven't won yet either. I'll keep trying though.
I actually also tried the lottery numbers from an episode of The Simpsons that was supposed to predict the future and that they passed. That also failed.
And I'm still looking for, by the way, the article just to show everybody how ridiculous things were back in the day. But this actually has images that I can't show on TikTok. But I think I think I may have found it here. Let's see. Shit. Well, y'all keep going. I'm digging through this. It's a medical journal.
Oh,
And from like I think the 1800s. Very interesting.
I just don't think that AI is going to turn into the killer robots that the movies tell us it's going to. I think it's going to be more of a tool to help basically lead us to the future.
Huh. Here we go. This is funny. Let me read this.
Of course, I guess what I've really always thought is that after we go extinct, AI are going to be the children we leave to the galaxy, for better or worse.
Your brain is too sci-fi for me.
Well, we're going to face extinction one day, no matter what.
I'm ready.
Yeah, aren't we all?
I'm waiting on the aliens. Is the aliens or the asteroids coming? What's coming?
Are you talking about Three Eye Atlas?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
So evidently, I don't remember whether it was October 26th or 29th. It's going to pass behind the sun, and then it's supposed to loop back and put itself in permanent orbit around Earth. I'm excited.
Pick it up to see.
Okay, I got it. Hold on.
Maybe.
Listen
I'm
to this
excited.
shit.
I'm so excited. You have no idea. And if it is an alien ship, like a lot of them are saying, I can't wait. For better,
Me
I can't wait. Whether it's going to be talking to a superior being, or whether it's going to be like getting slaughtered by a superior being. You know, you can't spell slaughter without laughter.
So this is Smek's knowledge for men.
Oh boy.
A number of boys or of girls should never sleep in the same room without supervision by an older person. The sleeping together of two in the same bed, whether it be two children or a grown person and a child, should not be permitted under any circumstances. And I was looking up circum, and I think that's why I came across this page. I admit no exceptions to this demand. It makes no difference. Leaving out the question any deliberate element, the thing is dangerous. For very often, unintentionally, unwittingly, masturbation is initiated by this intimate contact. The child, boy or girl, should sleep alone on a rather hard mattress. The covering should be light. A coverlet may be put over the feet. The child should always sleep with the arms out upon the cover or blanket, never underneath the same. If this is done from childhood on, it is very easy to get used to this way of sleeping, and many a case of masturbation will thus be obviated. The child should not be permitted to loll at bed. It must be taught to get up. It must be taught to get up as soon as it wakes in the morning. The general bringing up must be of a strengthening, hardening character. And this applies to the body and the will. When the child reaches the age of 9, 10, 11, 12, or 13, we must use discrimination and judgment. For some children of 9 as are developing as of others of 13, we must tell them that it is bad and injurious to handle one's genitals. And we must warn them to shun any companions who wish to initiate them into any manipulations. Hot baths are very injurious for young children and their influence in this direction. There's no question that a hot bath has a very decided stimulating effect upon the sexual desire of adults as well as of children, both male and female. What the fuck? This is a medical journal. He said hot water is going to stimulate these kids and we can't be having that.
Dude, about it being hard, and I'm just like, dude, he doesn't know much about being hard from the sound of this journal.
The people that wrote this are the ones that are in charge of our country right now. The same fucking people. Here we go. I think I may have found what I was looking for here. This
You
is
know what I see when I see Stephen Miller? A total cuck who's angry at the world because he's been cucked so hard.
Oh
Okay,
my
is he
God.
really that short? Someone said he's like less than 5 feet tall. Like, I don't know if that's
Somebody
true or
said he was
not.
5'10", so I don't know.
I thought it was 4'10", and that's why I was like, what? Like, really?
It wouldn't
Maybe
surprise me.
that's why.
You guys know why Caroline Levitt's always so angry, right?
Because she has no lips?
Because she married a man who's so much older than her,
Mm.
and now she's realizing that she's spending the best years of her life wasted, and she's, not getting that good.
Well, she can always get a side piece, huh?
I mean, a lot of Republicans do, and just sweep it under the rug.
Here we go. These fucking people are nuts. Hold on, let me give me just a second.
I mean, how many wives did Trump have, and how many children from how many different women does he have from Mr. Parody Culture President?
How many what?
Yeah. 3 wives.
How many children from how many women does our glorious leader and purity father have?
5 recognized children. What if you were a illegitimate Trump child? Would you ever out yourself?
I definitely have too big of a thing for that. I'm not a 2-incher like Daddy Donald.
I would keep that shit a secret.
You mean if you were in the Donald family? Yeah, I would too.
Yes.
That'd be embarrassing. You guys seen the new episode of South Park?
No.
Holy shit, it's a must watch. This season is a must watch.
Yeah, here we go.
Incredible.
Okay, I found it. Furthermore, every factor liable to give rise to the habit, and it's talking about masturbation, should be removed. Thus, for instance, phimosis, eczema about the genitals, strongly acid urine, seat worms, and the like should be treated and removed. The prepuce as a factor in leading to masturbation has never been sufficiently emphasized. However, the prepuce is a great factor, so that circumcision often becomes imperative and should not be neglected. That anything having a tendency prematurely to awaken the sexual instinct should be rigorously avoided goes without saying.
Liberal, what the hell are you doing?
I'm looking up somebody asked why, and I explained why, and I just wanted to show where they got this from the source itself. And this was the book. Let me see what the date was. This
you know
was
what that is? That's some goddamn hercrocity is what that is.
that was written in 1917. That one was in 1917. The same person had written other things in like 1896, so it was around that time.
Dude, that is
The-
absolutely fuck.
The myths and lies that we were brought up with that was spouted to us as fact.
Yeah, and this is the book is called Smek's Knowledge for Men, including a program for Smek's education of the boy.
Well, keep in mind, this wasn't from our grandparents. This was from our great-grandparents, right? So, like, no, actually, this is from my grandma's age. I'm old. But, as I'm thinking about it, yeah, before the boomers, the greatest generation, right? They knew how to actually do shit because they set themselves up to actually tax the billionaire class. Well, they weren't billionaires back then, but you get my drift.
Well, the idea of the tax And I put the link to that book for the record if you're interested in looking it up, because I mean it's kind of nutty anyway. There are other books that you can look in this repository. For the guy's name was Josephus William. I'll put that in there as well, so you can go look and just read some of the crazy shit these people say. Just wanted to bring that out there. I don't know if this one will fit or not, but.
So, like, my dad was born in 37. Was that before the boomers? Does that make my dad one of the greatest? Am I that old?
Silent Jen?
I don't think you're that old.
Yeah, I don't think I am either. I'm only 41. But,
Your parents were born in what year?
my dad was born in 37. My mom was born in 40. They had me at, my mom was 46. Or sorry, no, my mom was 43. My dad was 46 when they had me.
Man, I can't imagine having a kid at 46.
In your 40s. I know, right?
That's, dude. Wow.
Like, I have a 7-year-old, and I'm just like, I can't imagine doing it over and over.
No, I like the energy levels. I mean, shit. Yikes.
Yeah, by the time he graduates, I'm going to be ready to go in the ground.
Yeah, you guys, please keep tapping. We haven't even hit 30K. I've been on for over 5 hours now. We haven't hit 30K, so let's get to 50K if we can. I guess I'll just kind of hang out for a little bit. I do have a gifting goal that is about to expire. Well, I think it's got a couple hours left, but of the, what is that? Sunday Bowl. Actually, it feeds me when you send it to me. It's kind of funny. Anyway, I'd appreciate if you want to support the live, do that, and please keep tapping. And if you want to come up here and say some weird shit, because apparently that's what we're doing, because we're elevated today, come on up.
I'm exhausted.
Yo, so Sabrina says, I'm 46 and no way I'm having another baby. You got to understand their situation, though. Like, they had a daughter, and my brother unalived due to malpractice at birth. And I was their last miracle baby. They wanted a boy to go with their girl, you know? So,
Yeah, it's interesting. All my mom wanted was girls. She got 3 boys.
yeah, it's
I
weird.
never cared what sex I had. I just wanted him healthy, and I feel so lucky and blessed that that's what happened, you know, other than I had my boys circumcised and gave him autism.
I kept my kid intact because I realized that circumcision is a barbaric human ritual that
it is terrible.
Is rooted in mysticism and
right, and ridiculous shit.
Dogma.
As we,
Yeah.
as
I
I
was,
just showed you all, like that is the, now you guys know, and you can go forever and now and realize just how stupid that shit is. And then it just became, I think, a habit thereafter.
Well, that's
you know,
what I'm telling you.
like
That's
a cultural
what I
thing.
was like, just told. This is what you do. I think I was 20 when I had my son. So, you know,
Yeah, because
I
you
really
could,
give myself grace.
you could chop it off, or you could just fucking clean it. You could teach them how to clean it. That's the alternative. It's like, well, I don't want to teach my kid how to wash himself, so we're just going to cut part of it off. Fuck it. Make it real easy.
But that's what I mean. When everyone around you is telling you, oh, this is the proper way, this is what you do, and you do go along with it, and then later on you're like, well, shit, that was totally fucked up. I shouldn't have done that.
Yeah. Feed me. That was awesome. Thank you for that. No fear. I appreciate
I worry
Sunday Bowl.
about my kid. Like, am I not teaching him how to wash it correctly? Because, like, I don't have one of those. So, like, I don't understand what it's like exactly. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to get down there and, like, touch it.
Wait,
that's
what are we talking about?
About teaching them how to clean their foreskin.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah, like, I don't have one of those, so I don't really know how to it's kind of an uncomfortable topic.
I think
for
you
me,
can figure it out, though. You know.
I mean, he's been showering on his own for a couple years now, so
Yeah. I guess the idea is just, hey, if you're not doing this, if you're not rolling back and taking care of business.
But I don't know if he does. I do worry about him, like, one day telling me, "Oh God, Dad, I have man cheese." You know, like,
jeez,
like, dude, that's one of my biggest fears as a parent is hearing those words one day that, "Dad, I have man cheese growing."
That's fucking funny. I mean, as a man, that's funny.
Well,
I think as a woman, that may be funny too. I don't know.
Not something I ever had to deal with. So, yeah.
Dangerfield. Dangerfield, I accepted your request and it was just buffering. So request again. I'll send an invite, but I don't know what happened. Anyway, go ahead. Sorry. Yeah, that's.
I'm just saying, like, I'm glad I never had to deal with monkeys, but then, like, there's other aspects that affect me. Like, when I read an article in Time about how, like, this dude who waited to get circumcised till after he was sexually active is like, oh yeah, I lost 75% of feeling down there. It's like, well, shit, I never knew.
Yeah, it's like, man, wouldn't that have been nice if I could still have all of that feeling and sensation?
Right.
It's good now. Maybe it would have been great later. But maybe it helps. Keep you in there, keep you going. I don't know how else to put that. You can read through the lines there. I don't know. Man, jeez,
I wanted to ask him how old he was because it's just, I think his parents were like my parents' age.
I think he's 41.
But I feel okay. I feel like he's way younger.
Yeah, I think he was.
Me.
I think he said he was born in '84, so he'd be 2 years younger than me. So 41, depending. Man, jeez. I mean, maybe this should be liberal after dark conversation. I don't know. Maybe we just need a panel of men to come up here and talk about men's problems, man cheese included.
Yeah, sorry about you.
I don't know. As a woman, it's horrifying to think of the same happening with the removal of the hood. Exactly. Yeah, I mean, and it's interesting because, like, we look at cultures that do that and we're like, oh my God, that's all, what the and it is terrible. And we judge that and then turn around and we're like, just cut it off. So, I mean, it's obviously not quite the same, but it's similar. It's all mutilation. It's all mutilation. So, I don't know. We engage in it ourselves and then judge others for doing it too. Kind of weird. But am I wrong? Like, seems kind of. It's all terrible.
Yeah. If we know better, let's do better. If we know this is a problem and it changes it for men, let's stop doing it.
Yeah,
is that hard?
No, it shouldn't be. It should be the default. Skeeter, welcome in. I said man panel, and aren't you?
I can go.
No. Yeah, Skeeter, are you female?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought that. I was like, we're gonna have a man panel. Up come the women. No, you're fucking not, sir. No, I'm just kidding. I'm teasing.
Oh no. No, it's just I don't remember who it was. I'll have to look back. Ray talking about, the hood removal, and in some cultures that, female circumcision is active and still active today. And for the most part, both circumcisions are to kind of control the sexual instincts and to lessen them.
Yeah.
So it's just a form of control.
Yeah, it's just not good in some cases. But it's weird that there's no like national movement to stop that. I mean, people talk about it, but it's like it's not like an issue. You know what I mean? It's not like something that, because I feel like that'd be something easy to stop. You just don't do it anymore unless it's needed, and you'd know it was needed, but I don't know. Does that seem weird that it's not something that people talk about here?
Well, it does, but it's been adapted into our culture. I mean, more people now are starting to, realize that it's not needed and that they were lied to with if you don't get your boys circumcised, they're going to get an infection. No, they're not.
Or masturbate. Like in the case of that book, like that's what they were putting forth.
Right.
Hey, don't give them hot baths either, because that's stimulating, and you don't want these kids to be stimulated. Okay, that's
But
weird.
I have to say, I didn't grow up around boys, so I was defaulting to my husband. Like, he's that way, so he thinks it's okay to do that, and so on. So that's how it's perpetuated.
Well, think about it this way. All my life I've been that way, but I have nothing to compare it to. Right? I've never not been that way. So I don't know what the difference is myself. I just know that a part of my body was removed at birth. And, that serves a purpose. It actually serves a purpose. So it's like, moving it from Oklahoma to another state that's better. You don't see how bad it is in Oklahoma while you're there because you have nothing to compare it to. And now looking back at Oklahoma, I'm like, wow, it's really fucked up over there. But I wouldn't have really known that until I moved. So, I just feel like it is something that people should push to stop actively. But nobody really, talks about it or cares, I guess. Men are so mistreated.
Well, there are movements and different organizations here that are trying to spread the word that it's not necessary.
Yeah, I know.
But like in a lot of other countries, they don't do circumcision. Like it's not part of their culture. It's just culturally accepted here, even though it's not technically part of our culture.
Yeah.
It's just been integrated.
Yeah, I mean, I get that, and that's why I don't necessarily fault parents who aren't just, it's not something that anybody ever said. That's why I think it's important to have that on a national level where it's put forth to people that, this is not necessary. And I don't know why doctors even engage in that either. That's like a surgery without necessity. You know what I mean? Like you're doing a surgical procedure when there's not an issue that you need to do it with. It seems like the doctors would just stop. Is that kind of weird that doctors continue to do it?
Again, I think it goes back to the cultural thing. Like, we're all at religion, so it morphed into culture, which, I don't understand that either.
Yeah, because you'd think the doctors would just say, hey, it's not necessary, and just not even offer it as an option. That seems reasonable
That's
to
another
me.
thing our culture sucks in, to deconstruct from.
Yeah. The patriarchy. One
It
snip
is.
at a time. It's like you're part of the club now.
Well, it is. That is exactly how the patriarchy hurts men. There you go.
Yeah, there's two types of men. There's snipped and unsnipped, and if you're not, then you're not part of the club. That's what they say. I don't get it. I don't know. It's kind of weird, but nobody really cares, I guess, because after it happened, there's not really. I mean, sometimes the clippings go wrong, right, and it can mangle for life a child. And that does happen, and that's fucked up. But Anyway, well, I guess I'm going to go ahead and shut her down. I would have ended at 1 o'clock anyway. It was almost 2 hours ago. So I appreciate it, guys. I appreciate all the support, and I will see you guys in the morning, 9 a.m. Central Time. Appreciate that, and we'll see you. Peace.
See ya.